Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're gonna win, alright?
Let's go.
Okay, boys, let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from the lead. 15 seconds on the clock. He turns around and the bomb goes out. Oh my god, the 180. Let's go. Another kill. This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Siri, who is the easiest target?
Gold.
Oh. He does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the board.
Let's go. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
Tickets booked to the spring finals.
The final day here of Group A.
Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19 to 17. I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, guys. Have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Whoa. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for FaZe Clan.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here of the Blast Premier, live from 3 Mills in London. We have the best Counter-Strike teams competing here in the world. I'm Semler, your host, and already jumping in, Duncan, not wasting any time, Thorin and Sponge, our analysts here at Blast Premier. Gentlemen, feeling good?
Yeah, I just wanted to be accurate. So you said we've got the best teams in the world and Complexity. Let's just be fair.
Oh, okay, that's where you are. I didn't hear what you said.
It's all right. I like to slip them under the line every now and then. You know.
Lives up to it. Sponge, how you doing?
It's safer that way. I'm glad you guys can remember that I'm here. That's good. You know, between the two banter lords right now, I'll stand in the middle. I'll try and keep this as sane as possible.
You can be the Complexity of the gang.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at the format. I gotta save these guys real quick before we throw it in. It is the format here for the spring season. We've changed it up, and Duncan, actually, would you like to walk us through it?
Yeah, sure. So as you see, 8 teams go to the final, but we only get 6 teams from this portion, and then the others come through the showdown, which is a mixture of the teams from the Premier Spring Series and the Open Qualifier. They come into there. And so even the teams who lose in the group stage here will be at the showdown. They still have a chance to go to the finals. It just gets harder and you don't get the top seeds, etc. So we know FaZe and Team Liquid obviously have gone through. FaZe was the top seed.
Yeah, you're going to cut yourself out a lot of tournament time if you're able to just get through this one right here in one of the 2 top slots. And you're obviously playing for a little bit more prize money and seed in that last day like we saw last week between FaZe and Liquid. And a bit of pride as well because FaZe were able to double down and do it twice, which was good to see.
That was the big play. I mean, that took us all by a bit of a shock.
You predicted it.
I was out there, but that was after the second day, remember? Yeah. I mean, that was after the first day where we got to see them, and you're thinking, okay, hold on, this is a totally different beast. Now they're firing on all cylinders. That was definitely something that changed things up. But, I mean, we already had yesterday with the pre-match discussion. As far as what we can look forward to today, this is the bracket for the second group here. NaVi Vitality to kick things off, and then Astralis Complexity, our second best of 3 of the day.
Obviously some really big names here, right? Astralis, the best team in the world. NaVi just having a roster change, but they've got Simple right there, and Vitality with ZywOo. So we actually have the 1, 2, and 3 of last year in the world individual-wise, and that, if you don't know, ZywOo from Vitality, that's Simple from NaVi. And then we have old mate Device as the 3rd best player from Astralis. So you look at that, and then as you mentioned, Duncan, you have Complexity here. This is the juggernaut, but this is the first step in that direction, I guess, of what Jason Lake is looking for. He's brought together the best players he possibly could. And look, there's some firepower in there, but they haven't been tested. They haven't played against the best teams in the world. And I'm excited to see if they can be at least competitive today.
Basically, if they want one day to have the super soldiers in Complexity, at the moment they're just Steve Rogers. Like, they haven't had that whole experiment yet, you know. Okay. I mean, obviously, I reckon BlameF's probably had a few chemicals that helped him become some of the Superman. But in the game, though, we're talking about guys. They're not the best in the game yet. So, yeah, obviously, as well, NaVi versus Vitality, that's been like the semi-final of a whole bunch of tournaments. So these are some big hitters, and you're getting them in a best-of-3 to open the tournament. That's why this new best-of-3 format is way better.
Now, I want to see, actually, I want to take a look real quick at our predictions as well, because we discussed it yesterday. We're going to have plenty of time to discuss it as well today on the desk. But already we're seeing everybody's on Astralis, right? That's fine. They're the best team in the world. That pretty much goes there. But NaVi and Vitality breaks both ways.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit confused by everybody backing NaVi in here. Now, I can understand you've got the firepower of Electronic and Simple. We just saw Electronic have a fantastic tournament just finishing yesterday, but NaVi have only added their new player, a name that people probably aren't aware of Perfecto, about 15 days ago. So you guys getting on that NaVi hype train, I want to be on that, but I don't think they're there yet. So haven't pulled up to the station for me.
Well, we are going to get to meet the lineup here, and these are some of their blast scores that some of them are pretty high.
97.
97 for Electronic.
I told you he had a good tournament.
Exactly.
He got the MVP and they still lost, but this guy was an absolute monster throughout, right? Just some of the entry fragging that Electronic was able to do. He is a beast, and I think, you know, you have him in the team with Simple. If you have both of them firing on all cylinders, and then you have Boomich as more of a, I guess, an information in-game leader player. He's quite aggressive. He goes for a lot of those aggro moves to help his team out in that regard. Perfecto, he used to be on Simon Gaming, and he was playing in the last major circuit. I remember watching him, and I thought he's very good at being a bomb site anchor. Now, if people have been, you know, reading the interviews with Blade or Perfecto put one out today with HLTV.org, he's getting comfortable to this. Now, it's not going to be a quick change for him to just go from, oh, I was playing in the tier 3 realms, which is, to be honest, where Simon Gaming were, to now playing against the best teams in the world. So we're going to have a bit of a teething issue for this team, I think, going forward.
And, well, I think that Thorn made an excellent point yesterday as well in our discussion. That's, I think, why I went with NaVi, is that right now the role that Perfecto plays on the team and how Electronic and Simple and the firepower that's already existing on NaVi is just so powerful. What are we expecting from Perfecto? What does he need to do for the team to find success?
Just don't be Guardian. Don't have a massive negative next to your name. Don't be red all over the scoreboard. Like Manchester United doesn't matter. I don't know, whatever the joke you were going with there. No, this is also the reason why the guy on your screen right now, notice his stat wasn't as crazy as you'd expect from last year. That's very good, but it wasn't at the level of Electronic. That's the difference maker. In the past matchups between these cores, yeah, Vitality's been getting the better of them each time, but the difference is I thought Vitality had the better player last time. The best player, in my opinion, at the end of this tournament will be Simple. He's back on the AWP, and by the way, he's hungry to get that title back, to win championships again, so I think he's going to tear it up on the AWP. Well, you saw that role, it's been confirmed. He is back on the AWP.
Exactly. He's back on the AWP, and he's actually back on the mic as well. We were able to get a little bit of a word with him going into today's match, and I believe James is ready with the interview.
How do you feel after the Ice Challenge? Obviously, it was a tough loss in the final, but the first event of the year and with a new player.
It felt like we actually had like 3 days with him, but it feels sad because we actually had chance to beat Mouse Sports. And of course, I mean, I understand that it's their 5th or 4th final and they won it, but still it's a bit frustrated and sad because our team, our organization didn't win anything, and the last time when we actually won something was in March last year, so even in May, you know. So yeah, we just want to prove, and we just want to practice. We just want to show our A game to everyone, but we understand that we need to practice, and to find our game once again.
I'm wondering if that's because that was after the final that was made. He seemed a little bit tired there, Simple. A little bit
tired of carrying.
Tired of carrying.
You give me a break.
I mean, dude, you can't do leg day every day. A team that, however, has been putting in the work and that sound very confident so far from what we've been able to catch up with them on coming out of the break is Vitality. Their opponents here to kick off the day, and look at that from Zywoo.
Yeah, there's
97.
a big difference here, right, when you look at this. Zywoo with that rating that's so high compared to the rest of his teammates, and that has to be the talking point for Vitality, right? The stat lines for this team, we spoke about it yesterday, we can talk about it until the cows come home, but he, in terms of a hard carry, has to be one of the biggest hard carries I think that we've ever seen. Now, Vitality have acknowledged these individuals need to step up. You know, the rest of these players need to get on the board with him.
Forget step up, but his Shock's even stood up.
There you
What's
go.
He doing? He's just sitting down, chilling. I'll be on a 71 while you guys just carry me. That's ridiculous. Like, this guy was one of the best players of all time.
Yeah, so look, I went and dived into some numbers yesterday. I was having a look at the last 4 finals that Vitality have made it into, right? That's either if they've won it or if they've just been in that final. Now, Zywoo's ratings in these finals, we had Epicenter at a 1.53, DreamHack Masters 1.36, Cologne it was 1.33, ECS at 1.41. That's just numbers to people, right? But if you're having numbers that high, that's good, right? Just trust me there. When they've made it to these finals, his teammates, at least one of them, have stepped up and had a much better rating than their average. For example, let's look at Epicenter. Alex had a 1.23 rating. His average with this team is only 0.95. right?
Okay.
So to get to the final and win it, Alex had to have a performance well above his normal level. You can go down to the DreamHack Masters final where they came second. Shox's current rating for the team is 0.92. In that final, in that tournament, he had a 1.03. This is above their average. So this is what we're looking at as the, not can Zywoo show up?
Oh, no.
Yeah, of
X
course.
factor component,
right?
yeah.
Can the rest of the team lift their individual level? And from talking with Apex, that appears to be what they've been focusing on in these, they've allotted 48 days since their last official. That needs to be top of the priority, getting more out of the rest of the team.
And we actually have an interview ready with Apex as well, so we're going to go ahead and hear from him right now.
So what do you think is kind of the comments around, like people say, oh, it's just Zywoo on the team, but you guys proved them wrong last time at Epicenter, yet these comments still continue. Does it bother you guys at all?
Well, obviously Zywoo is the big name of the team. He's been the best player in the world in 2019, so obviously, and they have Simple, who's been one of the best for 3 years in a row. So obviously they're talking a lot about the best players. That's the case in any sport. But for us, we don't really care about Zywoo against Simple. It's just Vitality against NaVi, and that's the most important.
Thorin, would you agree with that?
As a concept in the team, you have to say that. I mean, for a start, it wouldn't really help your mentality if you make it about player versus player. I will say, it is so bizarre to me that the guys in Vitality never ever seem to want to just straight up say, like, yeah, Z was the best player. And you know what? We try to work around him. They always try and sell this angle that, like, we're doing something special. Here's the problem. There's a logical flaw there. If it's not that he's just the best player, then say Simple's the best player. That helps your argument, if anything. But they never do that, I notice.
To be fair, like if I had the biggest gun, right, which they do, or you could say both these teams do, and you could do everything to set him up and still make it to grand finals, still be a top 5 team in the world for a period, that's got to be one way to go about it, right? But now that they've had this time, the same thing we talked about with FaZe last week. Shox has come on in the middle of the season last year. They didn't have a huge amount of time to practice with him.
Sure.
Now they actually get that opportunity. They've had that downtime. Like I said, 48 days since their last official. Sure, they've had some time off over Christmas, they've had some holidays, but hopefully a decent boot camp leading in here. If we can get like 20% more from the other 4 members on this team, we're looking at a squad who has a deeper map pool. They've been playing together for a longer period of time. They definitely have a deeper base of strategies in their back pocket, and that's why when you compare the two teams, not just the names, Vitality here on paper have to be going in as the favorite, right? Why don't we look at this? If this was just aim map, if we put these guys in the server, player for player, aim map wise, NaVi would take them to town every day of the week, because I think individually NaVi have better players than that of Vitality, but Vitality are just a better team.
Thorin, real quick, would you agree with that?
Yeah, but the idea you're going to get 20% out of 4 other players, like, listen, I don't know if you're selling some sort of a wonder diet course, you know, and what's
trying.
more is the steak knives as well.
My
Like,
side gig.
That's pretty ridiculous. I think, listen, I agree with you before. You just need the one player to step up,
Yep.
give you something extra. You've already got enough fragging from Zywoo. Everyone else do their job. In theory, you are a better team than NaVi, but I think with the NaVi individuals, with Blade back there tinkering away, sooner or later, I think he's going to hit a formula. Whether it'll be better or not, we'll see, but I think the better player can win in this particular game.
So let's take a look at our odds now from our sponsor, Betway, and where do they break? All right, so Vitality slightly ahead in this case.
Yeah, and look, based off everything we know, that makes sense. But if you're going to talk about the things that we can't actually go in here too aware of, it's what can NaVi bring? How much counter-stratting have they done? How are the players feeling? You know, there's all those questions into this with Counter-Strike. It's the little details.
Yeah. Okay, that's a 2020 thing to say. Let's look at their feelings. Well, you know, we'll take a break, and Chad, you'll have a chance to consider that. The feelings of the players. We'll be right back after this.
it's NaVi versus Team Vitality. It's also, I think they definitely want a revenge against us because we beat them at Malmo, we beat them at Epicenter, and I think coming into the group stage here, they really want badly to win in their side, and for us, we still want to continue our streak against them.
You know, revenge is cool, but then you want to beat any team, and revenge for some games was before, maybe you're a little bit nervous. So it's be a normal match for me, like you show the best your game, and that's all.
Our expectations is to do better than last year, and our main objective is to win at least one major this year. Hopefully we'll surprise a few people and win lots of events. We'll see.
My score prediction for the game, what I want to aim for is a 2-0 for us.
That's gonna be 2-1 for us or Team Vitality.
Ooh, it's very hard question for me. I will bet to 2-0 for NaVi.
Well, we're going to hand the mic over to someone who with a little bit more confidence than the players right now. Of course, the server is going to settle who wins and loses today, but we will hand it over to James Banks now to welcome the teams to the stage.
Thank you, Semler. That's right. I'm certainly more confident in my hometown of London. London, are you ready for this? That's what I like to hear. It's time to bring on the teams. We're going to be starting with the team that have made a change very recently. They're just coming off the back of the Ice Challenge. It's NaVi! NaVi bringing all they've got. Simple, dropping down to that #2 spot in the world. Now they've got a point to prove, but they've got the new lineup to work with. Zeus has gone, Kane has gone, Blade is in, and Perfecto, it's his time to shine. We'll have to see what they can deliver, and it's a tough matchup in the group of death here at Blast Premier London. They will be facing, though, the French squad that ended 2019 well at Epicenter. It's Team Vitality! Vitality did get that big win towards the end of the year. They have the #1 player in the world, but have they got all the pieces now to find success here today? Not only do they have NaVi, but they'll have Astralis later on to face. It's time to see how this match is going to go. Simple, join me down here. Apex, come on down. All right, I'm starting with you, Simple. You've dropped down from that #1 spot, but it's a team game, right? So are you really that nervous? Because surely all they've got is ZywOo.
I mean, I'm just tired of all of them in our team. I mean, just want to win them at least once with our new roster. So it's our main goal to find our game and play best teams in the world, and we just want to compete against them and show what we can do.
Now, Apex, you do have the #1 player in the world. You do have very skilled, experienced players across the board, so surely this should be an easy game for you guys.
No, it's never easy, man. Even if we won the last 2 games against them, it's always tough games. It's always really, really exciting games. So they have a new roster, they have new motivation. I mean, new player, but still new roster. And for sure, it's going to be a tough one, and we're going to give it all to win it.
Well, I look forward to seeing it. Shake hands, guys. Go and take your spots. It's time to get into our opening game. It's NaVi taking on Vitality.
Got Undertaker for Simple. So there we have it, Simple and Apex. A lot of respect there
Fighting
between
words.
both of those players. Yeah, I was kind of waiting for the Undertaker to make his appearance, but wasn't quite the case.
You have to remember, Apex is provably a fan of Simple. He asked him for his config in the past. No one remembers that?
Nope.
Maybe keep up the track with the memes there. It's a real thing. He actually said it one time after like a FPL game or something.
Yeah, what's your config? Okay, the most asked
We've been
question
staying
ever.
off Twitter, me and Samler, a little bit lately, so it's not always a fun place to be. But look, I think here you have to have a lot of respect for each other, right? NaVi are a team right now, and I agree with the sentiment that Duncan was putting out there. Eventually, they will get the right mix. Eventually, Blade will get these guys in the right position. I think that the core of this team will go on to be the best team in the world or one of the best teams in the world, right? Depending on how Astralis pans on out without 2020. But coming into this one right now, I just think Vitality, we don't know what they've been practicing on. We don't know what they've been focusing on. We don't know what new stuff they have in their arsenal. With this roster for NaVi, they've played 11 maps. The bands are going to come in here. It'll be Train and Vertigo are the bands, guys. Should be no surprises here. NaVi, with the 11 maps they've already played, with Perfecto joining, they didn't play Vertigo. So that's going to tell me right there, it's going to continue to be their permaban. But they played every other map, right? They played Dust 2 3 times, Train 3 times, Nuke twice, and then Mirage, Inferno, and Overpass all once. So I think they'll probably go for a Dust 2 pick if you're NaVi, but Vitality, I don't know, it's really open.
I mean, Nuke would be the one if you want to punish NaVi. Like, they never particularly like the map that much. It's one that actually, bizarrely, Vitality does seem to win a lot on when they play. I think Dust 2 is the obvious pick. Like, like you said. So they go with Inferno.
I like it.
The problem with that is that that's always a map that NaVi likes to play, quite
Yeah.
frankly.
The thing is, when I watched them playing that Ice Challenge, now there was only one map as a sample size, their CT side looked really janky. Like, I would probably put it on par with the way the MIBR's CT side looked. It just didn't make sense.
So there we go. Pretty obvious. Now, this is also how you know that this is not the Zeus NaVi, because Zeus NaVi was terrible on Dust 2, and there's a reason why people used to just auto-pick it against them. So the fact that they pick it, they win it quite a lot. Obviously, they have mad skill. I will say, this is one of the maps where you really see, like, Boomich is not one of those world-class in-game leaders. He has a hard time switching it up if things don't go his way on the T side. So I'm certainly interested to watch this, because obviously you've given a chance to the Vitality guys. They used to love this map a while ago. Admittedly, don't really seem to play it with the Shocks edition. Weird in itself. He was always a player in that sense. So the question here is, does NaVi want to play Overpass as the decider? I would say with what's left, yes, rather than Nuke, surely.
Yeah, and just to add to that, Perfecto, he never really was in a team that favored Nuke in the past. I think on record with HLTV.org, he only has 12 Nuke games, but his most recent one, and it will be Nuke here as the third.
They're putting him in the tough spot here.
They played against Godsend, and he had some ridiculous rating on Nuke, so maybe already feeling relatively comfortable. I guess if you start on the CT side, throw him in one of those anchor positions, it's fantastic for locking down those areas. But that's if we go to 3, right? So the map pool is open for individuals to take over on both Inferno and Dust 2, which is a case here that we could have an absolute banger or a 2-0 either way if you know, we get the ZywOos of the world showing up, or Electronic and Simple are able to get it done over there. I really wasn't impressed with the way that NaVi approached their Inferno from what I've seen. Now, obviously, we know it's only a short period of time, right? But what I saw just the other day, it didn't look great. Their CT sides, I feel like they had Flamey and Boomich playing over towards B. Simple was just constantly in limbo. Perfecto didn't know where he was half the time. They were constantly chopping and changing mid-game. But if you go and read Blade's interview, that's stuff that they've been doing in their official matches so far because they haven't had a lot of time to practice. So maybe expect even more of that today. More signs here that if you're Vitality, you look into their Inferno demo, things could be completely different.
I think actually that Vitality's done a very good job in the veto, especially if you somehow convince NaVi at the end to give you Nuke as the decider.
Yeah.
Matt, that you've got a much better record on. You seem like you have the roles set more. That's even one of the maps where you can see they really do set up ZywOo on the CT side. Every position he goes to, he's got the smokes, he's got the flashes. He's basically set up to be the star player, which obviously not that often that the Oppers can do that. Meanwhile, when you watch NaVi on that map, I think they can be pretty unconvincing. They're super brittle on the T side. They either just run you over or they've got nothing. They're not really maneuvering around the map. So the one that we pointed out before here is, I actually think that the Shocks score there is the lowest of any player I've seen so far in Blast. I think even the MIBR players were higher than that. They were like maybe 75 or something. So Shocks is one of the, like, if this was a Hall of Fame scenario, he'd be going in first ballot. This guy's a legend of the game, but he's still active. He still thinks he can be a good player. He's got to have a better performance than that.
Yeah, that would lead me to believe that he had a pretty bad epicenter, all things considered, because if if these stats are taken right from the last 3 months,
he was pretty bad there.
So yeah, that means he must have had a pretty abysmal epicenter coming into, well, ending off the year, but they still won the trophy. So they finished on a high in some regard there. But ZywOo, the man there on the far right, I've watched a lot of games. Well, there's at least 2 highlights that stick on out for the Vitality roster where ZywOo's had to run up Banana at like a 15-14 scoreline or something ridiculous like that with an AWP and then get multiple entry frags and then continue pushing and just win the game himself, basically, right? So that's not a factor that they can be relying on here, but I think they probably saw some of the similar things that were issues for NaVi on their Inferno and want to try and exploit those coming in here today. And if they can start with the first map win and RPK's looking good, RPK, for some reason, just seems to be really good for Vitality on Dust 2. I don't understand why, but it's just a map where he seems to, stand up above his normal level of performance. So if we make it, when we make it to Dust 2, I'll be interested to see what type of form he's bringing.
What do we think about NaVi on Inferno here? Any of these players that we can keep an eye on?
I mean, the guy with the big score is the guy to watch, Electronic, because basically every time I saw them like at Epicenter, they basically just use him almost as a hard entry at times, and he's just so good with his aim. He can absolutely win that mid-range battle at the boxes. The point is, though, you put him in a tough spot asking him to run at a brick wall like that. He's one of your best players. Normally you want to have that guy going in second, or you set him up a little bit more. So I feel as though they do sit on his back quite a lot in this one. That's why I want to see Will Simple with the AWP be doing some entries.
Yeah, the problem I had with their CT side was the player that had floating around, right? Some rounds it was Perfecto, some rounds it was Flamey. I don't want either of those players moving around a lot, right? I want it to have to be Boomich or Simple, the ones, making the calls, making the reads, and using their intuition. Flamey, he's having to transition now to a secondary AWPing role, right? We've learned that from Blade. But with that in mind, he's always been a player we've looked at as a rock, as an anchor. So he's going to have a transitional period. And then if he's picking up the AWP on the CT side of Inferno, he's AWPing over towards B, Simple's AWPing over towards A. There's going to be a lot of overlap on your star there. I want to keep Simple as free as possible, so I don't even think Flamey should be touching the big green. Keep it out of his hands. Let him just, you know, sit in the middle of A site and mow some players down.
I also think that angle of like, yeah, but the thing is, Perfecto used to do that role in his old teams, garbage teams at a rubbish level. Like, as far as I'm concerned, he's never done that role. He's about to learn what his role is. Now, if he turns out not to be able to do the role they've given him, then maybe you swap it up. But at the moment, Flamey can at least do that role at a tier 1 level.
Sure.
There has to be a distinction in these areas, you know. It's a bit like when we look at the maps they're good on. Against online tier 4 games against teams that don't play real Counter-Strike, there's a big difference between the real teams online at tier 1 and whatever else you've experienced elsewhere in your career.
And this would depend on where they want the project to go. Do they want to win right now? Because if you want to win right now, make Perfecto as comfortable as possible and make the other players, the other supportive elements play around him so you can get the most out of him. Maybe you get a little bit less from Flamey, a little bit less from Boomich, but if you're still getting the max out of Electronic and Simple, that should be enough. Or do they want this to be a long project? And that could go
Sounds
into
like that's what they're going more towards, right, in the interviews.
That's more of going to be, you know, a slower learning process. But Blade was saying that they're just going to practice every single day, even with the threat of burnout. So, look, for somebody who's going to have done his homework, Blade's going to look at all the tendencies here. But once again, 48 days since the last official of Vitality. What they could have changed in that time, we don't know. None of us have had the opportunity to practice against them. None of us have had the opportunity to kind of see what's going on behind closed doors. They could come out here with a whole different game plan. They could come out here with CT-sided positions swapped around. That means any homework that Blade's done, it's out the window.
Is it a factor that NaVi are going to be perhaps a little bit warmed up because they had the Ice Challenge? They actually had that event leading up to yesterday.
Yeah.
No rust, exactly. So, I mean, is that perhaps something that can play in their favor? There's only one best of 3 today.
I personally think boot camps are mad overrated in terms of the idea that you're individual performing, but no, it's the tactics and the things you can work on outside of the game is what you get from the boot camp. You're actually always risking it if you take as many days as that, like 48 days. That's a lot of time to have not played an official game. I'd rather be the team, even if you're lost, that's got match fitness. You played in a game, you've already maybe had a bad map, you've started to adjust to some of the maps you're not as comfortable on. Like, you're coming in actually, in theory, prepped. So I agree on the tactical end, who knows? I mean, they don't seem like they even know what they're doing yet, but individually, that's why I would give the edge to the NaVi guys at the moment.
Well, I'm pretty sure now, gentlemen, that we are ready to go into the game. Are we sticking by our predictions real quick?
Yeah. Vitality.
Yeah? Vitality all the way.
NaVi 2-0.
You and I are tied. I've got NaVi.
This
is where it's going down. But it is going to be time now for me to hand it over to our commentators. And to kick off the day, it will be Scrawny and Launders. So, gentlemen, take it away.
Yes, thank you, Semler. That's right. One step closer, ladies and gentlemen, to getting into what is the very first map, the very first matchup of Week 2 here in London. I see a few familiar faces. I see some new ones, too. So thanks for joining us, guys. It's going to be a great match. 2 giants of Counter-Strike, a fresh 5 on the side of NaVi.
Yeah.
Launders, I hope you're as excited as I am.
I am, and I was actually wondering how many fans we have of Alex in the building. He's obviously from London. Do we have any local fans here for Alex? Yeah, we go. Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure I know how to pander
Mom's
to the
in the
crowd.
corner, I guess.
Okay, cool. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, first match, and I think what Sponge brought up was the most important point was that we don't know what they've changed in the amount of time that they've taken off. They look forward to playing here, obviously, and NaVi. It was also a question of, is it a net positive that they played in the ICE event just yesterday, right? Like, yesterday, NaVi missed most of the media day because they were in the middle of this best of 5.
Right,
they end up losing 3-1 to Mouse Sports, which is not too bad. Obviously, Mouse Sports, like, I think officially higher ranked than them on HLTV. Don't know how they felt about it coming into it, but it's not nothing to be ashamed of.
Right.
But how do they feel now after that loss?
Fair enough, right? What's the bounce back? I think there was a nice interview with Perfecto that came out just earlier today on HLTV saying he thinks his adaptation's going well, but it's the confidence that he needs to work on. So let's see, ladies and gentlemen, as the first pistol's ready to get rolling, whether NaVi have the confidence here on Inferno.
Oh, we've had some pretty good games here at Blast, but now we've got ZWoo versus Simple.
Oh, what a treat to kick off 2020. Here we have it, ZWoo and co. Many bodies already up inside of the apartments.
As Chad brought up, they did well in the veto. Or sorry, I think Thorn actually pointed that out, that this is not a bad veto for Vitality considering the maps we've seen so far. Looks like they'll move right on this Execute Inferno.
A T-smoke.
A middling map for them.
That allows for that Molotov to be thrown without him being peeked. But no real play off of this. Perfecto's going to try and slip back closer towards the bomb site. He sees many bodies pressuring that Arch side, and they use Arch to now compromise CT spawn. But do they go to B? Certainly a possibility. The pinch not close to Banana, so that gives Flamey a little bit of time to watch back, but he drops instantly. And the last question will be, is there another member of NaVi? There most certainly is. Boomich, snappy headshot, but over here on the A site, Alex, he's down to the 1 versus 1. Bombs being planted at B. Oh! Simple stabs him, and Boomich with another headshot. It swung back so quickly, but Shox is still alive. Perfecto's gonna try to sprint this. He holds, dodging bullets. Shox posted for the headshot. Lowest rated player of these 10. And down he goes in the clutch.
Wow, wow. That was some bad communication there. When NaVi opened up Archway, which is something that, as we talked to with Twist, is a thing that less and less teams are doing, is trying to take Arch on the pistol, and that works so well for Vitality. They take Arch, they get into CT spawn. The rotations don't come out on the A site right away, and then all these ridiculous kills happen. Simple waiting there for someone coming around the corner with a knife. But Flamey gets caught off guard so fast in CT spawn because nobody tells him that once Arch is compromised, they could have ran through CT. That's a gap in the defense for NaVi, a little bit of a worry for them, but they still win the round, which is what's much more important.
Yeah, I think that we have to props Boomich in that situation, just playing close smoke next to the Banana, right? Getting his eyes back down towards CT spawn once the first 2 players of the offense had gotten through construction. You know, he catches the 3rd player who's running past positions that had gone unchecked. Frag grenades, thrown down ult. SMGs in play, of course, all across the board.
They're out to bracket, wrapping lane now. Perfecto on the site, crossfire in the pit, 2 backs turn to him, 3 down with the bombers, looking for 4, and he can't get more. Shox will eventually trade. 2v3 now for Vitality.
Yeah, these last 2 players both stuck up on the bomb site. Good smoke spam from Apex. That's the kind of play that's going to get Perfecto's confidence boiling early on. But a pop flash for a short peek, not going to blind either of the 2 players. Swapping to the empty FAMAS is a bit of a sketchy situation for Shox, but he's all right. Bomb's now halfway gone. Apex is going to run out into the open. He's all alone in this position. He's got pressure from both sides, anticipates the jump up, but Flamey takes him down, and it's a 2nd round for NaVi.
Wow, definite chance there. Can't even believe they pick up the defuse and all that madness, but yeah, what a round from Perfecto. It was easy with his teammate causing a distraction from the pit, but it seemed like nobody had the protocol to clear the site, and if your teammate's got his back turned trying to open up the crossfire, that trade's got to come out, or somebody's got to give him more attention. It just comes in, but just a bit too late. He's even delayed a lot by the time he gets the 3rd kill, stands behind the pillar, and feels like he can freely take a fight because he feels like he's got the round locked up. We now move into round 3, and the story, obviously, for Vitality is that in these series, most of the time, they're doing well versus NaVi. In the series they win, it's 2-1, but the 2 maps they win look very good. They once again get a very strong veto. This is a map NaVi probably need to pick up. It's a map that Vitality's win rate's not amazing on. A map they're still happy to play, though.
It's a great place for them to open up this series, all in all, I'd say. Good chance to bounce back. Oh, Le Papillon with a hell of a headshot. Oh, a 2nd! And there's about to be a 3rd peek here from Simple, but there it is. A response that now has him standing in the open, deals with the pressure well, pushes it just to Alex, but that's a crucial trade off of the Deagle. It gives him enough time. He could have picked up the M4, but instead, he's just going to go immediately into the post plant so that he has the timing, so that he can work back around Boomich, who has no idea he is so exposed to this. All the while, we have a player walking up, and now he takes that kill. The question is, can he land another? Flamey, there he is, straight in front of the crosshair on the edge of the smoke, and he's gonna work closer. No kid, the spam is his! Alex, big brain, big play.
Gotta love how he cuts. Noise right there with the Deagle, moves off, grabs the M4, plays it patiently. Has the chance to get spammed down in the smoke, but man, that patience is so good. What a round from Shox 2. These 2 Deagles, first of all, compromising the pit and then taking out the first 2 lines of defense who have to fight him in their own territory. The 1v2, nicely played from Alex. Jumping up into halls as well.
Making
a big
the
risk,
move.
obviously, but if he gets into the halls, it makes the round a whole lot longer for Vitality, or for NaVi, who have to find him.
Timing's the name of the game. He just worked the clock. NaVi left fighting in tatters here. 4 pistols, SMG. Small collections of utility mixed in. And Vitality have a clear plan here, pressuring the top of Banana immensely. Boomich barely alive, but still able to connect at least one shot, and he has teammates here to help him. How much will Vitality force this issue?
Yeah, he's a sack of meat right now. He just wants to last as long as he can. His teammates cannot safely help him with just the pistols to their names. Now, it looks like Vitality have actually, they've turned their attention back towards mid, but Electronic is looking for the reach around into the bottom in their spawn. Could potentially make a huge round of this.
This is big for Electronic. He's going to cut off players. He hears movement, but it's ZywOo honed in and ready for it.
Can't get one past Buzz Lightyear.
Automatic lock on. Simple falls prey to the headshot. He's going to have his teammate move forward. Flamey on that SMG. Fully blind. Lucky to be alive, and, well, it's not for much longer. He was kind of left to his own devices there as Simple peeled back towards spawn. He was worried of that flank. Perfecto, in the meantime, has found nothing. No damage taken, no fire exchanged.
It's good enough flashbang for them to cross CT spawn, and they trust it. They keep eyes on the site. Full flashed is Flamey. Boomich has had a really big come up recently. So has Alex. Actually, I think of anybody, he's got most improved in the last few months. Him and RPK, now with ZywOo, are a legitimate core. And as for NaVi, just like with every other story of a new player that's come onto a very strong lineup, Brokey, for example, could be like the Perfecto for NaVi. Perfecto has had a slight drop-off from the competition that he used to play against. That's natural. It's not gone off too much that you're worried about him. He's definitely, obviously, still been a very good pickup recently, but he's not shining like he used to, which is normal. He's fitting into a new system versus much better competition. It's going to hurt the stats. We're now going to take this 2-2, move into another round where it's just pistols for NaVi. They won't be able to afford much. They can still win, of course. Vitality have to play it carefully. There's always just the threat of the crossfire on Banana and the crossfire at top mid. No amount of nades will ever make that less scary.
Making quick work of Boomich. First man to fall. So little to work with. Is it wild to you as well, Mohan? I was kind of shocked that, you know, yesterday, the first official MVP for Electronic.
Yeah.
You know, considering how long he's been on NaVi, considering how impressive he's been and how high up he is in the yearly rankings, I guess with teammates like his, it's hard to shine sometimes, but props to him for adding the first medal.
Well, that's literally it. I mean, if Simple's on the team, he's going to get more MVPs, right? That's just the name of the game. And it has been razor thin in terms of the difference between them at tournaments where Simple's won the MVP. It's more sad for Mousesports, who I think, as Peter mentioned on Twitter, it's the fourth time that they played a final where one of their players hasn't gotten the MVP. And I think it's been NaVi to steal it more than once. I remember Simple stealing it the first time, I believe, when it became more of a standard to be able to do that.
Twist took one too.
Yeah.
Sad days.
Yeah, he looked very sad, but he took it.
Yeah, the most depressed MVP of any tournament winner. But as expected, this round, nothing to remember. We had that early kill on Boomich at the top of Banana, and ever since then, it was this inevitable play towards the B site. Bomb's gone down, no casualties for Vitality. So this is really good for them. On the start of a T side, where they lost the pistol, they now surpass NaVi. That 3-2 lead. But it's a good chance to take a quick gander at the Betway odds. Vitality at the 1.5.
Yeah, still favored. Again, if you look at past results, it's hard to say like Vitality aren't favored. The only thing is that there's such a big question mark. But out of the boot camp so far, from the teams that we've seen very positive things. Sure. I'd say overall. Only problem is, of course, everybody says they have a good boot camp, but some people still lose in the matches. And we don't know. And the other thing is that, like talking to Glaive yesterday about the rust of just taking a break, no matter how good you were coming out of the break.
The ring rust.
Yeah, having to wait, and then you come into a studio setting, you've got fans in the crowd, you're a little bit nervous. Once again, you're not used to it. And they've got to get that unrust in that perspective as well. And NaVi have just come from Milan, so they've got that adrenaline dump out of the way. They might start off a little bit hotter here, but Vitality up 3-2. CT side is out, and of course, it's Inferno. Lots of fire here out at mid on Banana, but the T's are postured at B. However, Simple, auto shotgun in the halls, and it looks like he's not allowing any more tenants. He's going to drop him incendiary, fall back in a pit. This is a perfectly fine position for him. I don't know if anybody's coming to get him a better gun, but he can't recover the one that he dropped.
Nope, just gonna have to be happy with the kill. Flashbang, a little off the mark here. Flamey, he's gonna be isolated on the back of this bomb site, and there's plenty of players looking at him, so to no surprise, he goes down. And Alex doubling up as he punishes Boom and just pushed through the smoke. Another headshot. We talked about the individuals at times stepping up alongside ZywOo. That kind of left-right combo that somebody in their roster tends to mix with him, no matter the event. Well, Alex, he was watching our analyst Launders. He had some words to say. He was a little upset he wasn't the favorite in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about. I think he is. I think officially you'd have to give it to him based on what we've seen, but that doesn't mean necessarily that they'll win. It's obviously a very, very close match in some regards, and the map pool makes things interesting. But Alex, in particular, when he first came on the roster and they started making waves, I think individually was up and down, extremely up and down. Recently, he's been very good. So that's a great sign. Electronic will hold on to his gun. They could have saved 3 guns this round if they didn't hang out in CT spawn and try to fight for that extra second. Alex spams one with the SG through the smoke here. That's the second kill, both entries on B itself. And then this third player who should have been saving, that's for Perfecto. At this point, the round was done. The round was done. You had the turn tail. Both your teammates were still on the A site. You're over in CT spawn. There's no way you're going to get anything going through a smoke. Maybe you wanted to take a look to see if it was still smoked. But obviously,
maybe hoping just to put some shots through it. Maybe hoping that there wouldn't have been a snappy headshot, but we kick this round off just like the last time NaVi were playing off pistols, an immediate 5 versus 4 advantage. So, I mean, we talk about Inferno being one of these maps where you can just set up these close-range crossfires, but when you're throwing away the first kill in the opening 10 seconds in back-to-back pistol rounds, you're just asking Vitality to take this 3-round lead.
Got a gun here for Electronic. Oh, he's gonna push through with it. What a spray! Holy smokes! Lightning fast, wasting no bullets whatsoever. M4 is in an unrecoverable spot, but that's still almost 10K dropped off. Boomich is gonna go incognito here. So he opens up a new Chrome tab and browses some websites that we can't talk about. Oh my goodness! In the back of the head, you know that's the hard one. Another body shot, but he can't make it 3. However, he does leave his teammate now in a 1v1.
Here we go. They got a little desperate. They make some action. And Perfecto now, this would be a huge clutch for them to pick up a robbery of a round, but he's given a route for Apex to completely dodge him. He's gone.
Is he going to take it to A? Interesting. Hey, I guess he's got one in the pocket here. No matter where he goes, he's got time.
Sure.
There's going to be the second guess here from Perfecto as to how it's being played.
Thing is, Perfecto will have more time to play this clutch because of the fact that he doesn't have to sprint over towards the B site. Doesn't have a kit. That's 5 seconds less than what he'd have. But, I mean, look at Apex. He's kind of played himself. He anticipates that Perfecto would have worked over towards that B bomb site, but it is planted for him. There's only a single flashbang for Perfecto on a 10-second stick. He's going to need a crisp headshot, and Apex can just play with the timing here. Force him off of it, and it's over.
I love this play. That's so good. Since he saw Perfecto at mid.
So frustrating.
Well, since he sees Perfecto at mid, he knows that Perfecto could actually meet him at B, right? If Perfecto wanted to go for a hard read, he could have made it there at almost the exact same time as him. Even though Perfecto hangs out at mid, though, Apex has a clear plan.
Yep.
So that's guaranteed. Smart moves by him. And man, what an amazing round though from NaVi players on the pistol, just for both of their efforts. A good attempt. It's a tough 1v1 to be able to pull out.
It's one of those clutch situations that's like it's just made so impossible based on time. And a clean mind from Apex. That post plant, he knew exactly what he was doing. Had the cutoff in CT spawn. If in fact Perfecto had been outplayed and had to scurry over as quick as possible, well, you find him deep CT with a knife out. And you saw what happened. Tapped the bomb, could do nothing more. But a more successful pistol round from NaVi than the last one we had seen. I tried to criticize those 4v5s early, and they almost turned it back. Now Mohan, they're back in with the guns, and Simple has an op.
The chickens torment us every round on Inferno.
Oh, success already.
Wow, yeah, that's out at mid. I think it was somebody who jumped in the pit. He went for the quick peek. There's a teammate down who could have helped with banana control. They'll go for apartments. They've got position in it. Boomix comes out with his first trade. That's huge. Apex running out in front of the smoke. They're down to 5v3. Chances are already slim. So much HP left here for NaVi. Only Boomich is hurt.
All going to group up here close to the apartments. NaVi do not have to pressure outside of the bomb site. They can just kernel up, which they will. Simple's going to take the place of Perfecto, use that AWP here on Arch side, which is where the T-smoke lies. Still, plenty of utility to get this one done. Curious to see what they hold on to in the post plant if they get that far. Here we have it. Electronic off with a flash, goes down empty-handed, and Perfecto's gonna have to be relegated to the top of the box. Simple smoked off, and Perfecto distracting with utility here. Simple, very dangerous, but shocks. He finds that timing, wraps around Arch side, and he has Perfecto isolated. Down in the back of the site he goes, 20 seconds. And that bomb is not yet planted. A Molotov that blocks off default, but he's got the safety of the pillar. Smokes now fade. Flamey back at bat. He's gonna get that first one. Shocks, low HP, single smoke. Had an AK in hand. They've got to find the timing here. He's gonna lay down that smoke. It gives him a bit more room to work, but Boomich also low health. Has it. Wow. Little difference in the verticality.
Let him know. He calls that out. He could have, come over top of Graveyard as you naturally do. Shocks is prepared for that option. He just swings out from the doorway.
The level change got Shocks.
Yeah.
That's a one-bullet duel.
Right, yeah. Comes close once again. Oh my God. What a round. And here's that opening kill. Alex wanted the duel. Instant pre-fire.
This is...
Jesus, these entries. And then Shocks also, he does so much damage early. He gets a very pivotal kill. He's been in all of these very important positions. That's a total read there by Boomich. Huge play by him. Oh, he tried. I guess he threw something over, tried to bait out that kind of response. Big
wild
brain
round.
Boomich.
Ooh, that AWP is set up early yet again. It's a round won by NaVi, but economic woes just goes to show money is power. We've got 2 SMGs for Flamey and Perfecto and an opening kill for Vitality. Lost them some health, but Electronic. I feel like the utility's been so on point from Vitality, but there's the answer, just one. Just one, and now they know Perfecto's position. He is pinned in pit, burning to a crisp as Shocks comes out from apps and brings this back for Vitality.
That's a save. They're too far away. They can't do anything about this. RPK's low, but that's the only thing they've got. What's most important is the kills. This match so far, in terms of the rounds that we've already seen so many clutch situations. We've got a number of bomb plants, which is obviously a great sign for Vitality, just because they're going to be making so much money, but the amount of deaths is insane.
Back-to-back 1v1s.
Yeah. This is one of those games, even though we've reverted the economy changes, that because of the amount of clutch rounds, there's so many swing situations that are based on 1v1s. It's going to be hard to boil down to who had a better grip on the side, as opposed to who won the more important rounds. But that's obviously the game we play when we have NaVi and Vitality.
It's a tough pill to swallow. NaVi lose 5 rounds in a row. Hey, bada boom, bada bing. Perfecto had given his position away, supporting Electronic on that arch flash. So Shox being ready for him really sealed the deal.
It's a game of camaraderie and frustration. Attack called by NaVi. Down 3 rounds, but certainly not out. Looking for a plan on the pistol. Have enough to invest a bit in Electronic. They'll keep the 1 gun recovered, take that over. Full utility belt for Flamey. So there's something. They have a kit as well. They'll vest up a little bit, actually. They're going to have a buy here. Electronic's going to get involved. They're purchasing armor on a few players. That's not bad at all. Simple's got an op. Simple has an op right now.
You've seen him go for these early picks down mid, down banana, shifting his feet to either side of the map, but unsuccessful here in the 10th at taking down anyone early. Shox is no fool. He knows the threat looms near. Do they anticipate Perfecto being boosted up, though? Again, little element of level change.
Yeah. Simple roaming with the op. Molotov to separate him from his friends. Shox has been so good in the halls, working by himself, looking for the opening duel. Simple flash back in the spawn. They jump out, kill his teammates. Perfecto and Simple chime in, but then Apex trades.
Yep, Simple, he knows that as time goes on, he's gonna be wrapped on. Pops back up and is shut down. Alex can't cut off the rotator, so that's a crucial kill because it puts NaVi into a situation where they can still come in with the retake. And we've seen it boil down to the 1v1s. We've seen these plants not ensure rounds. Couple of flashes, 1 left for Boomich, but he's looking to play off of the Deagle and he's blinded by his teammate. He can't get anything off of it. Finds himself in possession of an AK-47 and he tucks tail. Wow. A 7th round for Vitality.
Yeah, a lot of these rounds we look at, they're like feasible for just a moment. Critical kill there to make it a 2v1. Boomich will just have to, he's got too much to save. This is really important that they get away from this. What a series of entries. First of all, great flashbang to get out of halls. Once they're on the site, they do exactly what they need to do. They flash Simple off so he won't be able to fight. Killing him is second priority. Killing his teammates is number 1 because he's the one who was supposed to be watching halls in the first place. When you have a teammate like Simple, he's going to roam around a lot. He might not tell you every time he moves. Here, he probably can't corroborate this information as quickly as he'd like to. His teammates have no choice but to focus on mid because they're watching Boiler and mid together in very volatile spots. But because he can't help them in that single moment, they come out and win the round off the entries. Dan, crazy eyes, Madagascar. Madagascar.
Madagascar.
Madagascar.
Yeah.
Eclair.
Whoa, another one. The second successful trio of grenades sent down banana.
We gotta take that like a screenshot, and that's like moments before tragedy happens, right?
It was at this moment that he knew.
Say it.
He was done for. Still that op for Zywoo. Heavy numbers here for Vitality, about to pummel Boomich. I think they've got the weight advantage as the flashes have him scared, but he's ready to come back in for more. 3, 4, and almost 5. Only RPK survives that situation, and a grenade will take him down.
With the assist to his name as well. We look at Ice and we saw one of the greatest clutch rounds that we've seen in the last few months with obviously Chris J pulling off that 1v5, and that spray down is here, was almost here to compete. What an amazing attempt there on the ace, working the B site all alone as his teammate got triple naded before spotting a single person. Double damage on these AK bullets as they could penetrate their opponents and their teammates.
All right, Boomich. A brick wall at that B-bomb site. He's gonna take Flamey's place at the front of this. It's his turn to dodge grenades, and he's gonna get dinked. Doesn't want to gamble his life away. Not at what is another crucial turning point for NaVi. They have lost this half so far, but it's only going to take one more clean round win to shift that momentum back.
Yeah, that could have been a lot worse. Boomich, you know, dink down a little bit. He's trying to overstack A, but now he's coming back to help his teammate. Flamey's going to give him a tip. They're going to move in off the smoke. If they see him playing in the spawn, there hasn't been a player in the site quite often. Another spray down attempt, but it's decent trades.
A better situation than last. Vitality going to get this bomb plant down. They have halfway decent utility for the post plant. Molly first, that buys time. It's a matter of waiting out this smoke grenade, putting down their own. There's nobody actually cut off in this position from Banana. Very much just Vitality at the depth of this bomb site. Sitting back like a trap, ready to spring. Here comes Shox. He's gonna have to get all three, and Electronic has other ideas. 5 rounds for NaVi as a decent spray down off the smoke from Flamey sets them up for what was a pretty clean retake in the end.
I really like how Vitality are approaching the sites. There are some great flashes and individual plays from NaVi here that are keeping them in this, especially the way that Boomich is playing around his CT smoke. They almost always know he's there. Sorry, I think it was Flamey, and then Boomich had actually rotated back through construction. He, in the beginning of the round, tried to leave and go back to A. So rotations have been pretty solid there for NaVi. They get into a spot where Vitality expecting them to come through the smoke, but they still have another out in Boomich, who's rotated over to Coffins. So a little bit difficult here for Vitality as they're getting to top Banana very easily. They get the execute going that they want to. They even know where one of the fights will come from for sure. They're still losing the round. Again, it's to talk about how good NaVi look in that round, because even though in this half they're trying to keep up, this game's not over no matter what at this point. 7 rounds for Vitality is not enough to call it, and I think even if they pulled out the rest, I wouldn't call it too early. But it looks like NaVi are still on track to get 1, if not 2 or 3 more.
Be a good time to do it again. You mentioned, right, because of the close nature of some of those rounds, it was going to be a hard reflection to see who really had control of this half. But this is NaVi's last chance to write a final chapter on a CT side that should have an edge. 3 rounds in a row would be fantastic.
They don't have to change a whole lot. I think they just have to they have to trust their B players. We got a bit of a tech here. We're gonna have. I think they just have to be able to trust their B players right now, because Boomich is doing a fantastic job. Like, it feels like for us watching that it's very dangerous, the situations he's in.
Yeah.
But he seems to always understand exactly what kind of fight he's trying to take. He's up to 16 kills right now. He's like by far and away fragging harder than anyone on NaVi.
Nobody else in double digits.
And Vitality are in a trap where they like to go B because they're getting a lot of the map control very easily. So we've seen Boomich. I mean, he's been there fighting at the top of the smoke at the half wall, spraying, taking duels, getting dinked through the wood, falling back, and then still having impact. So it's a really scary fight for Vitality. He's been kind of a one-man army. And also, over on the A side, Vitality also have had great executes. Good flashes on that Halls pop in that previous round that they won. But in that situation, the overstacks are pretty good from NaVi as well. They have a lot of chances to lose players and still win with the rotations that have been coming out for them.
Quick tech done. Good job, team. We're right back into this with a full-fledged buy on both sides. Oh, Boomich. Damn, man. That's dangerous. And Perfecto, he's going to get scared away from the idea of running through that smoke. Maybe because of the sheer number of bodies Boomich spotted. But that's twice that we really see him try to force the issue off of Carr, looking to spray down and get these early B picks. He loses his life, so the by far heaviest hitter of NaVi thus far is down in round 13.
Gets to kill some information. So the 1-for-1 makes it a bit sketchy. Alex opping on this round here on the T side. They could try to crack open mid. Nobody's peering around bracket. Simple, once again, is roaming, as he should be. Never afraid to get information, something very critical to do on the CT side. With old NaVi, under the guidance of Zeus, there was a lot of gamble stacks on the CT side, not so much seeking out information. That seems to have changed a little bit. Line of sight here through the curvature of the smoke, just off of the corner, looking for any feet that he can find. Thirsty man that he is.
Over it goes, but Simple. Too easy. little bit of a lineup, and it couples nicely with Electronics frag here in Apps. Suddenly, Alex is left all alone. NaVi swinging back this half now.
He spotted it. 10 seconds, can hold on to this very expensive piece of weaponry. And there's not enough for a NaVi. You think for sure Simple is going to want to try to get this if he can, peering into the angle, but Alex will win the duel. But it's the... Oh, it looks like it's the battle and the war. No one will be able to find him. NaVi pick up another one. And although Boomich dies 1 for 1 and early, he potentially stops a rush. He doesn't know, we don't know if that's what the plan would be if they got his kill, so him getting the 1 might be very important. But a great lane setup here from NaVi. Again, a team that I feel like have always struggled to look for information when they needed to on the CT side. Here are being much more proactive. I think I missed a funny moment.
Just, you know, Apex in his faces. I love that Simple read that deep arch smoke last round. I feel like that's the reason he pushes forward and lines up 2 players. Vitality indicating they wanted players blocked off. But now Boomich is going to have a much easier job. No grenades to dodge, no bullets flying back. He's already managed to drop RPK. Alex, though, still potentially in his way. Just on the other side of this smoke, but they're making noise.
Look at this. He is not afraid.
Damn, man.
Oh my God, they're jumping all over top of him.
He's gonna walk right through this, and it's gonna be an easy 2-piece, because he knows the scope is there. How about another? Boomich, making mincemeat of this anti-eco. 21 kills as Simple sits second best at 10.
He's got an ace, man. That's an easy kill right there. Almost to round out the half, man. He has had his fair share and more. What an astronomical performance so far here on the CT side. And I think the most impressive part is how often he's working alone. On the other side of the smoke, in enemy lines, kills a player, shoots someone in the back on Banana with over a minute to go, and then ends up acing the entire team.
Take a little quick at that ADR, 172.
172 after 15 in the 15th rounds. Yeah, I thought this was, you know, the Simple and Ziwu show.
Yeah, I mean, they're coming off of ice, but he doesn't look chilled.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, we have another, oh, we've got another quick tech, a little tech. Can't give anything away. So we see the headphones off Simple.
Yep.
Don't tell him any secrets. Okay. Everybody stay calm. For Vitality, they've got, I feel like I can't say anything right now.
It's
I
tough
wanted
to
to
talk
talk
about
strategy
the game.
there for a second.
Well, we can talk about our impressions of NaVi. I was very hopeful to get kind of more of an understanding of Perfecto. I think it's a curious storyline, right? Like, I mean, I know personally you and I, we haven't seen him really since almost a year back, right? When he's playing with Simon at the CIS minor for Katowice, and he didn't really make as many waves as his teammates in that moment. So he kind of just slipped back under the radar, but that's a big step up in terms of team that he has found.
That's your dream
himself
organization, right? If you're in the CIS region, this
he wants to be this guy.
Yeah, this is like for players joining NIP or Fnatic in Sweden, or for I guess, well, I don't know if anybody has aspirations of joining like FaZe as an international lineup, depending on where they're from. But Brokey getting on that team, for example, playing with his idols, that's the same story.
I think if you guys would like to learn more about Perfecto, if you're unfamiliar with him, like you should be.
Where can they read about him?
It's not actually, I mean, they can read about him in his HLTV article. Came out earlier today. You could also go check out, a little shout out, Hawka CS.
Okay.
His most recent YouTube video was about an analysis of Perfecto's gameplay. I haven't queued it up myself, but I intend to. Hawka does good work with his content, so it's a good chance to learn early.
And he has a great little Hawk intro.
Yeah.
You get to hear what does it sound like?
Something like that.
That's the intro.
Something close.
Yeah, it's worth it just for the intro.
Far more intimidating than a chicken. But how about some highlights?
Why don't we watch that Boomich H one more time?
Let's.
Mastermind of the game, Boomich, from the top of Banana. And once again, he's always in a new spot. Jumping up on top of the boxes basically, look how far back Flamey is in this situation. He's literally sitting on the coffins in this round, and nobody's there to even help him trade. I don't know. From where Flamey's sitting, he can throw a pop flash, goes over the top of the wall. I don't even think he throws it in that spot, though, once Boomich is at the bottom of Banana. I wonder if they're using him as a mercenary to see how many kills he can get, if not win Banana, or die, and then maybe try to early rotate. But it's such an atypical setup for them to use on Banana.
It's a good time to bring up that ace, actually. You know, Boomich, in the meantime, while we're sitting in this pause, says this pause is actually for his heart, because after that ace, he needs time to set back down Mohan. A little too intense. If we're going to bring any other highlights up, Joey, let's get on that 4K as well from Boomich. What was nearly an ace. Incredibly close. That 4.5 kills off of the smoke grenade. I love that he stuck on the side of the smoke to get that first headshot. I mean, you know, as a B player, if there's 3-4 players, you're not going to get them all in the re-peak. Here's a nade package.
These have been great. Yeah, Vitality, I mean, in some of the rounds they've come close or won versus Banana. It was when they did all of this invisible damage, and it's as if they the nades know where Flamey is. They leave their heat-seeking grenades.
It's like poor Flamey, right? He tries to play Banana. He gets blown out from behind the sandbags.
Yeah.
He gets smashed on the wall on peak.
Right.
Boomich takes his place. Ace.
Ace. They can't find him. They throw no nades at him.
But it is a slight shift up in positioning too, right? Think about, I mean, we saw Flamey behind boxes. We saw Flamey positioned a little more cautiously. He wasn't throwing himself into the Molotovs like Boomich has. And sometimes it is just those slight differences that really poises him to succeed. So very well done. Again, 22 kills in the first 14 rounds of this map.
Yeah, not sure what's happening. It looks like we might go out to lunch soon. Everybody taking off their headphones. We should
doing some detective work.
Okay.
We had some
the players giving anything away in the chat?
Looked like a little keyboard issue for Electronic.
Okay.
Little shift key. Maybe he's walking too much.
That's good. Good. I feel like that's a good thing. For Apex, he's whole W gang. Okay.
Actually, it's at this moment that I now realize Flamey's just sitting at 4 kills, Mo.
You want to bring that up?
Well,
that's a little rude.
Kind of, right?
Okay.
But I think it's one of those moments where it's like his sitemate in Boomich has just been doing so much more above and beyond.
It feels like Flamey's not getting the telegram that says, hey, I'm going to push this round.
Yeah.
Because he's not with him.
He's in the back of construction.
He's like, yeah, what's going on?
Fumbling smokes.
I thought we were playing passive this round.
Damn, man. Boomich. That one AWP as well in his ace round. You know, it was like the one looming threat. Didn't scare him. Not in the least bit.
So I think we'll maybe, I don't know, hopefully just get a new keyboard. I realize, like, you know, we've got like 8 million RGB on these keyboards, so it's important to have that specific one, but maybe they could have a backup, or someone can just come and replace. They can use someone's keyboard that's lying around.
Yeah. We've got some in the back.
Yeah.
No, it's just a keyboard. If it's a mouse,
yeah,
I get
a mouse,
it.
It makes sense.
Yeah,
a mouse, you know, I'm going to the ends. I'm going to hang out in the tech pause as long as I can to wait for my mouse, because I'm not going to win this match unless I have my specific mouse. I get that.
Shox is 1 Deeks. These ones were early days. Some crisp pit play. Alex, great timing on his clutch. Walk back around Boiler. Didn't waste any time picking up weapons. You know, we've had some individual prowess so far, Mohan.
Yeah. Again, if we look at like Alex's recent
frag.
HLTV ratings, like he has been really, first of all, he's really high up on the Blast score, which is just a consolidation of performances, not just at Blast events, but in recent memory. Which, as we know, like, I think recency is very important when it comes to player performances. Players will tell you that much. How good you were last year matters almost not at all compared to the last 3 months. And there's been some good entries back both ways.
This one.
Good entries, good denials. Yeah, this is the ace that this is the round that we'll never talk about again, but could have been one of the most fantastic aces.
Would have been a 4 flash assist ace as well for Simple in that situation. So, you know, you've always got to give props to the utility man.
Yeah.
It's not made possible without a flash thrower. And that's, I think, like in hindsight, one of the best like low-key updates. just getting your flash assists in the kill feed. Because now when I'm bottom fragging, I can just point to those as an excuse.
No, there's all kinds of things that you can argue about with the scoreboard. Cool. People, you're like, yeah, I'm top fragging, and then you go, check more stats. I've got more ADR, and now someone can go, yeah, but check my flash assist. You're half the player I am.
Right, which now that I mention it, you know, we can't. If I took the time to point out the fact that Boomich is at 22 kills and his sitemate Flamey's on 4, let's contrast those flashbangs. Well, Boomich has 4 flashes, effective flashes, while Flamey's sitting up there at 19.
Yeah, so Flamey's the one that's been sitting there flashing. Yeah.
Who would have thought?
He should, yeah. I mean, I feel like every round Boomich should just give him one of his flashes, and then Boomich would get even more kills because Flamey's doing such a good job from back there. Flamey's the guy who, when he got picked up on the team, was immediately one of the star players of NaVi, was the side anchor, and the guy who played the headshot angle, who was a literal tank, who would sit there on like barrels on overpass or in the
ramp on nuke.
whatever, ramp on nuke, and just, I mean, almost turn his bray off. Literally just have people run into him and look like bots as he mowed them down. And now one of the more tenured players on the team, and it has taken a backseat to some of the younger blood. I think it's fine. We talked to Olaf about something similar, where we're at a position where I can feel comfortable saying to Olaf, like, how do you even look at yourself right now with the lineup that you have? Obviously, his #1 priority is winning tournaments. It's not so much his individual performances. He's already shown people how good he has been individually in the past, plus his majors on top of all that. And so it's like not even an ego thing to be like, well, at this point, there's players on my team that can do that job just fine. They also got a lot more potential and a lot more time that they can peak at. Why am I not just helping them do that?
If anything, I think that, you know, he's kind of killed his ego in that regard. When we had him on the Overtime show last week, well, he said it himself. Like, he is not the same player he used to be, and he doesn't think he ever will be that player again.
Yeah.
He mentioned his surgery. He mentioned the mentality change that he had to have coming back from that, not just the physical rehabilitation. So he's a changed man, but still the Olaf we all love.
Quick plug to Overtime. If you stick around after the last match, we have a show that happens right here on the stage where we will interview a player and just talk about what happened in the last match, just go over a round or two with them from the winning team of the last game. And then we've also got a very special new segment that comes through at the end.
We do. Just small spoiler.
Okay, go for it.
It includes rubber gloves.
Rubber gloves are involved, yeah.
So if that's your...
But Connor's not wearing them, so don't be worried.
If that's your thing, you know where to find us at the end of the day.
Okay.
You want to touch on the group, Mohan?
Go for it.
Yeah, well, we're talking about things to come up later today. There is that Complexity versus Astralis match in what could be one of the most lopsided opening games.
It could be super fast.
Of the event.
Yeah, Complexity 2-0.
But what do they have to lose?
They don't have much to lose. The pressure's off, right? That's the only, but that's pretty much the only solace that they have in that series. In general, it's like, this is the position they should be in the sense that they're like the lowest seed, right? They should come in, they should play the hardest team in the first round. That's cool, but in general, their recent performances versus in their minor qualification process, they've had struggles.
Yeah.
They've had struggles.
What's scary for them as well is, I mean, obviously 2 failed attempts, right, in the last 2 weekends, and then this weekend overlaps with that third open qualifier. So it's not even though they get 4 chances, they only have 3. Because you're playing Astralis on LAN is obviously a great way to practice, perhaps.
Yeah, but they also, it's not like they should have, I think they were higher rated than teams that they played against. They just lost matches they should have won, right?
Losing to Pact was really, I think, the biggest shocker, because the first time they were eliminated by Big coming off of DreamHack
they looked awesome. We were there.
Awesome showing. So there was, that was just one of those kind of casualty of matchups, right? Big versus Complexity. That's a sick one. But Pact, oh man, that's a stinger. And then again, an empty weekend this time. So best of luck to them in their 4th attempt. Best of luck to them later today.
Yeah, if they can take a match in this series, in this group, it'd be pretty surprising. But it also wouldn't be like too surprising if they did it in the sense it's just a very strong group. This is the group of death, ladies and gentlemen, the very hardest group here at Blast, but will also be the most exciting one.
This first map wasn't looking too hard for Vitality, but Boomich, she's had something to say.
Yeah. Okay. Looks like the guesstimation is 1 to 2 minutes from Electronic himself.
That is the source. That is the spoiler.
They don't let you guys use the team chat. I'm going to give you the inside perspective right here.
Spilling all the beans?
Yes.
Got to be careful, Mohan. Sometimes it's a dangerous place.
Apex said Gucci, question mark. That's it. There's nothing else. That's the most interesting thing that was said.
It was a disappointing piece of segment.
Sorry. I decided to put myself on the line there, risk it going into the chat that I hadn't read before. Okay, I think, are we getting there? I still don't actually know exactly what is going on, but I'm assuming we're close. We're close. Okay, so there's a keyboard issue earlier that has maybe amplified another problem that's led into some wires being crossed.
It's a virus spreading in the tech issues of NaVi. Here we go. I see headphones.
You getting excited?
A little bit.
Oh,
they fell out.
Not very clutch.
Come on now, bucko. Let's get this show on the road. You guys still awake? You guys still out there?
Okay, good.
Yeah, right? Okay.
I needed that.
Yeah,
I needed that too.
So, hi, man. Woo, tough crowd.
All right, anti-cheat is on.
You know what the worst part is too, guys, is we have just one round left in this half, and then we're gonna have to take a break.
Yeah, but it's gonna be a great round, I promise.
Let's hope it delivers. I mean, Boomich most certainly has. Again, he's coming into this 15th and final round at 22-11. Can he push it before he swaps over to that T side? Will Vitality, on their map choice, finish the half with a one-round edge? You know they're hopeful. We've got all the headsets on.
Who do you
We've
think
got
is
all
gonna
the
win this
buys
round?
in. Who's going to win this
Who
round?
do you think is gonna win this round?
Vitality. Vitality, I'm thinking.
All right.
Let's see.
Half funds are called. Game is live. Prediction is out. Vitality to win the round from Corn Dog. Blast Champion hoodie available at shop.blast.tv.
Very comfortable. Great models.
Yeah.
There it is, folks. One more. One more of Navi's CT side. Full-fledged buys as well. So at least we didn't have to wait this long just to have, 3 Deagles and a P250 limp into this. Maybe layers to the final showing. Navi aren't going to overextend. They're just going to posture themselves, post up, wait on angles, putting all of the pressure into the hands of Vitality to make their move. Right now, it's the B site in question. Bomb's not close, so obviously not the full commitment, but still, we wait.
Noise is cut. And once again, Navi, they look for the information right away. This is a good call out. They can get an early rotation from Perfecto with this information. Boomich can get some assistance, even though he's been so good. They're going to give him another fight, though, running right into his crosshairs, but Flamey's first up to bat.
He's ready, Boomich. Whoa, even though he's blind. Gets that headshot. Only one traded by Flamey. Pinned off by the smoke grenade. He's calling for the rotate, which walks into the weight of Apex, but Perfecto picking up that kill. He's not going to be caught by the same position a second time. Man advantage. No utility left for Vitality, but that last Molotov does burn Flamey. And that's a crucial kill, because it allows Zywoo to go one better. And he now has that picked up smoke. It wasn't on him just moments ago, but now it completely blocks Electronic off, or so it should. He still walks into the scope. Simple with a final clutch attempt at 9 HP. He's done. Vitality finish the T side with an 8-7 lead. Folks, we'll be back after the break. NaVi and Team Vitality locking horns on the first half of Inferno, where really the standout performance we have to talk about, Boomich.
Yeah.
23-12 as we're about to get into this second pistol. Vitality, they had what could have been an amazing lead.
That's true, but it was as tight as can be, and we've got the double halt peek here from the CTs into ult. They're not going to see anything that they don't normally see. What does it tell NaVi? Well, that there's not going to be maybe an overly aggressive B setup, but there's no one there ready to attack it anyways. Bomb will now move up behind Electronic, tucked into the corner. Him and Boomich will be working in tandem. Actually got Simple as well. It's a couple of good teammates to have. Make the way around the half wall, not spot anybody. No CTs here, no flashes prompted. It's just Shocks taking this angle. He has had an interesting time. He's hit some very, very nice shots this last half. Fair share of deaths as well. But KD's looking decent enough. And just like that, NaVi will go back to mid, just as Vitality are starting to clear things out. So if timing is correct, yeah, they have an opportunity. Alex, he'll end up dying. Perfecto gets the first kill of the round.
Yep, too many players to handle. They all come at him at the very same moment. RPK meant to be slain, but he connects three! USP taps, and ZywOo only gonna get one more. Still, Perfecto in a 1 versus 3 clutch. 30 seconds left, he's got that bomb. Smoke blocking off both of the remaining Vitality members, and a grenade that won't matter. He's completely blinded, they're gonna run up on him. 5 USPS headshots from Vitality.
Just crazy, man. RPK can't get those next 2 kills. He almost dies to the first trade, and then he hits that third beautiful shot, just flick upwards onto the balcony after working so hard for Flamey. Instant kill, and then pop. That's so nice, man.
13 HP after taking down what was the hardest fight, the first frag.
Nice. He defends Pit. Obviously,
Nice.
the most important duel. Yeah, he defends Pit, which is the most important thing, because nobody can trade him. He's got to he retains what's basically the hardest part to attack, and if no one's in the pit, then he's the hardest to fight against. Saw how he made those all 1v1s.
But a bomb plant that sets NaVi up nicely. 3 AKs, armor, and even a belt of grenades for Simple.
Yeah, if they play this correctly, they're on even terms with the CTs. Even though the CTs have the opportunity to make a little bit more money, they've got slightly worse guns on a couple of players. So we'll see how they attack. They don't have all the info. No one's in CT spawn in the B site. They're both defending, one from oranges, one from coffins. Alex doesn't have the best gun. He's got a UMP. Smoke out as soon as Apex calls it. Crack spot here as they enter the site.
Oh, they're both so blind, but down goes the first AK, second stands. Perfecto and Boomich combining for the 4v3. ZywOo slips into construction as quickly as he possibly can. Now, if they wait out for that cross smoke, there's still a chance at this retake. But the scary part is that 2 of those weapons have been foregone over. Oh, great grenade. Shaves it down to the even 3v3. There is Simple still to worry about over on Banana. Oh, and a crisp, quick headshot comes out of Boomich, but he too gets traded. Flamey with a frag and a follow-up. NaVi wasting no time, using that pistol round bomb plant to come in with guns, and they trade train their way to a B site win.
We talked about the amount of utility they had. They had basically a smoke or 2, a few flashbangs. They used them all at once to get through this smoke. No one was sitting there defending it. As we saw, the setup for Apex was just that crack spot for Alex to throw a smoke grenade. Wasn't going to even stop any Ts from coming through. And they needed to basically frag out, which is a great situation for NaVi as they enter. Even though on Molotovs they pulled that off with just the 3 AKs because they knew how to use them correctly. The great core attack, and obviously a nice 1-dig as well from Boomich. Not even one of the better guns getting the second trade in that round.
Cool. A chance for Apex, but empty-handed. ZywOo down middle, and Alex off Banana. A duo of deadly deagles. Now they can play the time game.
Yeah.
Can he get a gun? Can he get another one? Trying to pull a Boomich impression here. Flirting with the smoke.
A dangerous spot. They do have to swing out if they're not committed on banana.
He hears that reload.
Wall, yeah.
100%.
Flamey's not going into him. That reload allows him to get a little bit farther.
And this is going to be such a good indicator to this
Rotates
A
out.
hit.
Yeah.
So Shox, he can cheat his way through CT spawn.
Oh my God, they're coming back his way.
Yep.
It's the Alex show. What can he do with this MP9 or a Mac 10? Excuse me. How many kills can he get?
They're going to start sprinting, and if he doesn't pull that trigger, oh, he's got all three! He sprays down the back two of the caboose and can't finish it, but my goodness, has he primed his team to take this over the line. Timing is a fickle mistress. He gets into the corner just as Flamey walks away.
And he's counting on. I mean, you love it because it's not random, right? It's a little bit of timing, but he hears the reload and he uses that to jock for position into the logs and uses the gun that he stole, upgrades, and gets this massive spray down, almost 290 or so damage. Flamey even struggling there at the very end, but it basically doesn't matter at that point. It's such an easy trade from that point. You can see him very, very happy Apex as Boomich has got hand in hands. All they had to do was clear it.
And Perfecto did, but not entirely. You know, when that first player came around the corner, it looked like Alex was going to get completely swung on.
Oh, he did like the fake clear?
Yeah. Or like somebody else lined up with him. But regardless, I mean, that last round is gone. It's added to the board, but here we go. Pressure.
This is
Go on.
Yeah, this is a great point to for them to come back to mid. The instant adjustment from Vitality to pick up Slap because they know that NaVi might come through this smoke. That's the threat they always have. They're now going to try to break open brackets. If they smoke Arch, this is a free site. They're walking up lane right now, cutting noise completely. And now they'll have to go into this. What is a crossfire potentially? Shox, does he get cleared is the question.
Yeah, well, there's two bodies here, so someone should check it. He's decided not to swing just yet, but there he goes, comes out. And ZywOo, he's going to try to push this for one better. They take down the better weapons, and that's the turning point. Everybody afterwards just sprints forward. Perfecto only connecting one Deagle kill. So Vitality, they lose round 2, but bounce back with conviction.
That's a really nice rotation, though, because you know if you're going to have the three players on the A site and one makes an emergency rotation, that's your Arch guy because he's closest. So maybe they thought that this was a perfect time to push take Arch, and Shox is there defending with a teammate to bait them out. So calling out that might be the read from NaVi. Potentially. I don't know what their information was, but if it was a read on the setup, that was really smart from Vitality. 11-8 as they absolutely dismantle that crossfire. Even though we've got the opening trade going the way of NaVi. So what can be bought? About 2K apiece on everyone on NaVi. This is when Vitality get into that critical round territory, that 12-13 mark. ZywOo opping, as we've wanted to see for such a long time.
This 3-round lead, putting the odds further in the favor of Vitality. Apex gonna be confident here. Is Alex over the shoulder? The 3 frags, all too easy. Mistimed reload will keep him at 1.
They actually invested, I think they had a similar buy on the previous round where they didn't have full guns, and it's like NaVi. So they really put their economy on the line, and it actually had a very good start. So nice recovery from Vitality. 4 rounds to the advantage. Kills distribution is all over the place. For NaVi, it's really just been the Boomich show. Everybody else has been lacking heavily, whereas on Vitality, it's much more even spread here. Between 12 and 15 kills on every single player. And since they're going to be spread thin on CT side, it's great to see that they have even strength. You could say that actually the distribution is good for both teams in some sense. If Boomich takes on the brunt of the round, he can win the round by himself with a couple of good entries.
Oh, but they saw it. They saw RPK flirting with the windowsill. What they might not expect is Apex to have made up this much ground, but oh, he looks away at the worst possible moment. Here comes Alex trying to retrieve some semblance of a round, and he will. 3 versus 3. Had NaVi just hit this A site instantly, then Shox goes down. Perhaps, but now here he comes, cheating into apps. He made sound in this position. So Flamey's ready for it. And they move forward so fast that Alex hasn't been able to get too close to the site just yet.
Oh, that could have been the nade to end it. I don't know what Simple can see from that spot. If he lets through any type of spam, it'll be the end of Alex and ZywOo off the top of the smoke. Oh, he spots one. Tucked into the site. Perfecto's out lane know that there has to be a player in pit.
Now,
lots of time on the clock.
If he drops that smoke for Alex, ZywOo could double back around Arch, molly pit perhaps, flush one out into the open. That's the utility play I see in this moment, but oh, they've actually put a player on the bomb site already. And yes, it works perfectly, but here comes Simple, and he's gonna knock him down. NaVi hanging on to the round, but a valiant effort from Valiant.
Yeah, that was from Vitality.
Vitality. Oh my God, what the hell?
Yeah, it certainly was. It certainly was. Again, another round that comes so close on the A site. Such a nice second kill here from Alex. Just a very careful shoulder peek, instant one bullet headshot on Boomich. Nice boost here on the site. Got to appreciate this retake attempt. I mean, it's pretty simple in a lot of ways. Arch smoke pops in your face. You're going to have to readjust. You go for the boost. The kill comes your way. Perfect Molotov to flush out the past and pit. But then the 1v2 from Simple to close it out. Alex, instant op shot frag into round 22.
I like this. These teams starting to fire up a little. Getting some good plays out of them here, but NaVi left to pick up from a man disadvantage.
It's unclear what the most appealing site is here for NaVi. They'll have to recollect the bomb. That's Boomich's job. Vitality are tucked in. You know, NaVi roaming around, they're looking for someone to peek them or for someone to just try to flash for information. They're not getting any cues, so that means, you know, both sides might be appealing, but at the same time, Vitality know they're up a man. There's not a huge amount of reason for them to push, and they're protecting 2 ops as well. Either side is fair game. NaVi look to work on A.
It's ready for it. Easy. Perfecto jumps into the scope. ZywOo, little jump shoulder peek, plays with Boomich, but it's gonna cost him. So the players inside of the bomb site are gonna have to pick this up. RPK does exactly that. From inside of the bomb site. When ZywOo goes down, he knows he's gonna get hit from 2 directions. Just flirting with this smoke.
Oh, that's so sick. Yeah, he's picking up more than he needs to do. The smoke down, it makes it a little bit easier for anyone crossing wide, but yeah, they just can't crack it open. It's tough because Vitality don't have to do much. They don't have to do anything special.
Yep.
They don't need any hasty rotations to win that round. They just need to make sure they maintain their crossfire. They do such a good job from within the site. 13-9, and it's last chance saloon here for NaVi. They're going to have just pistols, and then they'll move on to defend against match point. Wouldn't think they would win this round. Haven't seen a round they've come up huge on an eco. We saw one close attempt from Vitality.
I feel like that round 3 win from Vitality when Alex is tucked behind logs, like that strung together the anti-ecos so well. Took away the chance from NaVi. And now these double ops just sing.
Obviously so easy for them to just, yeah, they just have that op playing at the top of Banana. And this is what it'll all come down to, round 24. The buy is in. SGs are picked up on 2 players. Perfecto goes for the AK. Maybe a comfort pick for him. Enough money just for that and the full nades that he's looking for. There isn't going to be the option to buy an op. Instead, they'll just go for the full rifle setup. It's okay on the T side, obviously, on Vinferno. Boomich is ADR has been reeled in slightly. Not at that 170+ mark anymore.
Yeah, he finished the half with 23 frags.
It's a little rough because he got a lot of action on the CT side as the fights came to him on Banana. Here, when he's had to go and seek them out, his teammates really have to turn up a lot more, right? Electronic, it's like we can talk about all of the other factors involved in their roles, but ultimately when they win games, it's because of certain players' performances. And so at this point, they're just not keeping up frag-wise. Alex, on the other hand, 20 and 15. He's been fantastic. He looks great here. He's been kind of like a two-sided player in the sense that on T side he looked good, plus he's holding down Banana as well.
Utility exchange here towards Banana. Nobody's going to lose their lives early. But here comes Alex. Hungry to fire off his op. Him and ZywOo did a really good job versus the Pistols last round, but Flamey dancing with death. ZywOo swings the scythe, and Alex might just get overrun here. Again, flashbangs, volleys of utility both ways. That's a dangerous game for Alex to play if he does come around this smoke, especially having just lost Apex by his side, and Shocks meant to be the CT rotate down. They go. B-site fumbled. And it looks like NaVi take 10.
Early on in this half, we saw that there was a good attempt on the B site from NaVi. They are able to get into the site if they want to. They have good flashes for it. Here is one of those rounds. Alex is one of the most important players. We could see from the deaths, right? This is how you want it to go. 2 players within the site versus your execute after you take top Banana, and you kill that rotator nice and early in CT spawn and force the 2-man safe. Literally how the textbooks are written, right? Flamey ends up dying looking for the exit kills. That would have just fanned the flame more in terms of the momentum for NaVi, but they'll take this win. It's big because they're going to have a set of rebuys on 4 players. That's a huge safety net. They're going to need to build up some kind of economy and always have the option for an op if they like it. NaVi entered double digits here with Vitality, and we are hopefully on for a game.
Let's go. Round 25 to round 30. This is where the memories are made. Good job by Simple. He's the one that's really been stepping up since Boomich had that astronomical half. He's been the second piece for NaVi. When you look back down at Flamey and Electronic, still outside of 10 kills.
How can you win?
It's going to take something big.
You literally can't win in that situation. So they've got to start doing just that. Initial grenade from Electronic over the half wall. 2 players from Vitality are not going to let the enemies get any closer to the B site.
Nope.
They're sitting here waiting and are attempting to, or are going to try to be adamant about how far they let their opponents cross. You can see the blue lines of sight into this angle. Apex, first point of contact turns, but Alex has his back.
That's so key. Now they're going to double Molotov, and Electronic also down with just 1 kill. Alex finds safety as a third Molotov and a follow-up frag come flying here from NaVi.
Not terrible.
He's not going to hide in sight.
Yeah, he's also scoped in after that Molotov was up. There's a chance here that this angle is deep enough. He nets another kill. That would be the end of the round.
He's
if he can grab it. That will have him push out. Perfecto dies in the backlines. 2 up close, can't trade.
Oh, but he swings for another one, and now Simple can take the high rope. Shocks dropped by a quick headshot. And a 2 versus 2 ensues. Bomb down at the 30-second mark. Flamey tucks back behind Banana, and both of Vitality's players coming in off of spawn.
They've done so well recently. ZywOo with the op, approaching it slowly. They only have limited information.
That Molotov could be huge. It's got to hit the mark. It goes past, but Simple still peeks. That incendiary wouldn't have flushed him out, but Flamey, he's gonna move forward, lines up 2 bodies, and he knows exactly where ZywOo's at. He takes them both, and NaVi keep it rolling.
Just what he's born to do. ZywOo even brings him to the brink of death there. 10 HP off the dink, but a beautiful 1v2 from Flamey. And as you mentioned, Simple got so worried in the second oranges that the Molotov was meant for him. He thought he could catch someone in scope, and I feel like ZywOo here, he hits a very nice shot. He's not totally prepared for that peak. But obviously he's going to do that, and here gets the dink as well.
And what's wild is obviously ZywOo, he has a health disadvantage, still gets the headshot, but he is, oh my god, there's no time to talk. It's a shotgun, a Nova down banana? No, so much damage trying to set up these pistol players. Electronic and Boomish lucky to be alive.
Dude, this is a pistoling round. Electronic and Boomich are both one shot from any of these pistols.
Of all the things I thought we were going to snap back into the server with, it wasn't a Nova just bullying down banana.
Yeah, that was unexpected. Dangerous round here. It's super scary. Stacks work really well because it's hard to seek out information without taking like Hall's control or just breaching that gap at bracket where there's so many close angles for pistol. So no matter what you do, you can always lose here on these types of rounds. So it looks like NaVi are going to be taking it slowly, but still picking the correct site. However, information is being gathered here from Vitality. They're already at the bottom of banana.
Yep.
2 other cops have made it to B or A site. They're within a position now that they'll be within the grenades. Ooh. They could potentially just shoot someone in the back.
Timing.
Oh my god.
Again, the one-shot execution that takes away a smoke that was meant to couple with this hit. 3 Ts are out from apps. RPK hopes to bring it back, but he's just hiding in the back of this bomb site, dodging the grenade as ZywOo continues to walk closer and closer, but Flamey is his kryptonite again. Oh! RPK takes 3!
He didn't just do that! Are you kidding me? For 15, for match points!
And he just puts his hands together, making magic happen, doesn't even smile, doesn't even cheer.
You should have paid your respects to the Godfather, because this is what happens if you don't. Hey, put that back on.
Make that a soundbite and a half. Blast. RPK has just delivered. C'est trop chaud. Aïe aïe. Yeah, reset from that. Good luck.
That's how you
I need to sit down, man.
That's how you get the 15. And oh my god, info play from the man, from Zai. Gets all the way down banana, rotates out nice and easy. They're just in a comfortable spot. RBK parks his tank in the site. 2 ops up and a trash buy here from NaVi. They got 1 SG, a Galil, a few pistols. They at least have some utility, but Jesus, they are back at square one.
Oh, and they go for the head boost down mid. Rubbing dirt in the wounds. NaVi were looking like they were piecing this one together. They had finally strung together more than 1 round on this T side, and that happens. Oh mon Dieu. But there's still lethal pistols at play. Electronic on his own over towards this B site. Not only getting a kill, but you can see drawing shocks on the rotation. ZywOo's gonna give up his position in sight, and he peeks into Simple. That 1 kill from Electronic puts everything in question here at this A site. RPK from Pit. Oh, a 2nd kill. Is he gonna do this again? Nope. Electronic back in. But now things get awkward. Both teams are separate. Both teams with 2 members left. But everybody feels alone. Silence blankets the server. Apex wraps back through the apps as bomb is picked up. And that plant is a commitment. Shocks could have had line of sight. Apex most certainly will, but if he doesn't move fast enough, then Simple's gonna come back behind him and have a super strong post plant. But now the questions start racking their brains. Where has he gone? And if you don't check under the bed, the monsters pop out. Simple, trying to commit to the duel, knows that this bomb's not for him. Shocks could be sticking it. He makes the sound. And NaVi win another.
Shot doesn't land, no bomb can be stuck, and that's it. An easy 1v2 from Simple. Really nicely done. Baited out those peaks beautifully and flanking the flanker. Who would have thunk? That's the way to pull it off. Simple is officially on the board. We've got him at 22 kills, and it felt like he was really lagging behind this game. and we're still within 3. And just like that, the economy swings completely.
Shattered.
They had a terrible buy last round. Basically nothing to work with. Cracked open the code that was the A site. This is the only thing that could change the game right now. This op for Vitality.
Or RPK's
They could
Deagle.
hemorrhage the bleeding. Yeah, he still has a Deagle. That's true.
Like you said, they did it with less. So NaVi have a fresh reminder that they should not sleep on this round.
But they walk back into Flamey. That's going to give Alex a chance to get a gun. Another attempt from Boiler. Perfecto's overwhelmed. Man advantage is taken by Vitality. This would be 2 rounds they had no business winning if they close it here. A T-smoke down on Coffin. A run boost into the bomb site. ZywOo's ready for it. Apex has got him with the Deeg. And Simple in a 1 versus 4 to try and keep this going. He has the time to play. 50 seconds left. 2 CTs from Spawn. It's a great flash, but he dodges the shots. If anybody overextends, he is done for. But they're playing with him. They know the Deagles have done it again, so it seems. Time is his biggest issue. 30 seconds. He would have to walk in here like a sprinkler and spin. But it's Vitality with the win.
Wow, they pull it off, man. And they do it just in the fashion that NaVi almost gave us the hope that they could bring it back with that really rotten half buy. Barely any good guns to work with, and what a tumultuous 2 halves, honestly. There were so many clutch rounds that we could talk about, but did we expect anything less?
I mean, I didn't expect such a one-sided affair from Boomich of all the players, right? We just saw NaVi perform at ICE. We knew which individuals to keep an eye on, and we had no indicator of that. But a thing of beauty it was. Almost enough to keep NaVi in it. Luckily for them, they will be taking this series to Dust 2. Ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, it will be on NaVi's map.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So, we're on a quick break, but now we get into it where we get to break down this first map, which was Inferno. Vitality end up taking it, but I gotta say, and Chad and I were talking about it a bit there, RPK, he has shown up and he has saved Vitality on this first map. I mean, 3 huge clutch rounds for him.
Well, in that second half, right, he obviously had the pistol round with the USP from the pit, and then that Deagle round right there. That was wild. That's not the RPK that we've known to come over the years. So this is obviously to kick off the second half here. It's a fantastic way to do so. Now, look, we can go through the stats right here because you've got Alex on top of the scoreboard with 24 kills to his name, RPK with 24 kills to his name, and then Zywoo, who we're probably not going to have too many highlights from, still had 23 kills and 8 assists. So the contribution is there, but the impact came from these other names. Alex having a 2v1 clutch within that first half, right? We had that situation with, I think it was the 3rd round of the game. Alex wins that clutch situation, and that from that point goes to a spree of 5 rounds on the board for Vitality. I thought it was going to be the other way. I thought we were going to be seeing those crazy clutches and impact plays coming out from the NaVi guys, while Vitality were more clinical.
NaVi are looking a little bit deflated to me.
I would be as well. I mean, listen, in context, if they come out of it, wasn't our map, Pig. It's not even necessarily our best map. That's fine. Vitality had all the leads in the game. But actually, if you watch the way the game played out, like, they basically had the answer by the end of the first half. That's where they were right back in the game. Second half, it was just losing against pistols that basically cost them. As if you're NaVi, you have to feel like, actually, that game was just within our grasp. Then we blew that big round on air.
Pistol round, RPK saves them. Yeah. They already had A-site, and then RPK comes up with 3. That Deagle round, the rifle round. We actually had the 3 big clips right there that RPK just saves them in those 3 rounds.
Well, I feel like you guys are framing this from the angle that Vitality got lucky, whereas I think the scoreline the other way, like I think the 16-12 scoreline, Vitality put a bigger beat down on them than that. Because the only reason that first half was close at all was because of one man, and that was Boomich. He had 172 ADR at one point within the first half. He was 22 and 11.
Stop feeding him then.
But what those rounds that he was getting done, right?
Man alive.
Those rounds where Boomich was finding impact, he was doing a fantastic job.
Yeah,
but
of course.
there was nobody else really alive for NaVi in the first half. Boomich had the 4K on the B-bomb.
This was a big
round.
one.
This was huge. You know, he also had an ace, right? So Boomich is finding a lot of impact, but nobody else was really coming alive.
Yeah, but I'll counter that. So we obviously get to hear some of the comms, and after those first few rounds, we saw there was twice they triple-naded him, killed him.
Yeah.
They thought they had the read on Boomich, and they thought we can bully this guy, we're going to push up, and actually that ended up being their undoing. Like, that half was basically, should have been a double-digit first half. It ended up being so close precisely because of that. So I agree. In terms of like overall flow of the game, they had a number of times where they were in control, but it did take the heroics of RPK to put them over the line. Otherwise, they'd have been the ones sitting back going, what happened to that game? I thought we had it all. It was in the palm of our hands.
He definitely cooled a lot, right? Because in the first half, he finished with 23 kills. Overall, he finished with 28. So I don't know how good you guys are at maths, but that means he only had 5 kills within that second half, right? So in terms of the T side for NaVi, I wasn't expecting too much, but obviously losing to those Deagle rounds, Alex with the Mac 10 in Banana, for example, those are rounds that is probably why they were looking deflated, right? Because if you're going to be losing those force buy or pistol upgrade rounds, and you're still doing a good job as a new team who's only been playing together for 15 days, you're going to start feeling, man, these little mistakes are the ones that shouldn't be our undoing. I also want to make a quick note about Apex.
Yeah, you have a clip actually to go with this one, don't you?
Which I think we've already run through most of them here, but I just want to talk about Apex, who I had him on my podcast the other night, and he said that one of his biggest regrets was not using the Krieg, the SG, for those aren't familiar with the old terminology, for like 7 months of his career. On the T side, he was entry fragging with that weapon. Now, he only has 17 kills to his name here, but in the T side, I think he had at least 10 kills with the Krieg, and he was looking a lot more comfortable in that entry fragging role than what I've seen in a while. So he's looking better.
Well, another guy who's actually looking better and who's been hitting shots so far this first map was Shox. And we actually have an interview with him now ready to go.
I've got Shox with me here after they take down NaVi on their map pick of Inferno. And Shox, the first thing I want to ask you is, we were listening to some of the communication for you guys, and it seems like you are getting a bit more active in the calls. Is this a new thing?
New, I will say it began kinda before Epicenter. I struggled during Epicenter's event itself, and this is something is coming more and more. I'm being more and more comfortable since the beginning of January. But yeah, basically just that we are a team, we are 5, and of course, Alex is the main caller and the leader, but he also needs sometimes some help. Yeah. So the thing is just to always be 5 to be focused and to always follow the game, because if Alex, for X reasons, sometimes will miss something, like we will have to step up. So when you are not used to do this exercise, then it's gonna be hard to step up. Yeah, so you're gonna always be focused and follow the game. So whatever happens, we are ready.
I think he's probably the one in the team you want to be the second in charge.
Sure.
You want ZywOo to be free, Apex to be more in that entry fragging position like we always talk about, and then RPK, he's always been more of a passive player, right? So he's not going to have a lot of information in these mid-rounds. Shox, if he is the lurker on the T side, he's someone who's dabbled with in-game leading before in the past, and he's quite an experienced individual. So that's going to be positive for that to be able to chip on in. The whole team actually functioned more like a team. It wasn't just the ZywOo carry, but the game was closer. So is that the way we want it to go? Do we want the ZywOo carry and them to be winning with blowouts, or do we want it to be more of a team environment and for things to go in the manner that we just saw? I don't know. I don't have the answer for that one.
No, final thoughts before we throw it to the break?
I would actually echo some of what Chad said there. As an actual team, they looked way more cohesive. They actually had a game plan. They tried to follow it. Sometimes they misread, and so there was some bad rounds. It was mainly fragging from NaVi's side, which is kind of the column that you most put them high in. So they're going to have more of that for Dust 2. If they do, we can have a leveled up series. But there's a chance now for the Vitality guys. They can creep in here.
There is. And well, I mean, as far as the Betway odds are concerned right now, I mean, NaVi, they've fallen behind.
If these are series odds, you know, I could agree with that. If these are going in map odds for Dust 2, Semler,
that's a bit wild.
Electronic, he's been doing some wild things on Dust 2, so look out for him.
Yes, exactly. So we're going to be getting into Dust 2 in just a moment. We have to take a quick break before that, though. So we'll be right back, 3 minutes time, and we'll be getting into the second map of this series.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back and getting ready for map 2. Dust 2 is what's on the menu. Mohan, it was a hell of an appetizer there on Inferno, but after Le Tank dropped that 3K,
yeah,
I'm feeling kind of stuffed.
I know, yeah, I'm feeling satiated.
Satiated.
How do you top that? It's going to be tough. Those are such nice rounds. Not only on that Deagle, also on the USP and the pistol round.
Yeah.
Critical rounds, and it's just, again, it's like so fun to watch. It's like tough to analyze because it comes down to those really sick
moments,
plays. Yeah, those wild moments. On that map, there were so many of them, and there's so many swing rounds as well. There's so many half buys that won. Yeah, but like I feel like this is what NaVi loved to do anyway. So now it gets even crazier. Dust 2 is the pick. And as it was brought up, this wasn't a fun map for NaVi once upon a time. They're happy to play it now.
Yeah.
But like, I'm not gonna have any surprises about Dust 2. We're coming out of a long break here for Vitality. I don't know what to expect about them. They might feel way more comfortable than anybody realizes here. They might be extremely looking forward to this map, but nobody knows. Literally nobody knows.
Right. What we do know, of course, is that something Chad touched on the desk is that once things start going badly, it can be difficult for Boomich, so it seems, to shift things up.
Okay.
To make the changes mid-match, mid-map, mid-moment that really kind of get NaVi out of what can be a spree of lost rounds.
Interesting.
So I'll be curious to see what he comes up with and whether or not he can perform to this level again. Because had he not had 23 kills at the end of the first half, NaVi wouldn't have even been close to making that map competitive.
I don't even know if that's a good thing or a bad thing because they should have had other players that should have had a lot of kills as well.
Sure.
Electronic fell behind after coming off MVP at Ice in the finals.
Yeah, bro, he got his.
They lost.
He got his medal. He's done.
Yeah.
Tapping out. Someone else take over.
But that's not true, right? It's like
not.
with him, he's been playing. He's played well all year. He's played well all year, just slightly overshadowed.
Slightly overshadowed.
Yeah.
Imagine playing behind Simple. Obviously, like that's got to be such an inspiration.
It's tough, though.
You're in the server with the man.
Yeah, because the amount of conversations that would happen if Simple wasn't on the team because of Electronic would be insane. But it just won't happen because number one, he's not quite Simple, and also he's rifling. So you're going to think your stats are going to be a little bit harder to come by.
Tough stuff. Poor Flamey then gets just kind of bogged down deeper. You got all these stars around you, man. The new IGL's putting up frickin' frags. What are you supposed to do?
Freaking swearing over here.
I'm getting animated. I'm getting agitated.
What kind of anime?
Yu-Gi-Oh.
What's your genre?
Hey, don't laugh at that. What are you talking about, bro?
Laugh.
Heart of the cards. Believe.
I smirked.
You scoffed. I heard the...
There was a little scoff. It was involuntary.
It was a guttural response.
It was reflexive.
Can we... so I got a question for you. RPK's 3K Deagle shenanigans on that A site. We saw the Apex pop-off. He stands up. He screams. He shakes the hand.
Yeah.
Was that better or worse than Cold Zera's pop-off last week? Who's got the Blast pop-off trophy in your hand?
The really toxic pop-off where he was like, you should surrender, right? Press
or
F
you are
and
weak.
Surrender. You're weak and frail. Yeah, that one was mean. I like that one.
Give me your answer before this pistol goes.
I can't decide. 50, I think it's, no, I don't know.
You're a wimp. Ladies and gents, pistol round is ready for you. NaVi and Vitality here on Dust 2. But it's not a sprint into the bomb site just yet. They hit it at the minute 30 mark. Shox on the plat. Alex behind Carr. He's the first to fall. Shoxy, 2 kills already. There's the third one, snapping back for the fourth, but he's got reinforcements. ZywOo saves the day.
Wow, that's it. He's going to be winning the round. That's it. Now, Boomich is going to come in, get blasted away by ZywOo from within the site. What a hold there from the big box by Shoxy. So nice, dealing with both sides of the engagements and having his teammates delay for him to shine, really.
Yep.
See, he picks off the guy on the left as well as Alex whittled him down a little bit, picking up the trade frag, but staying alive was the most important part of all of that.
That is Vitality with 3 for 3 pistols.
Yeah, that's a good stat, especially considering they were able to win that first map. Thinking about that fact that NaVi could have very easily won the first map.
2 of them coming off of 3Ks.
Almost 200 damage. Okay, there's the trade. Thinking, what do you take more? And it's like having the extra bit of manpower might be worth it. But now here's where the SMGs ring off. Boomich goes down upper tunnels. And as you mentioned, it's just been a lot of pistol buys here for NaVi. They recover a MP9 at the very least. A cute gun, not great at distances, not great on the T side.
Yeah. It's like a confetti cannon.
What kind of gloves are we working with here?
Those, I'm not sure, man.
Those are cool though, huh?
Look like bananas.
I feel like he's got to get the bulldozer.
Just bananas wrapped around his fists.
Go with that banana gun. RPK pops up and takes him down. 2 are gone. Perfecto and Flamey are out. 4 alive here for Vitality. Very, very clean anti-eco round here from them.
Great spot for them to be in.
Could have got ugly too. Our initial deagle kill from Simple off the top of mid. Really quick. We move into round 3, and we'll see if NaVi can land on their feet. They go ahead and pick up a couple of AKs. SG in for Flamey, a little bit in the reserves. Oh, just there for a second, actually. Guns are going to be picked up. Everyone down to 200 or less. Basically got a decoy apiece to their names. They're going to waste that money either. They split up into quick lower tunnels control. The smoke down on Xbox means Flamey can skip worrying about an off sitting on Cat. Will jump up and start steering stuff out by himself, and it's kind of an old school engagement here at long. Wow, a push all the way through the tunnels. RPK, Jesus.
Damn,
it's a minute 26, he's already through the doors at long. I mean, they're in a full default. They wait for him completely.
Ooh, good trade from Boomich. Good thing he was right there behind Electronic. Ooh, Og from Apex. Oh, but it's Boomich to go one better. Leading the charge up Catwalk and clearing the A bomb site. They've already got a lockdown here on mid and Flamey.
Such a ridiculous amount of pressure put on by Vitality so early. Look at where the fights happen, right? We have the RPK push at the beginning of the round. Minute 26, he's through the long doors off his flash from his teammate. When he dies there because they think that NaVi are grouped up tunnels or something like that, and they're actually just waiting for him, then they both try to double push off Cat when it's NaVi who, once again, we're working on a very standard default. It feels like they made those moves off of very little information and were totally wrong. So I'm not exactly sure what spurred that, but it was a bit risky, and Vitality definitely had a lot of good guns to work with. Again, last round they recovered 4, so they only upgraded a single weapon. And you have to wonder why they played it so aggressively. I wonder if RPK's plan was to use that flash from Alex, get his kill and fall back. Maybe
could have been.
Yeah, if he was trying to commit around, it seemed crazy for what they knew. But
I'm seeing as we did have 3 players from NaVi then go up Catwalk. You know, maybe he thinks that he gets behind that, or that they're not so well prepared for his push. But
yeah, like a minute.
Still, man, ballsy.
Yeah, like just no time to. Usually, you see. The reason I'm harping on it is usually when you see teams clearing out the long doors, that's a process. That can take a full minute before they feel comfortable coming around the corner. But I really want to know if he's going to try it again in the future, or if he's just a bit too scared now. There's a huge engagement on the cusp here at long. 4 CTs that are grouping up to retake.
It's like 40 flashbangs later, and it is NaVi to pick them all up. Boomich, 3 flash assists. I need somebody to go back and count those flashbangs. Felt like 20 seconds of just blindness, but this round's not over. At least both these CTs are in position on this A site, and with Electronic not being up middle here, Shox has a good chance to throw himself up Catwalk. If they lose long, so be it. They're going to have them corralled on site.
Yeah, it's a little dangerous, but you got to like forfeiting the A site just because that's like the last place they're going to get to after a certain amount of time, clearing out angles, holding for pushes. So here the CTs try to add some value by working on other stuff, but ZywOo will eventually come back to this long smoke, wait around the corner. Simple is prepped for the flank. He's got a hope now that no one's holding this. They come in and check. He'll take some bullets through the door. He gets some info and the kill. He wins the duel, but the late trade from behind. Electronic catches him on the way out of the door, and that puts our last man in a very awkward spot. Wow. Not sure what he was hoping to get from that, but at the same time, he had the MP9, which wouldn't have been so much fun to try to pull off the 1v2 anyway.
No, that close smoke was really the only spot he could have prevailed. But
this round is madness, man. They have 4 CTs coming out to long. 3 die instantly. Yeah. Great flashbangs, as you pointed out. At least 40 to 50 that came over top of the long doors.
So we had Like Boomich behind blue, Perfecto with that lineup, and more crucially, Simple takes the head off of the player on the corner angle.
I think we had a bit of an awkward situation with the two players who were peeking long, kind of lined up a little bit,
Yeah.
made the spray a bit easier. So
And they lost their support player first.
So the spacing, I think, potentially key there.
They're done.
But it was good to see the flash assist also coming through on all three players who died. That's a great sign for NaVi. They'll now work out towards long. Stack here from Vitality up on the cat. Simple will pop his head up and smell those eco kills, but he can't get them. Mac-10 falling back, as well as a grenade on the fadeaway. And it is an Iverson from him. Shox goes down and he turns it into a Glock burst. Two-piece.
And here's Zywoo finally with some kind of an answer, but as expected, CT's mowed down. Money being made.
Apex sits down on his computer. It's like, oh, what happened this round, guys? I'm still in spawn.
The odds.
Here's all these footsteps.
Ever increasing to the favor of Vitality here.
Yeah. It's true. We get closer to this bomb not getting planted. Who knows what could happen? Let's keep hope alive here.
One USP versus the world. Here's the footsteps. He's not going to be able to do anything about it.
What would David Attenborough say about this situation?
Oh, Mohan, this is too much of a prey moment. It's too much of a beta frag, you know.
Okay.
Would have said the extinction is real, and down goes Apex. He never had a chance.
Right. In some kind of accent
Yeah.
or whatever. Simple opping immediately. Lots of money left here for all of the players in NaVi, which is huge. And yeah, Optans are back. Vitality going for broke in this round. So they saved all of their money. Barely spent anything on that previous attempt. The push off a cat one more time. Let's see if history repeats itself. Shox. He's gonna spot so many. Electronic hadn't made his way down mid just yet. Perfecto has his teammates back from lower tunnels.
Damn. Catwalk just got crushed.
Wow.
I mean, it didn't look like he was going for frags. It looked like he wanted to get towards spawn. Just ran past his targets.
Zywoo just recognizes like the intensity of the situation. He's got to make a move. He hits his opponent through the door. That's a chance for Alex to peek once the op is on cycle. Doesn't jump to the call, however. He's sitting here by the door waiting for them to make a further mistake. And
Perfecto.
Oh, that time to come out. Oh, it's actually Simple who didn't care that he got tagged and waited.
RPK is going to be burnt into the open. Perfecto, no cares given. Just flies up Xbox, sprints down Catwalk. And they took that round instantly, because there was a moment there where the remaining members of Vitality looked like they had a chance.
Oh, could have been revenge for the leg shot.
They're coming for him.
Zywoo hurt him bad, but who will be the victor? I think the flicker of the scopes is heard from both sides. I really, for some reason, I know it's just an exit kill, but I want to see this duel happen. But it looks like Boomich will be the first point of contact somehow. Zywoo gets poor Flamey. He just wanted to watch. He just wanted to watch. He's been assisting Boomich with these flashbangs all series. He didn't want that smoke.
Just cannon fodder. But this is that awkward one from Shox there, kind of tunnel visioned on the players in lower.
I'm serious. I'm not too excited about seeing these fast cap plays.
Right.
It feels like they're making a lot of very aggressive pushes where
my thoughts exactly.
They get a certain amount of information that's great, and they skip a few angles and they're good, but then they just keep going. Like they go all the way out. Shox turning the corner there, not even considering the thought they could be at mid. I don't know why. You know, they might not have bursted out mid B, but they could have gone out the doors and cleared out mid doors quickly.
Of course.
With just that alone, there's still too many T's there for you to be like running to the top of mid. So why is it that Vitality are being so aggressive here on CT side? It's potentially costing them rounds.
It definitely cost them that one. Not too far gone. Still 4-2 lead for NaVi. Back in with a massive weapon advantage and an opening pick on top of it.
Yeah, okay.
Shox is dead again.
He's got to walk that one off. We could just replay the reaction from last round.
Right, yeah. Or just get a compilation of the reactions so far. Here's Flamey under a bit of pressure, but not a problem. Good little attempt there to couple the flashbang from long. Really not working out here for Vitality in their pistol rounds.
and the next man is Alex.
I would totally like to see Vitality on this next round slow it down a bit.
Okay.
Like, let this round play out a bit longer and see if they can win a more standard round,
Fair,
right?
fair.
They did lose a round as well where NaVi decided to bust out of long doors. Versus 4 players, that's still a round where Vitality have a great setup out the gate. So they know it's going to be long control. They want to take the fight. That's fair play. But for these next rounds, maybe like try something similar to that again, but don't employ your aggressive options so early without getting information. Maybe try to bleed it down to the point that NaVi have to execute. Try to test them to see if they'll be uncomfortable if they have to execute.
Cool.
And yeah, let ZywOo work, you know?
I mean, those are the moments that I feel like they won their pistol rounds with on Inferno.
Yeah.
They were sitting in bomb sites. They were putting up crossfires. You know, there was no running down mid.
Yeah, like if this map is played properly for Vitality, ZywOo should always be able to be a huge reason why they win. There's so much room for him to work around on both sides of the map. If he has an op, he can be in 10 places in a round. So if they go and lose all of their pawns before their queen, then they're going to end up looking very stupid and putting him in a position where he can only thing he can do is save. There it is, that 100, 150 or less second reaction time. And we get the same, I don't know if it might have been the same reaction. I'm really not sure. I think it was, yeah, it was just the same reaction. That's hilarious.
All right, back into the gun round. Shox has an op. Oh, but Electronic has the opening pick. A chance at a second. Alex still can't manage a kill, and Flamey bests him. Not only are NaVi on fire for the first time in this series, but look at the aggression.
That is terrifying. He just took that shot, knew Apex is around the corner, and chased him down with the scope. Tough that they lose those 2 kills, but I don't mind it from Vitality to attempt it. They just don't have, they might be getting a little unfortunate. It's hard to say. Flashes have been good from NaVi on their way up. Timing's just fine. Spacing looks okay from Vitality. They just can't trade that kill.
This could be a chance. Nope, empty-handed.
Whoa, that's sick, man. Great peek from ZywOo. Comes in just enough to throw that nade, ends up doing a huge amount of damage, and doesn't fall off the railing. That's huge.
They don't smoke cross, then Flamey, he could be the casualty, but a missed bullet here from ZywOo completely forfeits the A site, and suddenly the save seems so valuable. Get out while you can.
Yeah. That's not too bad for Vitality to take these guns into the next round. A couple of ops. Oh, if they do. Wow, Electronic.
No? Yeah, okay. I was going to say, ready for another? Man, who stands here?
Who stands here this late into a round? Winners, I guess.
I'm offended, actually, that he is this deep in T-spawn. 2 weapons better than none, especially considering both are ops. Back to back, the final stand. When was the last time you saw Shox opping?
One of my favorite aces of all time, Shox versus Virtus Pro on Inferno. Ace with a couple of no-scopes, I believe. Next up to Bat. Oh, through the wall, yeah.
Warning shot. That's the twice now where ZywOo's hit him, but not
killed him. But yeah, it seems like the case with Simple is if you don't kill him, he's going to kill the rest of your team. So
this is that long play, the replay here. Alex, I mean, more than a chance at getting that frag.
Yeah,
it doesn't.
It's going to take another look to see exactly where it goes wrong in terms of the nades for Vitality, but coming out long is not working out so hot for them. Now maybe you can see why they want to try to put. Oh, they're going for a fast long once again. Flash to assist both ways. Oh, shot is not connecting here for ZywOo. Don't know if he was blind off the second peek as well. You would think he was, because that was pretty much a sitter. Apex going to take a lot of damage on that shoulder peek.
Yep.
He's only got the deagle, but he drops the smoke off. There's not going to be an execute and a B. Vitality maintain long control here with much worse guns. But it's a weird fight that is the reason. 2 ops means that Vitality certainly could still win this round. Shox here with the op over the top of the corner of the smoke. We'll look for a target. How long does he want to hang out, though, is the question. It's a very, very powerful spot, but also scary. As you can get naded from the lower tunnels, there's not much you can do about it.
Alex, all the while, will be content to sit and wait, just tuck back behind door. But it's the numbers towards Catwalk that could keep NaVi on fire.
This is totally fine. Alex, yeah. He's He's found some sanctuary, and he's got a CZ. This is a great gun to have behind this door. Rotates are going to be a little bit delayed to A.
It's especially great if it is just one player coming at him. That 12-bullet magazine. Not a great place to be, but everybody else is coming in off of the catwalk. RPK with a FAMAS. Op over the shoulder. They're going to see these bodies starting to pile up. Such little cover to work with, though. Oh, 3! And he continues to swim.
Oh my God.
ZywOo's going to get one.
Everyone relax.
Damn, man. RPK with, again, a solid hold. Oops. No matter. 3 seconds left over. Flamey's just looking to get out of here with his gun. But of all the things.
The way that the round is drawn up for me, it's that you have Shocks as the pressure point on the A side. Normally you don't have a rifle and an op both working together to get the fights. More than that, RPK is pretty much like, let me see what I can do, and then you can probably clean up. But instead, it's him to get all of the kills on the cat corner. Shock stays in the back, doesn't have to hit a damn shot at all. He's totally fine. So he'll take this op, and the double op ends up working out beautifully, I guess. Vitality win long and then they win the round. Is that a coincidence? It's hard to say. NaVi fought for it, but only slightly. They liked, a lot of the times they've been getting out long, getting 2 kills and 3 ending the round. Vitality, maybe they feel like a lot of their A site hinges on that long control, and they can establish a better hold there. They figure that out, then potentially we've got a better CT half to look forward to. I don't think they need to push to get all the way through, just get pick control.
Yeah, I mean, let that one ramp hold be a shining example to the unneeded aggression that we had seen from at the start of this. This half is not too far gone for Vitality to swing it back. They'll have the guns to do so here, but they still have money to work against for NaVi. We've got buys on both sides, and then some. There's a little bit of a mid-challenge.
It's definitely something I'd like to see, is for them to start to be dissuaded a bit from going to A. Maybe try to take on that mid to B. Yeah, but the spots have changed up. As you mentioned, ZywOo here on the A site. 2 of the T's putting pressure on Cat.
Two T's over towards doors as well. Remember, Alex, he got away by just being tucked in there. If they decide to go for more of a split, then they're not as bottlenecked versus RPK. But minute mark, they're starting to cheap all the bodies back over here towards Catwalk.
If ZywOo's pushed up all the way to the corner, he can take a shot, fall into CT spawn, and then have a hard time rotating if they're moved fast enough, and he doesn't have any assistance. Though Alex now has moved in quite a bit faster. He's sitting on the default, which is a bit dangerous in terms of where the Molotovs can land. They'll have to move from this spot, but it looks like NaVi have other plans.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go to this B site. Remember, Shocks tagged up early, sits on 20 health. Crisp headshot coming in off of Apex, but Boomich, he's going to gun down the rotator, and they come out from tunnels at the perfect time. Boomich still in here, doesn't fall to the pistol, and suddenly it's all on Apex. That bomb sent scrambling on the back of Simple, just needs to sprint towards the A site. They will have time, but he's got to get going.
Wow, they get up and out of there. That's such a weird round, because that one P250 shot could have just changed things up completely. Would they have had time to even get the bomb down? Maybe not easy to get there free. Last kill comes in, Apex is out, 2 ops down on that round for NaVi. They're up 7-3.
A beauty from Boomich, getting into that CT spawn, cutting down the first player to walk through smoke, not falling while being one shot to the P250. Oh. He leads the charge again for NaVi in an opening half, 11-4.
Don't laugh at Alex, guys. I hear you. Okay. He had a great map last map. Protect Alex.
Ooh, there it is.
Oh.
ZywOo finally able to just pick up a clean op duel versus Simple. Ooh, but Electronic, even being somewhat blinded, instantly claws it back. And that's going to leave Alex to just scurry off towards the A site yet again. They have moves to make Vitality.
Yeah. I love this, that they're facing this new challenge again. This previous round, though, I quite liked the setup from Vitality. I thought they looked pretty good, and it was only a couple very strange kills that allowed NaVi to win it. But no, attempting the mid to B, it was probably a good call. They had the rotates over. Alex pulled over to A. op, the stronger op, I guess you could call it, over on the A site. But here it is, back to where they have the most trouble. Long control here for NaVi. 2 players on the A site. No one's pushing mid. Apex has attention here.
Yep, they're on the boost. Oh no, it's not a boost. Shox just has leverage. Alex completely nullified. Close range with the AWP. Shox, another! Not a third. Perfecto's gonna best it, but still, that's man advantage up at the 35-second mark. Alex taking that tidbit of damage should be an audio cue for the T's to play with. Separate duels though, 1v1s, not the way you want to give this back to NaVi. They're going to feel pressured on this bomb site, pressured in the post plant. They know exactly where Electronic's at. He does good damage, and he's still standing, but ZywOo's had enough.
Damn. Pops up and takes his hat off. That was crazy, right through the railing. ZywOo's too quick with it, man. That's a nuts round. A good retake. And another demon down. NaVi attempt to go for that long control. They get it 4v4. You think they're in a pretty good spot. There's no pushes from Vitality to get info on B. Wow. What a confident peek there from ZywOo. It's not every day you see the CT winning that duel in pro matches, at least.
The Shox op.
That's disgusting, man.
He's embodying his lifelong friend of Smith's, recently retired fully now. Swinging it for him.
3 rounds of difference. Let's see what the buys will look like. Everyone's got lots of money. That's definitely not a problem. Vitality actually quite a bit lower on money, even though they just picked that one up.
Yeah, it's that early success of NaVi that Vitality now find themselves up against.
Does Shox have an op on the ground? I think is a big question. Yeah,
Yes,
he'll
sir.
have one picked up. So we move into the double ops again, and we're going to have maybe long control again here from NaVi. Let's see how this works out. Lots of CTs at their attention, and a great shot from Shox that kicks things off. The first time they've got a 5v4 in this situation.
Just plucks Boomich from the sky. And ZywOo denies Electronic any footing here towards Cat. So instantly, NaVi start to shuffle their way down middle.
They know 2 ops are over at A. It's going to be a difficult rotate. ZywOo is going to take heed. He's moving over towards the mid doors. We might have another duel from him in Simple. 5v3, and you know that the T's are going to get desperate.
Yeah, there are grenades for any play they decide to make. Curious. They opt not to go through middle. It's all in on tunnels.
Not even a mid to B smoke means that ZywOo can go ahead and clear out those doors, give his teammates peace of mind. No one's waiting to come through on the split. They can focus down on the tunnels. No reason they should lose here.
Shouldn't. But so far, so good. That's so much damage starting to stack up here. Like you said, NaVi, they're just going to get desperate. They knew that they could cut off the rotates if needed, but there's still that burden of hitting B. No open skybox from the tunnels just yet.
Yeah, they may or may not have changed things, but they had 2 players full attention down the tunnels. No one even had to sit in the window and catch them late. You can literally stand in front of the tunnels and look down, and that's why they want to have. You don't necessarily have to split B through mid. You just have to have the threat of it. That still achieves the same effect of having a CT in a spot where they can't focus all their attention on one choke point. But they didn't have that threat once ZywOo came and cleared out mid with his op. They had the smoke to use if they wanted to, but decided to cut noise and go for the full exec. But ZywOo had a great rotate to mid to get that info early. T timeout here as we talk about things. A great opening to the round, much better for Vitality than it has been in the past. Could it be new beginnings for them? They have now stopped the long control with their opening op kill. They have better nades going on there, plus ZywOo is pushing off Cat every single round, but here's one where he gets a kill at the exact same time. NaVi not getting away with some of their old habits.
Well, they've got time to change it up a bit. 3 more rounds here on the offense. Double digits, best case scenario. Looks like we're trudging back towards long. Both teams ready to clash here. Ooh, and Shoxy's gonna do it again.
Again.
This time versus Simple.
He's been getting shut down.
That he has. I mean, and even earlier when NaVi were winning rounds, he was getting away with damage still, right? He wasn't being dropped out of the round, and then he could respond with the AWP, but now he's just being straight up splattered.
Look how things change. Oh, he gets tagged by the smoke. That's tough.
Yeah, poor Perfecto. They recall the mid play.
Yeah, eyes on Shocks. 2 CTs clearing out mid. They can easily rotate back. They have control right now. A decent grenade that goes their way. Should have probably done more damage.
Yeah, had that banked off his forehead. It's 50 damage, but instead it hits the wall.
Interesting. They actually think it's going to be B. Overplaying their hand here, Vitality. All these nades coming off of Cat. Might give him another suggestion.
Ooh, missed smoke. Falls down. Meant to stop on the ledge. Perhaps. Or maybe not. No, excuse me. It's just meant for Boomich to play around Car because he drops through CT. What do I know?
They haven't cleared out anybody here. Shocks is already gutting in a post-plant position. Boomich gets traded. Apex was just making sure it wasn't B, I think.
Yeah. Now, obviously, the strength of having these 2 CTs on long is RPK doesn't have to turn his head away from this late lurk. But if he does, then Shocks could be susceptible to this hit. A miss from the AWP. Electronic is down, but they don't know where Flamey's at.
He just killed Shocks.
Firing down range, it's at a distance. This is going to allow ZywOo to just get on top of the bomb, and it's a 5-second stick made easy.
Yeah, can't even be planted for him safely off of the Cat. Wasn't he the one who?
No, Electronic. Sorry,
I think he came out through the door, but they had already turned the corner.
Yeah.
Okay, he had killed Shock, but another great opening here for Shocks on long once again. They are doing such a better job now in the early round. Looking like a much more stable team when it comes into the late portions of the round. But obviously they had such a struggle going in and trying to hold it with 3, even 4 people at times. I can't believe ZywOo is going for this pick over and over again.
Well, he's got Shocks in front of him to take the damage.
Yeah, that's true.
2 ops versus the Scout, and yet Simple still stands. Alex was curious from Catwalk, but he retreats. There's the opening pick from Shocks. That's long A doors again.
What
is this, 3 rounds in a row?
Count them up, man. That's, 3 5v4s, and they have iced out 2 of them already, bringing those into round wins, and looked very good, and even had 2, 3, or 4 players alive. Yeah, but NaVi run round in the lead, but it's not telling the story anymore. Shocks off in the cross.
It's the all-in. A dwindling round count means they have 2 attempts left. This will be 1. Just getting those pistols into the corner as quick as can be. Boomich moves his feet forward, but by the time he arrives, he's going to be running out of teammates. Unless he can do it all. 2 off of the spray down. Simple, all that's left. Does more damage, but RPK has had enough. This is now 4 rounds in a row from Vitality.
That round they have an even better rotate. Alex comes to help over at the A site.
Yep.
That previous round, it was just Shocks alone. And they made a...
What's this? Oh.
But even when they made that bad rotation, actually Shocks wasn't standing there on the ramp fighting them crossing Cat. He fell back in a pit and they played the retake. So even though they had a bad call, they had a good adaptation to make up for it. And didn't try to rush the process even though they had a man advantage. Another round, 5v4, they bring into a round win.
Whoa, rapid exchange down at the bottom of mid. Alex almost. A second nade nearly, but Boomich retreats into the tunnels. This is where he'll find 2 of his teammates, 3 members of NaVi ready to hit this B site with Flamey on the other side of the map.
With Apex down, they don't have the info, but now Alex has made his way over. Another great rotation by him.
But again, like you said, it's that threat of the mid split. And in this round, there's a possibility for it. Smoke's down, the cusp of the tunnels. Alex is going to throw himself into the mix of it all. Shocks finding 1 off of the op, and here's the backstab from Alex. That one is going to be the nail in the coffin. RPK drops on him, and Vitality finish the half on fire. From 7-3 to an 8-7 lead. Vitality claw it back. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with the second half of Dust 2 after a short break. Navi and Vitality, yet again, keeping things close, but this man, Shocks, rocking the op all dust too long. And Mohan, that double op setup that we saw between Shocks and ZywOo really did seem to make a difference.
We remember the Shocks that could take control of every map in history, and he was the star player of the team and the guy who had all the shine. And here you see glimpses of that in the sense that the kills that he's getting are so important, they're so flashy, they're so critical, and they're allowing his team to be able to ice out and come back into a situation where they had so many problems they didn't feel like they could ever solve. And now, Vitality finished the half on fire in a numerical lead on Navi's map pick. There's a chance here that Vitality can close this out 2-0.
And they wanted to play aggression at the start of their CT side. Well, now they're on the offense where they can get away with it a bit more, perhaps. But Alex, who had the majority of the utility there for Vitality, goes down. They're going to keep this one going. What? ZywOo just runs out catwalk, executes the player over here towards Cross, goes one better, and takes down Perfecto.
Did he just control his USP spray? Recoil? By spamming it and dragging it down? And then, oh my god, 3 kills. The first one was the last bullet in the mag.
If I'm not wrong, and I may be, that's 4 for 4 on the pistols.
That's a big stat. That's a big stat. You know, that's what's going to swing maps that aren't going your way back in your favor. That's what's going to steal map picks, potentially. Oh, 4 kills? Oh my god. Wow. So he picked up a faulty USP as well, and then...
Did he pick up a USP with 1 bullet?
1 bullet, yeah.
And didn't die?
And didn't miss.
This man.
She.
Well?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a few players, okay? Shocks for the 5v4s. ZywOo for controlling mid, having great rotations. Alex for the great rotations as well. I think those are the 3 things that brought Vitality back into the last half. And the reason they're probably feeling very confident right now. The reason they brought momentum into that pistol round. The reason that Navi are back on pistols, as they have been so often. So it'd be a tough pill to swallow to drop this map and this series.
Sure enough.
Yeah. No other way to put it, you know. This is going to be very...
Simple's in a good position, and he has so many teammates around him. 4 players from Navi here on Cat, and Alex caught with a grenade in hand. That's going to offer the Galil over.
Looks like it's fine for Vitality. They make the quick adjustment out to long. Look how quickly Shocks is clearing angles on that mini-map. He's turning the corner now. They don't have a weapon to stop him as well. Flamey's got this deagle. It can be long range, but how close are they going to get? He peeks out and gets blasted away. There's nobody on the A site to defend. On the CTs are grouped up over on Catwalk.
And like you said, sure, they go for the cat control, but giving away long has put Vitality in a great position. As long as Simple doesn't connect some wild scout shots.
Just get the bomb down as soon as possible. You have a long flank. You can plant for a long plat if you'd like to. You can sit away for that smoke to come up, but you still got great guns to defend.
Plant safe.
Not really anything special here that Vitality can do. I find it unlikely they'd be able to kill Apex. More likely just to feed him kills.
Yeah, still 2 MAC-10s ready to make some extra money.
Yeah.
Shocks here on the forefront and Apex on the back line.
Certainly not bad attempts for Navi to go, first of all, get that kill on Cat and put pressure, but a great adjustment from Vitality just to clean things up quickly. And it's like a free site. All they had to do is take out Flamey. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, you know, they get that 1 kill versus Alex on the grenades, like not only grabbing the gun, but hoping maybe he was a piece of a bigger setup. Wasn't the case. They find nothing more. So Vitality will continue on fire, and Boomich keeps his gun.
I didn't catch those Betway odds. I'm assuming Vitality's still slightly favored here. Wow, greatly favored. This is just on the live odds in the map, but that's pretty intense. Yeah, almost 5-1 here with just a 3-round lead. But if it's for the series, I guess that makes sense. I guess that can make sense. What's the play? Navi have spotted out down mid, but they've spotted that they've been spotted. That information is now useless. So they both teams reset. Stalemate here, and it's re-aggression up on Cat. Again, not going to be too much of a surprise. One of obviously the follies of Dust 2 is that you can't do too many things that are surprising.
RPK is lucky to be alive. That was some great early damage from I assume Boomich. Sounded like a Galil.
Once again, Long would be a prime target here for Vitality. Shox is the man to guard the door from the other side.
Electronic falling back. Flirting with these corners. He has his smoke and a deagle to play with. Minute mark. Vitality's still playing it safe. Keeping it cool.
I think they still look totally fine here if they want to go A or B. They've done a good job on this Mantico so far, but RPK is low. Attention towards Cat. RPK in the lower tunnels. Doesn't have to group up with them. They've got a good split. Shox can also delay. Wait for attention to be taken by Vitality as they move out. Simple and Electronic are the two opponents.
Yep. There's some heavier hitting guns. Electronic all the way down to 19. And Simple connects what's a crucial scout shot a second. Still, that bomb is one step closer to the site. ZywOo burning down the clock here, hoping his teammates can serve as distraction and pull attention elsewhere. If he just commits for this plant off of a kill versus Electronic, then at least he might make some money, but what? We gotta get that one on the highlight reel, because Simple's not stopping.
Revenge for Simple. What a round.
Simple with the scout.
From the corner that you'd only love to have an op from, he makes 4 of it with just the scout, and he's got no teammates to fall back on.
Why do I have this gut feeling that third one was a jump shot?
Look at this. ZywOo crossing. Oh, sorry, Apex, yeah.
Oh! Wow. I had a feeling.
That's nuts. I
felt it in all sorts of places.
We thought they removed that from the game, but yeah, at the apex of the shot. 100% accuracy. Well-timed jumping scout kill from Simple. 100% skill-based.
All right.
No sarcasm.
That's a good one from NaVi. That's the sort of round that kind of just upends what was that 3-round lead. Upends the economic advantage. And Simple gets his hands onto the op as quickly as can be.
It really feels like a reward, doesn't it, to see him using the op now. It's level 2. I mean, it has the same effect. I mean, if he's going to hit as many scout headshots as he did, but now he could miss a bit and still get the kill. Scary scenes here for Vitality. 2 CTs perched up on the dumpsters. But it's pressure out towards mid, and Simple's far from the action. However, Electronic hits a long-distance spray over from the A site.
Yeah, doing a good job of just spamming the smoke, but here comes a peek from Catwalk, and that catches off Electronic. Gives the T's a chance to cross over, but Simple's not missing shots. His op doing great work. Bomb picked up by Apex. As long as they keep their heads down, then they're not going to offer up another kill, and they can post-plant on Catwalk. NaVi know this.
Yeah, they do. 3 on 4. Don't even know who to favor right now. The only thing that looks really good to me is the fact that Simple's here. He's alive. He's got the op. He's been playing well in these last couple of rounds. Now we'll test him on the retake. Shox looking for a kill. No one's coming up Cat this way. There's a chance for a flank frag to happen, and no one can hear this drop as well.
Yeah, Flamey's still trying to keep his eyes behind. There's Shox's chance. Apex, he's going to feel pressured forward, so they offer the frags, they offer the retake. Vitality, they'll take their extra injection of cash, but they cannot hold on to bomb. So 9-10, Vitality still lead, but NaVi closing the distance.
I actually love how they came back to Cat so quickly on that explode, and then Simple was still good enough to catch them off. His teammate, who I think it was Electronic on the A site, ends up dying down to a spray by ZywOo, and then Simple has won his duel once again versus ZywOo on that cross. But that's one of the situations. We've looked at other games where the CT Opper is not being proactive enough from that position, and Simple is not that player. He is always going to be proactive from that spot. He's hitting these very hard shots. He's taking difficult to win duels, but he's like nailing 2 consistently. Run out mid here by Alex. They go through the fire and the flames. No kills are had, except for ZywOo's. Site is technically compromised right now. Flamey in a prime position, though, to rack up the ADR. However, Simple to catch ZywOo crossing one more time.
Still, we got a bomb plant for Apex and a headshot on RPK. If they get flustered and rush this, there's a chance that they can lose. Trying to bait RPK into the peak, perhaps. He's got 16 bullets in the magazine.
No one tunnels.
Electronics waiting just on the other side. You can see Vitality getting a little nervous, wanting to go for the peaks, and the timing's there. The spray hits too. Oh, the P250 down.
No way!
He gets it again.
He did it again. All 3.
No one came tunnels. He decided to push out of the window. He was probably worried that someone's going to be flanking. They run that kind of classic French post plant of pushing through their choke points to take the fight outside. And this is just disgusting. That was the moment, and that clapped in the helmet.
Yeah. Trop facile.
Yes.
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 Yes, one more. Here we are. The score, still 2 rounds the difference, but Navi, they are all invested in this. Money on the line. A spree of rounds to be offered over, perhaps map control to be offered over. Apex finds a gaping hole in mid.
They try to exploit this timing a couple of times. Previously, there's been some attention from Navi at mid early in the round, like the first 20, 30 seconds. Good, I guess, that they try it again. Not anyone holding on to long here for Navi. CT setup seems a little strange. Electronic with the rifle. Oh, he tries. He tries and he tries, but Apex is just a little bit better. And a great spray down from 2 SGs on the map. Yep. Almost simultaneously, leaving just Simple.
Oh. Weird, though. They
and
give up
Flame.
Cat.
Yeah, they're weird spots. There's a chance.
This is, whoa, this is too much. Flamey gets 3 kills. Using that Krieg majestically, but yet Simple still has the chance. 1 versus 2, and his eyes through the door. He could just throw himself into this. Simple, what are you made of? 30 seconds. Shox has bomb. Apex is going to try to give cover, but he's the player at 24 HP. Bomb has been planted. 2 flashbangs, all the utility, both on the side of Vitality, and a missed shot gives his position away. He's going to start to have his health shaved, and Simple still ready to make this happen. A warning shot over the bow. Still time to clutch this. He has the kit. Bomb halfway ticked. But Apex has the cover. He can just stay anchored on this plat. He goes for the peek and he takes Simple down. The threat quelled. Vitality back up to a 3-round lead.
He opens up a couple of options there. It felt like he was going to push in. When a plant came out, that didn't happen. Waited, had a scope up on Shox to peek from the back of the site. One came in through the door. They got that information, but Shox got away with his life, and then was just a little bit too hard. Was thinking if Simple was planning to save in that spot. But look at the money from NaVi. He certainly had his eyes set on just taking the round if possible, but it couldn't happen. A great attempt by Flamey in the tunnels, man. That was such a stellar handling of the situation, but obviously Shox, the 3rd man to come up to trade, you think he's definitely going to win it. And he does, of course, pull it out. This is a round brought to you by a lot of early mid presence there from Vitality. Busting out of the doors, Apex getting that initial frag. Ooh. And Shox has been a great doorman over at long. Always handling the situation, knowing when to pull out. Oh,
yeah.
Just beautiful rifle work from him.
He's playing bouncer. No entry allowed. Simple does sneak through, but Shox repositions. And it's still not enough.
That's going to happen.
From time to time. 3 for 4. It's a pass. Oh, Apex gonna put an end to it. So 4 rounds the lead. Vitality 13-9.
Are we actually looking at a 2-0 here? There's a chance.
I think we're looking at a big steamy 2-0.
It could be, yeah. No, I don't know if Op is going to be purchased. So they had just enough money to do that. That's going to be one of the main outs for NaVi in this map. Low on grenades, almost across the board, except for Perfecto.
But, you know, I have flashbacks already to Inferno, where it wasn't over. NaVi made it close as possible as that second half was coming to a close. If it wasn't for the RPKs, we may still be. But here we have it. Unarmored Flamey. Lackluster utility, not a single kit for NaVi.
Yeah.
The job getting harder and harder.
Important point, yeah. 2 out to long control to initiate. Like this so much better than when they go for their cap play. It seems like they give that up. Vitality are going to have their number. But what's interesting is that the op is not on A site. Instead, it's on the right side. Are they banking on some kind of mid B? Is that what they want? Looks like the bomb is posturing for the attack. Could be a potential fake here towards A. Not going to pull any rotations, but might hold one. Electronics got his attention turned, and Alex comes out into the open.
Now, Perfecto could have been ready. Simple, he's still inside of the doors. He's locking down this B site. They're gonna smoke him off, and that at least gives them the plant, perhaps. But there's a 2v4 to follow. At least right now, it is the two heaviest hitters for Vitality still standing. Shox and ZywOo. The dynamic op duo that established this round lead.
I love the immediate plant.
There's one. Cut down to just a single-man advantage. ZywOo making noise, so they know that he's still flirting and floating around this bomb site, but Simple bests him. Here comes Shox! A second headshot, and a third one through the smoke! Nope, not yet. Still, the clutch could be. Flamey's down! Another round for Vitality, as they just keep this train rolling.
The SG update and the 1v3. Door, window, and tunnels all alone.
Cutting off those first two players was so crucial. He knew that the third one, Flamey, he was smoked. So it was either going to be a desperate...
I can't believe actually Simple gets that trade. Damn. That mental duel between these two in these off situations is crazy, but neither of them are scared. It's providing for like some of the most incredible CS that we've seen. And this is just nuts from Shox, man, for him to pull that out. 14-9. What a clutch. What a round, and the 2v4 in general.
Listen, Shox had a 71 blast score coming into this series.
Right.
I think we got to crank that up a bit.
Yeah, they should negotiate a little bit better for the next event, because it looks like his stats are owed to him at this point. He's playing way above potentially expectations. 96 ADR, 2-1 KD here, 24 kills, looking solid. How do you say solid in French? Les solide.
Solide.
Here we go. Oh, it's the flash that spells disaster. You can hide all you want, my friend. You are screwed, Boomich. Burned into the open, the utility advantage, just flexing on NaVi right now. Vitality, they smell blood in the water, and they're looking to get this series done.
Oh, it's rough because NaVi just see the opportunity. They know they can win if they play the long game. They're going to have to try to build back from 9. Vitality will have a free map point here and series point. As NaVi look to recollect themselves, get some money back, think about a full buy next round, and just do it the hard way.
Yep.
Scary for Vitality, you know. They know they're seeing their opponent save, so they don't get an all-in round here where they're like, well, now it's over. Oof. Instead, it's a tough and arduous road back.
Yeah, 6 rounds in a row is what they'll need to force this into OT. They did that in the first half on the offense. They strung 6 together. We saw NaVi on fire, but it has been a while.
It has been a while. Vitality have made so many good adaptations from that point. Shox has come alive map after map at this point. It was such a critical part in their comeback in the first half.
And when this bomb pops, we're going to have Vitality engulfed in flames, looking to finish the map on fire.
It could be. It could be the case. Certainly see a world where that's possible. But now we talk about this round. NaVi have saved everything. They have enough for all of their guns, all of their utility, and they can play all the positions that they want to. How will this round be dictated by Simple? Does he want to play towards mid, or does he want to play on the A site? Some of their most successful rounds was him on that elbow cross. ZywOo looking for the duel at mid. No one's going to give him that fight just yet. Off of this round, Simple, kind of a new option here. We've seen Electronic play off of Cat very often. Here, he's pushed up. I don't know if he got spotted by Apex, but there's a chance he gets his face blown off right away. 5v4 already for Vitality.
That one's going to hurt. Mollies go down instantly for NaVi. A little cautious that maybe Vitality just sprint in for the win. Electronic's thrown himself amidst the smoke, and there are backs turned, but Apex still gets him. And now that A site is wide open. Sure, they don't have door, but Shox fades off of that. Flamey down in CT spawn. Boomich is removed, and this is it.
It's a bulldozer. Nobody
RPK
survives.
Trace. Perfecto gets that bat, but he too toppled. Vitality take it 16-9.
Wow. It just got easier as the rounds rolled on. Vitality in that last round, what even happens? Great flashes, to help initiate those duels. Apex catching Simple was because he jump spotted with a flash, was waiting perfectly for that kill.
Krieg v AWP, and he just blasts him between the eyes. That's going to send a message. Damn, Vitality. You know, there were moments within each of those first halves where I... where I wasn't sure where they were going to end up, Mo. But yeah, they took control of both Inferno and Dust 2, and they end in a convincing win. They find themselves mid-stage. Some handshakes after the fact. Questions will be had around NaVi. Still, I mean, we can't forget we had some lights-out performances from individuals. Boomich, man, on Inferno looked unstoppable, but at the end of the day, it was RPK with the big moments. ZywOo consistently, Shocks out of nowhere. My goodness. But that's us done. We're going to throw this one down to James Banks and Alex on the stage.
Thank you, Scrawny and Launders. Vitality done it, and they did it in style. And first thing I've got to ask you there, this Shocks being added to the lineup, he's getting better and better. He was really shining. And RPK rolling back the years with that Deagle early on the first map.
I said we had a few surprises. No, that's how it's been going in practice, and hopefully that's how it's going to go all year.
Yeah, this is a good start, a strong start once again. But at least on Dust 2, right, I expect NaVi maybe to put up more of a fight. They had like such a good lead against you as well, but you guys kept it calm. You managed to stand strong. Is this just a better mentality after that month of practice you were telling me about?
I'm not sure. I think they played pretty well, but we just managed to win like the key rounds, like a couple of, I think we won 1 or 2 2v4s that just set us up really well for the rest of the game.
So the confidence is definitely going to be high for you guys, and certainly we're not relying on one player. You're proving a point right here when it comes to it. Do you feel like you've got a bit of a home crowd advantage, though? Because you are technically our fellow Brit.
I mean, I hope so. I don't know. I'll see on the stream.
What do we know, guys? We're going to get some round of applause for our home crowd champ here. It's Alex. Vitality take the win. Let's keep this moving. Let's keep it going.
Welcome back, and there we have it, the result of the first match of the day. 2-0 for Vitality over NaVi. Sponge, congratulations. You've taken the lead in the predictions. I've got some catching up to do now.
For now.
For now,
Let's
exactly.
do it. 2 more days and then a whole nother week. So things can definitely turn around. But look, this one here, I think when we look at this game as a whole, it's not the way that I thought it was going to go down. I thought that Vitality would come out and just win all the clean rounds, you know, look a lot more structured and get across the board in that fashion. They were the ones who were actually fragging better across the board, you know, pound for pound, and they were winning all the clutches.
Yes.
So when those things are going your way as well, it's a tough time for NaVi, who once again, they've only added Perfecto 15 days ago. This is very, very early in, I guess, the lifespan of this current roster.
Yeah, listen, it was a totally different flavour to how the games have gone in the past, but it is becoming a pretty one-sided rivalry at this point in time. For some bizarre reason, NaVi just can't get past them. And this one, what made it so unique is how many clutches did we see from RPK across the series? Even on the last one, even Shox is winning 1v3s. So I think you have to look at that. The actual team play of the NaVi players, not particularly good. Even when they won retakes, it was just fragging, basically.
Well, can we say that Electronics' performance at Ice kind of threw us off as well? Because, I mean, he's only dropped 22 frags this series. That's across all maps.
He's definitely been iced. He cooled off, right? He wasn't the same guy.
This is supposed to be his map.
Yeah, and I was expecting them on their T side. They were being gifted a lot of opportunities there as well, because if you look at the way that Vitality opened up this map, they were aggressive on the CT side, giving away opening kills and territory, and from there, they were able to snowball a good start. NaVi, that was. And then as soon as Vitality got the double AWP set up with Shox and ZywOo, something that I've been critical of in the past, because I think you don't want to be stepping on ZywOo's toes, they were making it look easy, and they were finding opening kills across the board. So once they got that double AWP set up, they were actually playing more defensive. Things started to look easy for Vitality, and then you put Duncan's point about the clutches from RPK on top. Hey,
we've got some highlights from RPK too. I mean, this really felt like his best of 3. Every single time his team needed him, he was just clutching. He was getting the big kills.
Oh, look at the weapons here. Exactly. It's not like he's just using an AUG or a Krieg or something. Fair enough, this was a pretty good one. Yeah. I mean, why nobody? Look at the comments here. What's this last guy waiting for? He's got the best seat in the house.
Unfortunately, we don't speak Russian, so we don't know how the communication was kind of going down for NaVi, right? But normally, historically, at least when Zeus was on the roster, it was quite chaotic, quite heated. Things look like they had changed, at least from the demeanor. But I'm going to still put a lot of this loss, well, not a lot of this loss, a lot of the early issues, losing the eco round, losing to pistols, right? Not winning the pistol rounds, losing a lot of clutch situations, down to the teething issues of adding a newer player. But you got ZywOo going up against you here. He didn't even, once again, have to do anything crazy, but he still finishes.
Still got a pretty nice stat line by the end, though, didn't he?
And that's the thing.
He's quiet though, I have to say. Yeah,
well, that's his style, isn't it?
Just getting the 2Ks, getting the 3. Like when he needs to do something flashy, he definitely can. But we were talking about before we kicked off, you know, the averages. So Shox before this event right now had played 59 maps with the team, right? The average for all those players with their ratings, ZywOo was at the top with a 1.27. You had Alex 0.95, RPK 0.95, Shox 0.92, and Apex 0.9. Right, that was their HLTV rankings. Right now, and this is only one best of 3, so it's obviously a very early sample size. But 4 of those names all exceeded those ratings. Right, ZywOo was above his average, but then the same is said for RPK, Shox, and Apex, who all across the 2 maps had, you know, great impact. Alex had great impact on the first map, didn't have to do a lot on Dust 2, right? So this is good. If Vitality everybody can lift that level like we've seen here today on a consistent basis, now we're talking. But still a little bit early, only one series. We don't want to try and I mean, it's too far ahead of us.
It's worth pointing out that I mean, this was almost a 4v5 for Vitality, considering I think Alex he was 0 and 9 most of the first half.
7 kills minus 11, but if you win 16-9, you get off the hook.
There you go.
No one even talks about it.
This is one of the reasons why, though, even though Boomich fragged great for the series, this is why I'm not convinced by him as an in-game leader, though, because like I told you before, when they're on the T side of a map like Dust 2, when they hit a brick wall, when what's working stops working, they have nothing in the tank at that point in time. They just become fraggers, that's it. And if they can't overpower you, they've got nothing. They don't have a great read. They don't do anything cool in the mid-round. No. Like, actually, in the timeouts, it sounded like Vitality got the better one every time, pretty much. They had the read on what they were going to do. They would come with the new setup from X-Stars.
They were very well prepared. It sounded like, I mean, getting to listen in, one of the advantages of speaking French, I actually get to listen in there, and it's like, hey, okay, cool. And they sounded super prepared. They knew everything. They knew how to counter NaVi. They knew what NaVi were going to try and do there, especially on Dust 2. They knew it all, and it really felt like you could read that in the game, that the players were confident, and it just felt like watching the game, Vitality were more confident than NaVi. Every single time, it felt like they had the edge.
I think we've got highlights of that, you know, prepared nature as well. There's some clips here from Vitality on Inferno with the nades that they were doing, right? Those little details, knowing a player's tendency. You know, we always talk about tendencies on the desk, or what players like like to play with the AWP. Well, okay, this is a pretty standard one, right? Nading over towards Sandbag. But they were very coordinated in their utility usage. And if you can do this multiple times without even having to see players, you're propping yourself up to be winning rounds and to be, you know, running away with halves. T-side, getting a free opening kill like that just with utility usage, hey, that's what you want to see.
I mean, think how many times you see that stat. It's almost a bit cliched at this point in time. You know, the team that gets the first kill wins 78% of the round. If you can just get it with the grenades before you've even had to fight the guy, and one of those rounds using AWPer.
Yeah.
So the actual swing from that one kill and the impact, especially B-site on Inferno, you crack it straight open. You should win that game. Like, actually, you shouldn't really have even been as close. Like, it's only really Na'Vi heroics from certain players even keeping them in the game.
There was you know, we were really hyping up Electronic going into this based off that ICE performance, right? I've just brought up the kill matrix on HLTV. ZywOo,
did everyone tool him, I'm going to guess?
He did 8-0. Just destroyed him, right? Electronic did not kill ZywOo once when we're looking at that Dust 2 game. ZywOo was all over him. Now look, obviously head-to-head duels, it's not like we're doing a game of basketball where you're marking another player or anything like that. But for Electronic, a player who's just been like tearing it up over the last week, just been going like he just won MVP at that other event. And now he comes in here and he's just cooled off that much. You wonder what changes in the span of a day. It's a little bit surprising to see a player of his caliber cool off that quickly, but once again, only one best of 3. Maybe we see some more out of him tomorrow. Maybe he comes back alive. Maybe he wakes on up. But not worrying. I'm not ruling Na'Vi out yet, you know. Maybe here in the spring series, they might not go through in one of the top 2 slots. Seems very unlikely at this stage. But in terms of like the future of this team, they still had some really good moments. Imagine if they're able to clean up their anti-ecos. Imagine if they won, I think they won 1 pistol on the 2 maps, you know. You start getting a couple of those things going in your favor, now we're talking.
Now we're cooking with gas, and if Boomich actually gets a bit more comfortable, it seems, in leading the team. I mean, this isn't where we get to listen in, but just watching, it feels like Simple's doing a lot of the talking, and what I'm worried about is Simple getting into that role where, because he's the star of the team, or he feels like he needs to do more, right? Instead of giving the team room, right, other players on the team room to work with or to take their responsibilities, he's trying to take up more and more oxygen in the room as that guy who feels like he needs to make it happen. We've seen it happen in the past with other of the star players.
I think, when you're that good, it must be very difficult to keep your mouth shut in certain situations. This was the round where he came alive, though. If you look at this before, Simple wasn't really awake in the game, and it's not just him. You know, I'm not just throwing out his name. Everybody other than Boomich was not contributing. Simple has this round, and then he's actually starting to get the AWP going, and we see him adding to the tally. But until this point, the whole series, right? Duncan pointed out something with the stat lines. If you looked at the way that Boomich impacted over these 2 maps, he had the most kills and the most damage. If you looked at that, you would expect Na'Vi to be winning a game because Boomich is not normally the highest fragger, right? He's contributed well and above what he normally does, and they've lost a 16-9, 16-12 game here, and they've lost a lot of clutches. They've lost a lot of situations where Na'Vi would normally steal those rounds.
And I think if you're on the Vitality side, it's still early days, but very positive signs to see Shocks, not just fragging, but crucially winning some clutches. Like, if you can get that contribution from the other players, it doesn't matter how well they frag across the game. If you can just win some clutches, ZywOo kills 2 people every round anyway. That's the formula where you could win a tournament like this.
This is playing to Shoxy's strengths as well. We saw him pop off a lot in pistol rounds. And remember, we used to say one of the best pistol players in the world. If you can get him into his comfort zone on pistols, makes you just that much more effective at locking him down. Na'Vi couldn't get a pistol to save their life, it felt like.
And he actually was pretty confident. Like, he basically said on the comms, right, you know, if they come B, headshots for me.
Yeah.
He had a little rhyme and everything.
What, in French?
In French.
I was going to say, speaking that in English, what's he doing?
He was loving life, man. He felt like he couldn't miss.
Okay.
Sounding so confident right now. And to me, that's obviously a good thing, right? Because Shoxy is a god, and you really do hope that he comes back up to that god tier level.
That's the thing, right? His form, his drop-off, I think you could say he was really struggling last year, at least to be a shadow of his former self. We never expect him to go back to the Shox that was the best player in the world, or the Shox that we had in Source, who was, you know, an absolute animal. But if he can contribute because Counter-Strike's a completely different game now, right? The game's changed a lot. There's a lot more micro decisions within that. If he can contribute in the way that we've seen from him today on a consistent basis, things are looking good.
Well, we do actually have an interview right now with Boomich from NaVi. Okay. So we'll get some insight here, perhaps, from the in-game leader for NaVi, the losing team.
I've got Boomich with me after Na'Vi fall to Vitality. And Boomich, you first of all did have individual great performance. But what I wanted to ask, do you feel like having the Ice Challenge before this was a negative for you guys?
No, it was our first tournament and we got the final, but it was like not the best teams, you know. It's like tier 2 teams and only Mouse Sports, and we go to the final, so it's okay result for us because we training with Perfect only 5 days online, and he goes to Moscow to do visa fast, and we really don't have time. So now we lose 2-0. It's bad result, but we don't have a lot of preparation, so we will fix our mistakes and play better next matches.
And that's the thing, right? This is a new lineup. There's been changes for you guys. Are you still happy with just kind of the overall what you did at ICE and what you're trying to show here, given that you have had Perfecto in so late?
Переведи, Женя. The main
about
question.
having Perfecto into the lineup, are they still happy with how this progress is going and where they're at the moment?
Okay. So I don't know the progress because it's our second tournament. He need to fix really a lot of mistakes like all of us, and so we need to play more tournaments and see where he's doing bad moves or something like that and prepare like team. So we just need more time, a little bit, really.
Well, so there you have it. A little bit more time.
Sentiment, isn't
By
it,
the
for
way,
everybody?
mad props to Boomic. Like, he didn't even come into the team until that recently. He wasn't in any scenario where he had to speak English. And his English has leveled up a lot since I first heard him come in NaVi, what was it now, like 9 months ago, 8 months ago, something? Mad props.
Yeah, I think here, if anybody's looking at that NaVi result and going, well, this team's never going to work, that's a ridiculous statement, right? Because of how short of a time frame we're
They were still
looking at
close
here.
in this game at times.
Yeah, and there were moments here where they looked good, right? Sure, on that Inferno game, it was Boomic just going to town in a lot of rounds on their CT side. You can attribute a lot of their rounds there just to him individually. But if he can become, I'm not going to say the third star of the team, but if he can become, a force to be reckoned with, and then we can actually get Simple and Electronic showing up, which they didn't do today. I think they would admit that themselves. They just weren't in the game. You can get an individual like this who's able to lock down an area of the map. Like this is great stuff. It's steps in the right direction. But the problem they have is I think the way that everybody else is coming into 2020 is with established rosters. And they probably wanted to come into 2020 with an established roster. For whatever reason, Guardian didn't work out. He wasn't able to contribute in the way that they wanted, and they're starting the year behind. Like, Vitality had a boot camp coming in here, or at least a long practice time. Astralis will be doing the same thing. I mentioned before, Vitality had 48 days off. For Astralis, it was 56 days off. So everybody's well rested. They're going to be tuned up for this because this is the only thing that they're looking at. After this, I've said it last week, I'll say it again. There's a couple weeks break before the next big tournament. This is your focus. It's your only focus. There's no online Counter-Strike to worry about. There's none of that nonsense. If you're not coming in here completely prepped as one of these teams with time off, what have you been doing with your time? Whereas NaVi, they have an excuse. Not necessarily one that, they can... Maybe Guardian was like, I don't want to play. Or maybe he wasn't... We don't know exactly what the situation was there. But they've come in and they're trying to do the best of a bad situation.
If you want more insight on that, there is an excellent interview with Blade, the coach for NaVi, up on HLTV right now. Really good read. Gives a lot of insight on that in terms of like what their game plan is. Just hoping that he's not going to burn the players out. Never want to hear that, right? Because he is talking about how hard they have to work to play catch up, exactly, as you've been saying. So there is a lot to consider there. But let's go ahead and take a look real quick at the bracket and see how that's going to pan out here for the rest of the night, because it's not done yet here at Blast Premier. We have one more best of 3 coming at you today, the first day of the week, and it's going to be Astralis versus Complexity. And for the observant few in the stream, I'm pretty sure they've been seeing Astralis, setting up behind you guys. They probably see it coming. But quick thought real quick on this one before we throw it to a break.
I mean, there's some fraggers on the Complexity side. The problem is you're facing the team that's the hardest to play in the entire world, so massive uphill challenge for them. Then again, this is a group where you can also spin it the other way. It's a chance to prove yourself. Anyone you win maps against is legit.
Yeah, I'm with that. Astralis could come out a little bit rusty. Highly unlikely. Possible. But highly unlikely.
Anything's possible. Okay, gents. Well, we're going to be taking a very quick break now, and when we come back, well, very quick actually, very quick ad break, and then it's going to be a holding screen, I'm pretty sure, because we are going to start the second match of the day around 19:30 GMT. So we'll see you then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live now with our second match of the day, and you have them on your screen. Complexity versus Astralis in a best of 3 here live at Blast Premiere from the 3 Mills in London.
This one is an interesting one, I would say, for not the reasons I think everybody at home is expecting right now. Astralis is going to be the clear favorites going up against Complexity, which is a completely reboot roster, a whole new logo. Both have got stars now, but Jason Lake's in the building, so there's going to be a lot more yelling than I think what the Complexity fans were probably going to be bringing otherwise. He's a little bit jet lagged, but I can still maybe kick some chairs, bring some pistols, all that kind of stuff. Everyone know that? No, reference is a bit old school.
Bit of an old school meme.
Warden's here, so it makes sense.
He's still around.
Hey.
Yeah. No, he's here right now. He's got that Complexity jersey, but he's been with Complexity for a while now, too. He's really been hanging in there.
Yeah.
Saw Jason Lake around here as well, so the Complexity fellows are here. But we're going to actually be talking about Astralis to kick things off, gentlemen. So we're going to bring up the Astralis lineup and take a look at some of the blast scores, see where they float, and very consistent across the board, in fact, for Astralis.
Surprise, surprise.
I mean, this really tells you all you need to know about Counter-Strike is a lot of other teams have like they have like the, Ronaldo, Messi and FIFA level ratings on some of the players, and then you see them in the game, they're disjointed. When you have players like this where everyone is basically a high level, no one's even dropping. I mean, the idea Zipnix has 83, yet the roles he plays, that's ridiculous efficiency. So, as you'd expect, you have the quintuple threat, as it were. Like, at no point in time, I always say this against Astralis, there are no 2 Astralis players left in a 2vx that the game's over with.
Yeah.
That just shows why they're so dangerous, why they're so potent.
And maybe you're new to Counter-Strike and you're not sure who these guys are. This is the best 5-man roster to ever touch and play Counter-Strike, right? What these guys have been able to achieve on a team basis is something that we've never seen anybody else be able to do. Like pound for pound, role-wise, what they're able to do in terms of innovation and bring to Counter-Strike, it's changed the way the game is played. They've set a blueprint, for everybody else to follow. And this team right here coming in, well, I've been talking about the other ones having breaks. These guys have had a 56-day break. The last tournament they won was actually the global finals for Blast, which went down in Bahrain not that long ago. But these are the guys who the break isn't going to affect them, right? At least in my opinion. They're the most professional team we have in the scene. They could take take a couple months off, come back, and I'd still expect them to play at a decently high level.
And I would even say that as if to state how ridiculous they were at their absolute peak. They're not even at their absolute peak at the moment. Like, they're a little bit of a step off that. And they're still top 4 every single tournament, basically. They make most of the finals. If they make them, they win most of the tournaments. And they have the best map pool in the game. So what really more can you ask of these guys?
Well, we can ask plenty, actually, Duncan, and some of that can be questions as well. We have the 3rd best player on the mic with James right now. So let's see that.
Now, ended the year on a high again, you're number 1 team in the world, but what's the goal for you guys now, and how do you kind of keep that hunger and motivation going?
So yeah, we've been the number 1 team for a long, long time, right? Liquid had a stint last year where they had like 5 months, but other than that, the last 2 years, I think that they've been ours. So the hunger is basically coming from within. It's coming from the team talks we have, and I think that with all we have achieved, I think no one is satisfied, and trying to understand that and trying to push yourselves every day in practice is the hardest part about being a professional that has achieved almost everything, if not everything there is to achieve, right? So you need to constantly demand more of yourself, demand more of your teammates, and find new goals and set new goals for the team. And right now we're looking obviously at the major. Doing 4 majors in a row would be crazy, right? So yeah, that's our main goal for the year, is just like to stay at the top. Obviously, there will be some ups and downs. That's how Counter-Strike and sports in general is. But yeah, overall, have a good year.
All right, Duncan, I'm going to hand it right to you.
I mean, the guy doesn't just look like Tom Cruise. Okay, so 2 years ago, he wins the most MVPs ever in a year. Still can't get the number 1 rating. Last year, he wins all the majors. Has all the big clutch moments. Still not. So it's obviously a mission impossible to be number 1 in the rankings for a device. Despite the fact he's always top 5. He's got the top placing on cruise control.
We need the drum kit here.
All right.
Yeah. Well, there's Mission Impossible jokes there, John. We're going to just completely skim over those? All right, I'm glad that we touched on a little bit. Look, if there's one team that's going to give PR answers, and I'm going to believe it, it's actually going to be Astralis, right? Because I think that they all buy into this mentality that it is, the team game, the team comes above all else.
Stats look good.
Yeah.
Helped this argument.
Yeah, whereas, they're going up against the team. We've got Complexity right here, who is a very new team, a very young team. A lot of names here that maybe you've never seen before, right? Obviously, we'll start with the more veterans. We've got Rush, who was in the Cloud9 roster, who were able to win that major many years ago now. I think it was 2 years ago at this point. We've got Config, who within the Danish scene, he was coming up at the same time as Magisk,
Yes.
right? He was coming up at the same time.
And would have been the player instead of Megas actually in Astralis.
Yeah, and has come over some attitude issues now, and hopefully will be able to re-kick his career in the right direction off with this Complexity team. And then the newer names, right? Poison. He was playing over there with Windigo, a very promising AWPer. Obo. He looks like a baby. He basically is. This kid, you haven't seen a lot out of him, but I think it's going to be exciting to watch this kid develop as a North American talent. And then Blame F, who is driven like nobody else. You see this guy, he's putting out a lot of tweets that he is, divulging his entire life into just being Counter-Strike and focusing on that. And one of the key pickups for Jason Lake when building this team, right, was to get somebody of his caliber. He's taken over the in-game leadership role very early into his career. And this is an exciting prospect on paper. It's going to be one of these things we have to wait and see what they can build into.
Also, Blame F, it literally didn't even fit within the profile picture. Like, when I told Jason Lake, get someone who can do the heavy lifting, you took it too literally, my friend. I meant in the game.
He is a tank, isn't he?
He's ridiculous.
But he is, you see, Danish Vikings, why they terrorized everybody for so long. You see, right there on your screen. The reason being, but as far as the team is concerned now, can they terrify this group? Can they come up with anything to go up against Astralis, who are undisputed world champs and the best right now? The team to take down. And we actually have an interview, I'm told, with Blame F as well. So that's perfect. We're going to go ahead and hear from him now.
Okay, Blame F. The first thing I've got to ask you here is, what is the biggest difference for you now leading a team that has got some NA players in, it's a mixed bunch, and you're not just on a full, Scandinavian-speaking roster?
I think it's more fitting every personality and every... People are very different because they come from different countries, so I think it's more about fitting everything into one team and then make everyone happy individually, but also make it work as a team. I think that's the biggest obstacle. And I think that's also why we haven't performed as good yet, because we know we have the players, and I think personally I have the mind, but it's just about making it all fit together when we have that many different people. So I think that's the biggest obstacle right now.
Strange confidence out of a player. That's the thing we don't normally see, right? What I was talking about in terms of early in his career, Blame F has just picked up the mantle of in-game leading, right? It wasn't, this guy was playing in Epsilon or ex-Epsilon a long time ago, and he was a fragger, and then he got moved into a heroic roster where the in-game leadership was thrown around a little bit, and now he's picked it up as a full-time thing. So it's curious to see. I've watched these guys play a couple of their online matches, and they look like they have the structure. But going forward, the question is, can they play with the big boys? Can they play with the best in the world? And, well, they get the toughest task right here.
I think it's worth pointing out as well that when we did talk to some of the players in the VT for the backstage session yesterday, they were saying, in fact, I think it was even the guys from Astralis, that they expect this team will surprise one team at this tournament. Because I'm going to go ahead and say this, I never put too much stock in online games, especially not qualifier games. It's a totally different beast. You're playing opponents you don't even necessarily practice for.
Exactly.
When you actually get to an offline setting like this, a team like this could be much better than they seemed online.
So as far as the Betway odds are concerned, that is quite the big difference between these two teams. But we shall see how it all plays out. First, we must take a break, and so we will be right back, and then we will see these players walk out onto the stage.
rough to hear that you're playing the best team in the world in your opening match, but I don't think it matters for us. I don't think we're going to be the kind of team that crumbles under pressure or anything like that.
I'm expecting a lot from Complexity. I think they have a great organization behind them.
It's always difficult playing new teams.
It's kind of nice to be the new team and just go in and we can play our own game.
On the paper, it looks like a good and solid roster.
You don't really know if the players have a good chemistry.
I think we have more firepower than Astralis have, so it's just about making the teamwork work.
The most important thing is just us focusing on ourselves and just play our own game.
We are definitely ready for how they like to play. I don't know if they will use all their best stuff against us.
The player to watch out for is Poison.
I think honestly Magic is one of their really, really strong players. He's just like playing insane individually.
So I predict the game against Complexity to be 2-1 for us.
We're gonna take it 2-0.
I definitely believe that we can do it 2-0, but you know, as long as we win, I'm just gonna be happy.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what they can do.
We definitely have some tricks up our sleeves.
There they were in the tunnel as well, waiting patiently to come out onto the stage. 2-0 predictions for the Complexity squad. Okay then, and Astralis still hedging their bets. We've seen this before. 2-1 on their side, but now it is time to get it going, and no better than James Banks to bring the teams to the stage.
Thank you, Semler. I am looking forward to getting this one started. London, make some noise. We got our final best of 3 today here at Blast Premier. Show me what you got. That's more like it. All right, it's time to welcome on the best team in the world. Hailing from Denmark, it's Astralis, the #1 team in the world. They don't have just superstars, they have 5 of them. A dangerous team no matter what ends up happening, no matter who they challenge. Despite some of the shakiness they had last year, they're coming back into 2020 to show us what they got and show us if they can deliver just like they did at the end of last year. They'll be facing off against a team that was usually from North America, starting to add some EU flair into that lineup. It's Team Complexity! Complexity now calling themselves the Juggernauts, trying to build a new roster, trying to build for success, looking to get themselves up into the top spots of Counter-Strike. They've got a lot to prove, they've got a lot to do, and now it's time for them to shine. Config, Magis. So, ex-teammates anyway, but Config. Some say that you were meant to be in his spot and be on Astralis right now. Does that just give you more fuel now to just take him down?
Yeah, it actually does. Like, I feel like Emil is the perfect fit, except from I was the perfect one in the time, and then he took the spot because he was the second player that got the chance.
Okay. Magisk, you are on the #1 team in the world. You've won majors, you've won the big tournaments. So this should be pretty easy, because Complexity, what do they have against you guys?
Well, I'm not sure. But honestly, for me, it's just one game at a time, and we have to be humble and don't underestimate them, and just play one map at a time and see how it goes.
The smart answer's always coming from the Astralis camp. You guys are trained oh so well. Shake hands, guys. Go and take your spots. Let's get into this game!
So there you have it. Couple of words from both sides. Chad, I saw you laughing quite a bit there.
Well, there's a difference between the two players right there. Like, I think at the time, Config's attitude was the problem, and Megas was just in the right place at the right time, and he sees that moment, right? If you hear the story about what happened to Megas, him getting dropped from the team, him being, quite emotional after he got dropped from, I believe it was North, and then getting picked up by Astralis, and now going on this run, and think about all the major trophies he's got in that cabinet. I don't think that goes through Megas' head at all. But going into this one right here, we're going to get the videos on the screen in a second. The ban should be pretty clear cut.
Bad news, unfortunately, is that the best map for Complexity is Mirage, and if you've been following Astralis for the last, let's say, year, they ban Mirage by default. So that's almost certainly going to get taken out, at which point in time, if you're the guys from Complexity, you like things like DOS 2, certainly a map that Astralis can be fairly tasty on. They obviously put their hours in. Overpass is one where maybe I think you could get some interesting play there. Again, when you're at the level Astralis is at, they don't really have bad maps once they get Mirage out of the way, and that's just quite frankly because they choose not to play it. So I feel as though if you're the guys from Complexity, you probably should go for the Overpass big if you feel like you have confidence. I mean, something you've done, you practice.
DOS 2.
Instead, you go straight into DOS 2. Now, we say it all the time. If the other team's good on DOS 2, it makes it a dangerous pick for you. And the problem is, it's not like it's the best map, but I've seen Astralis tool the Team Liquid guys on DOS 2, so they can certainly get busy on that one.
Yeah, look, going into this here, I think they're just going to try and lean towards their strengths. If you're Complexity, let's say Poison just pops off here and has an absolutely fantastic game on the AWP, then there's a chance that they can be competitive in a game like this. Dust 2 can be very snowbally as well. Let's say they're there's a double AWP setup you're going to see coming out from this Astralis roster.
Where does Astralis go, though?
It's Inferno pick at this point.
That would make sense.
Certainly, especially if you look at the strengths.
Okay.
They've gone with a surprise one, actually. I mean, I don't mind this. Obviously, we've seen Astralis have wins on this map before, again against Team Liquid, but particularly in this particular case, it's not a map that you think Complexity's put in the hours on. So what you're saying here is let's just guarantee a win.
They don't have an official recorded on it at the moment. That is of Complexity. So for this, it's an unknown. For Astralis, they must be very confident in going into a map like Vertigo with it being an unknown, because we don't know what that of Complexity could have worked on. That means,
and I think we're going to get the Inferno decider now, because you've left it up to them as to whether they want overpass or not. So they're going to take Inferno. I can't really see where the flaw is here. Like I'll add to what Chad said. So I kind of see where BlameF's coming from, thinking he has more firepower than Astralis. He's not correct because it doesn't always show up in the server, but certainly people will underestimate the firepower of Complexity, in part because of the online losses. I do think a map like Dust 2, they have their chances on this one. This is the one where really they could punch a little bit above their weight, a couple of their players go off. There's a chance. The problem is with the way the rest of the series goes, you would bet your money that Vertigo and Inferno are definitely going to Astralis. So it's got to be a win on this Dust 2, I think, from Complexity, if they want to make it a series.
Yeah, if you look at Complexity's official recorded map so far, they've played Inferno 5 times. They've lost it every single time. So for them going into Inferno, that one's going to be pretty bleak if we do go the distance, which should be very unlikely. This should be an Astralis 2-0. These aren't teams that we can even compare right now. This is the best team in the world going up against a team who, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet. And they're talking, you're losing best of ones to a Polish team called Pact. Yeah, sure, it's online, but if you want to, you want to be able to get yourself into a position to, we as analysts can have stock in you, you need to be beating those type of teams right now. If you're practice quality, you're only playing against tier 1 teams, then you're going against playing tier 2, tier 3, and they're doing, dumb or gimmicky kind of plays. That can rattle you, that can throw you off here. But like I said, it's against Astralis. It's not like I'm saying we're going up against, 100 Thieves, where maybe you get the best out of Blame, you get the best out of Config, the best out of Poison, maybe you win. This is Astralis. This is not comparable by any means.
And also, you've got to get lucky with your map pool when you're facing an elite side. They've got to be willing to play a map that yours just your absolute best, but there's another one they have to bat. That was never the case here. I mean, Astralis, as you've seen, they had about 50 directions they could have gone in the veto, and they just chose to make Vertigo an interesting little exhibition game, I'm going to guess. And you don't give that away much against the opponents you might play later, to be fair.
This is the thing. If Glaive hasn't seen them play an official on it, then he's probably thinking that it's a map that they don't play, or they don't play a lot, because if you're not confident in going to it as Complexity against some of the other opponents you've been playing, you would assume they haven't done a lot of work. If you haven't played any officials on it as well, that's also a worrying sign. And then you could think about it from another perspective. Astralis is starting their 2020 season right now. If you want to come out and say, we are the best Vertigo team in the world, this is a great way to do it. Just pick it against everybody and beat everybody. You don't have to show everything on the rest of the maps in the pool, right? Get Vertigo out of the way. There's a lot of teams that don't even play Vertigo. So if you're going to continue to keep everybody else under the thumb by showing you're good at the newest map in the pool, people are going to be worried about playing that against you in the future. So this could be a long game play from Glaive here.
I wouldn't be surprised as well from Glaive. He seems to be the in-game leader who has his thumb on everything, as you say. Now, however, it is time to get into the match. Are we sticking by our predictions real quick?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes?
I mean, this
yes?
is probably
okay.
2-0. Let's be
Time to hand it over to Anders and Moses then to bring the cast.
Oh, yes, we're ready. Jason, how are you feeling? Should be a very interesting game, this one.
I don't know about that. I think interesting.
Well, Vertigo's in there.
Well, yeah, but I think part of the reason why that's picked, obviously, too, is that's usually a map that you kind of leave towards the end if you're a team that wants to add it. And for a new lineup that's starting to put things together, there's other maps like Inferno, like Mirage, as the Des mentioned, that they're going to want to work on. They're going to want to improve before you even get to Vertigo. For me, this match it's interesting in the way that Complexity is this is the testing point. This is where they see what they've got right now at this moment, how things have gone for this first month or so that they've been practicing, month or more. And then they have DreamHack Anaheim coming up. They have ESL Pro League. But this is kind of like the barometer and what do we work on moving forward.
Kind of a rough test to start off against Astralis on LAN, but I kind of feel like it's at least Astralis haven't played any games in 2020 yet. So that is, I think that might help out Complexity a little bit. That should be that in itself, I think, will be fun to see, because we've seen that before when teams take breaks and they come back and suddenly, they're not quite looking 100% like themselves.
I think that's the very flimsy life raft you're clinging to if you're Complexity. Maybe we have one little window of opportunity. The problem is, even if you could take advantage of that in the first half of this opening map, what are the chances you're gonna be able to take advantage of that across a whole series? I think Astralis, even if they lose this first map, even if they have a rough start, they're just gonna come back and smash this series.
So saying it's a life raft that it'll save them from the initial ship sinking, but it won't carry them to shore anywhere.
It's gonna be sinking. It's gonna be sinking very soon.
They'll just drown later than the rest of the passengers on board.
Yeah, it's just gonna be slower and a bit more miserable.
And on that note, I think we're about to be ready with the game. I'm very excited by this one. Definitely, always fun to see Astralis play. But yeah, this Complexity lineup has been something that's been in the making as well. Obviously, went and got 2 Danish players on the lineup themselves, so that in itself is fun. And it's a whole history. Obviously, the guys in Astralis know very well what Config is all about and his aggressive style. So it'll be fun to see how this plays out. Complexity going to be starting on the T side, Astralis on the CT side. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like a flashbang to set up a push out long. There we go. Sip is down in pit and Device is there. They've got a bit of a crossfire, but it's already broken up. And look at that. Sip's on his own, just saying, you know what? Don't risk it. Just let him fall back. Now he's bringing a bit of backup. Are they going to be able to flash their way into this? They have some grenades up at the A-bomb site, but right now, they're just waiting for it. And they don't even check for Sip. Oh, they're all lined up. Oh, it's a disaster. Sip. A lot of damage, just the 1 kill, but then comes the crossfire. They finally got rid of Sip, but that has cost them a lot already.
Yeah, not enough kills coming out for such an effective crossfire, but they've slowed it down. They've done the damage, but somehow Complexity has fought their way into an even situation, a 3-on-3. Bomb is up at Goose and Config's hands. They can still try and make this work. A plant would at least be something.
It's going to be huge. No one jumping for the shot just now, so the bomb does get planted. And this is very interesting. Suddenly, there's a lot of pressure on Astralis. Magus, though, excellent headshots. And Rush, he wants to fall away. He's going to take the fight anyway. Picks up a gun, but it's not in time. Instead, it's Magus with the triple kill, but that was a close round. They actually had the bomb plant down exactly where they wanted. I don't think Astralis had any smokes or anything. That could have been huge, but they just couldn't get away.
Almost a miraculous clutch from Rush. 4 kills. That would have been the ace in the round, and he just ran out of bullets to use. Now, one small detail. Config, you could see him jumping at that corner. He's trying to clear deep into pit, and he never spotted Zip, who was tucked very deep into that corner, and the jump just wasn't able to spot wide enough. That could have been a disaster, and somehow I'm very impressed that Complexity even made it that close.
Yeah, because that could have all fallen apart in just that initial engagement. And the fact that they get the bomb down and get all those kills means they can get the Kriegs, the Scout here, and already doing a lot of damage. Device down to 35, so they're quite dangerous in this round, and they've got so much time to play around with. So let's see what Astralis do. If they want to challenge, that'd be risky. I like this play from Dupree and Magus over at B. That's sort of he's very, very aggressive, halfway into a push-up and upper there.
I like this boldness of Config working his way up catwalk. Rush and Blame F with the Kriegs. Rush is very far back. It's all on this MAC-10. Good trade from Rush. A critical one before Poison went down. And Device has spotted one. He's taken a shot, and he's going to back away. Meanwhile, Glaive, we're going to see this frequently in this map. He's pushed in towards the long cave. He's going to have a very fast flank if need be.
Yeah, he's already out. That's something to watch for, and they just don't know. Oh, they're actually falling back. And Glaive, if he sticks around top mid, he's for sure going to hear them falling back. Playing it patiently. He's getting the call anyway from B, saying, yeah, they're not really showing up. Magus got 1 kill over there, so he's just staying put, and this could be the round-winning play right here.
This map position just basically wins it feels like. This is going to be such a hard angle for them to even be aware to check. Now, the timing. Will he peek out towards long? He's turned away. He spotted them at last. He sees all 3, or at least 2. He's called it out, and he's going to remain aggressive. He knows they're committed into the cave. You can see Dupree and Magus on the minimap rotating over towards CT spawn.
Device is ready, taking down Poison. They just know everything. This is what Complexity are doing. It could be fine, but the fact that they're getting caught and red all the way through is a big problem. Obo getting a huge kill there on Magus, but he's still going to get shut down. So they do a bit of damage. Would have been amazing if they could have got 1 more kill in there. But
this is the style of play from Astralis that makes it so difficult for underdogs to be able to overcome them, because they are just so good at getting positioning on the map to find the intel. You can't ever surprise them, and if you're an underdog, those are some of the qualities that you need to force an upset, is being able to catch them off guard, find a hit where they don't really know what's coming. But Glaive does this against the best teams in the world. He's going to push out long quite frequently, especially if he's not challenged. And they'll do the same thing. Magus will do the same thing on the other side of the map, pushing in towards upper dark from time to time.
there was a point in time, definitely, when Astralis didn't have this quality. I mean, even when they were really, really good and you know, top 1 or 2 in the world, where they didn't have that aggressive quality, and then they added it, and it somehow became even worse for everybody. I think that was the one thing you could say about Astralis, is they played the mechanical style of Counter-Strike to a really high level, but they didn't have that sort of open creativity quite to the same extent. And the fact that they found a way to add that even into their game is sort of ridiculous. And I think you're right, that does make it very, very hard to play against.
Dupree's going to be frustrated. He didn't manage a kill, but I mean, you want to talk about just strong fundamentals, realizing in this second round that you're not going to have the Kriegs and the AKs on the board. Stay at a distance and still losing a couple players, a bit uncharacteristic, but not in any danger of losing the round just yet, although now it could get interesting. Config with an M4, a 1 versus 2, but he's got Magus at low HP. Headshot angle though, so it kind of negates the 14 health.
It does a little bit, and he's just going to walk right into it.
That negates the 14th health as well.
That'll do it. I mean, he needed some sort of element of surprise there, and
yeah,
didn't really get a chance. 3-0 though, and a much more expensive round for Astralis than I think they were really expecting. Now we got poison on that AWP, and Devices picked up one on the other team as well. So yeah, now is the chance for a bit of a test here. They've done a lot of damage to the economy on the Astralis side, so that if they can turn this round, actually Complexity might have a decent start.
Oh, dropping for a fast cat push. Zip is going to be there to meet them again, and he's got the first kill. That's a Krieg in hand. Nade is going to slow down Blame F. A little bit of damage, and the utility negates any fast-paced aggression. Great shot from Device.
That looked like a fight that maybe could have been. Oh, he gets the leg shot through as well. That's hard to handle. But I'm sad that Config didn't win that fight, because that's actually how I would want them to use Config, is to say, you know what, you lead the charge, wherever that may be, if it's long or catwalk, but I'd bet good money Config could win a lot of those fights. Sip was just there so quick.
And he had the Krieg able to just hold that angle once he turns the corner. Magus waiting for a pop flash from the teammate. There's the peek, and ooh, he just cleans up poison. 1 HP, I don't even think he even realized it. Shout out to Device with the assist, and look at this setup. Covering each other just perfectly. Bombs down in mid. Even with Magus going down, it's not gonna matter. 4-0. And a quick 4-0 as Complexity has opened up this game on a tear on their T side. These have been very fast-paced rounds.
And some of them even, you know, close. If they could just, again, they just need to turn one of them. He actually does get a dink as well, and that's what's really sad. But this does look
That's
similar,
unreasonable. That is unreasonable. Well, that money situation you talked about, it's still kind of there. Magus can Dupree under $1,000, but that, I mean, as long as they keep some people alive in this round, enough players, it's going to build right back up. But I like what Complexity's doing. They have, you know, a half buy, but look at all the utility. I mean, 4 smokes still in hand, plenty of flashbangs, so they have enough elements of danger to be able to cause some of these kills and limit the economic growth.
Grenade gonna go, I think, a little bit further.
Holy hell.
The odds are...
Have you ever seen anything like those odds?
No, not really. Not for a while. I feel like, yeah, if you're willing to take a chance, then here we go. Gonna be pushing out. Thought maybe they would actually let Rush set up one of those smokes for CT spawn all the way from outside, but it looks like Config's going to be doing that anyway. So actually double smoking middle is what they're signaling at the moment. That would give you the space probably to get a little bit closer with the pistols. And they're not going to find any fight in here, which seems like they're not even really trying. They're just leaving one.
They want to pull the attention towards middle with 3 smokes, that there's going to be some kind of an execute, a set piece through the smoke towards the B bomb site. Meanwhile, 4 players lining in upper dark. Dupree's going to have a big job to do. He's scoped in. He misses the first shot. Magus gets blind, and there's a chance. Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree, and a 4th on top. 5-0.
You know what? They did everything right. They did everything right to set up the strategy to get close to that AWP. This is supposed to be where this weapon has a huge downside, but that's outrageous. Dupree AWPing. It's not the first time we've seen it. It used to be a bit of a joke, but then there was one tournament in Royal Arena where it stopped being funny. Turned out he was really good with it.
He's a bit of a freak.
AW Peter, I think, is what they started calling him. So.
All right, some players out long. Config gonna try and turn the corner, but Magus has a double of his own, putting down his Danish brethren. And another huge deficit for Complexity. And I don't mind this pacing that Complexity has started this game out, but I think at a certain point, and it might be right now after this round, you call a timeout, and I think you have to slow things down. Like, if you can't just run this fast pace every single time. Astralis is ready for it. The utility's coming out early. They're willing to challenge and fight. They're not scared of your aggression. This is where you kind of need to rethink the game plan.
Okay. 8 health on Magus, 22 on Glaive. It's not to try and make up too many excuses, but some of those engagements, as they've been in previous rounds, just, you know, a little bit shy of working out in favor of Complexity.
And here's Glaive pushed in cave again. We said to keep our eyes on that on the mini-map. He's going to have a lot of information. Astralis knows there's no hit coming towards long, and at any point, as soon as utility is spotted, Glaive can actually just push forward and have a giant backstab.
Yeah, they do make the jump down, so they've got Rush moving closer. The missed shot will open it up. Megas going down to the Molotov, but pushing through the smoke is Sip. He's swiftly traded. That's a double kill for Obo, and it's not bad at all. Somehow, from a 5-on-3 into a 2-on-2, so that's a big victory for Complexity. Showing a little bit of power, and I don't know, Dupree with a knife out as he jumps up. That's a big risk. Obo back for a triple kill now, and it's Glaive. Low on health from the earlier engagement in a 1-on-2. I think he spotted it out, and yeah, that's going to help him, but should still be tricky to get that kill, and Poison is swiftly out of there. That did nearly nothing at all, and they'll take him down. Complexity finding a very unlikely round and learning a lot surely in the process. Just getting that catwalk and proving, ooh, that's something we can use.
That's a well-executed set piece. That's great trades as well. I mean, this is a magnificent start, and I actually can't believe he got that first kill through the smoke. Good kills from Rush, though. A little bit of entry in the mid-round. Now, if you're Complexity, you're not going to win a whole lot of those 3 versus 5, so you have to be really cautious how you open these rounds.
Well, they got Rush out on long. Again, the flashbangs are being traded, and Glaive will come out heavily on top. He's got Device behind him, so they want to be very careful about turning that sort of a trap that's been set. Device, they don't have a lot of grenades to try and get rid of him, so yeah, Poison's thinking about a Device. Oh, he just aims away. And a good return frag coming in this time from Complexity, and that gives them a lot of control. Config down in the middle, and Glaive is actually pushing up. This could get very awkward. He's not aiming the right way. The middle, see the top of the head, and misses the opportunity. And now he's in trouble. His teammates are quite far away. He's still alive.
I don't think either of them want anything to do with that fight. Glaive's going to back off on catwalk, but they're all caught in a really weird spot. Dupree, Zip, and Glaive. Oh, and that's really strange for Glaive. An awkward fight as he tries to transition into the site. Now come the utility, but at least they have the information at this point. Molotovs to slow down the cross, bullets coming through, and Glaive finds Poison.
Obo with a return, so they're keeping the pace right now. Config's all the way back, but making that jump wasn't going to work. Obo's now picked up an AWP and is fragging with that as well. Another 2-on-2 here. And Config finally, after having more or less trekked halfway around the map, is actually back in a position where he could do something. He's going to be setting up that smoke for the cross, or it's going to be towards CT, spawn a little bit further back down. And into Krieg again we go. 30 seconds on the clock, and they need to make a move right here. Complexity. Magisk is now on the flank, and it's being held a bit. He does get across, and he's got the bomb, but Config's not holding long, and that gives the huge opportunity. Magisk coming in with a kill. And Obo in a 1 versus 2, that's almost unwinnable. He's going to stand up for a kill. Oh my god, he turns around for it! An unbelievable round, a quad kill. The youngest player on the team, and look at what he's capable of.
Yeah, they have, I mean, they have a lot of stock in Obo as a player to develop into a very, very strong piece of this Complexity team, and that's a nice way, you know, to get on the board and get started in this match against against the best team in the world.
That's amazing. Love everything about that.
5-2. And finally back to pistols for Astralis. UMP at hand. Glaive again gonna win that fight. Complexity struggling with the opening duels, but at least they're trading pretty efficiently in this game so far.
I like the fact that even though they're such a mixed team, they've embraced that American kind of, Counter-Strike where you say, we're fighting our way back all the time. What would it be like if it actually went well in the beginning? What if some of these rounds weren't having to fight your way back kind of rounds?
I think a lot of it is going to, eventually when they come back and look at this series, not that it's over or anything, but the opening kills are going to be an important factor. At the moment, only Blame F has success on the entry for Complexity. He's the only opening kill they have so far in these 8 rounds.
Wow, is that, the fact that if that is true, and I'm going to assume you're telling the truth, Jason?
Yeah,
then
thanks.
I don't know why I put so much down. But then it's even more impressive that they're about to have 3 rounds even, because that usually dictates a lot of what's going to happen in any given round.
Well, they might get 4 out of this. This might be a 2-fer considering Astralis has fully bought into this. The next round, if Complexity is to convert this into a win, not going to be a whole lot to fight with for Astralis, but for the moment, that scout's got to be scary. Same with the Deagle. Dupree has somehow worked his way to car, and they're aware. Spamming him down. Config cautious the whole time, and there goes Zip.
Really well done. I love the control here for a team like Complexity. That's one of the hard things, I think, to build into a new team, is to have all the troops under control. So the fact that they weren't throwing that round away by just being aggressive and fighting with the advantage, That's a good sign. Like, there are so many positive signs. They're winning some of these rounds that are hard to win against Astralis, and they're playing reasonably when they need to.
No, but this is, I think, where Complexity has to go on quite a bit of a run. I mean, already they're 3 in a row, which is very nice. But for a young team and for a new team that's still figuring things out, momentum is your ally. This is where you have to start feeling really, really good, and you have to string a lot of rounds together because Astralis, they're gods at changing momentum. So while you have it, you better take advantage of that. All right, I like it.
It's it's intimidating though, isn't it?
That's the sound he makes in the last set in the gym.
I believe so. Or if he was fighting that guy with the spear in Game of Thrones. He's just ready.
Well, you know how that one ends.
Yeah, we do know how that one ends. 5-3. And all the pressure on Astralis. They bought 2 HE grenades, but otherwise they don't have that much to show for in this particular round. So it could be something. They have some players, though, that, I mean, someone like Config, you talked about momentum, right?
Yeah.
So I agree completely that that's what they need to exploit. But if you could get Config up and running, then that's like half the equation right there.
Well, especially because we know when he's feeling the game and when he's feeling just his game in general, he's one of the most courageous players we have. He's got some of the biggest balls in the entire professional scene, so that's who you'd expect to start, running away with things and start kind of exerting his dominance on the field of play.
We've done the measurements. It's accurate.
What we're saying is we need to see Config's balls.
Yeah, you know what? There's some prime content right there. I reckon, though, we've got maybe half a generation of Counter-Strike viewers, maybe it's more than that even, who actually haven't seen that version of Config at all.
Oh, yeah.
Because of just how his career
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a little while. So, yeah, that's something that we could even look forward to in this particular game, or just in this version of Complexity that would be a lot of fun. Obo getting back up with 3 members joining him, and I don't see this defense holding. A flashbang to set it up. Dupree with the CEC, and that needs to be a quick kill. Only got 12 bullets to make it happen. Device there with the P250. It's good, but he can't pick up the AK-47. They get to do some damage, Astralis. This is really not a bad round for them at all, but they do make it through Complexity.
That was a bit sloppy, though, from Complexity, and there was a chance with that kind of messed up flashbang, the entry. There wasn't a great positioning, great spacing on the trade. It works out either way because it's against pistols, but against rifles, that gets chewed up. 4-5 as Complexity has rattled off all 4 in a row, and right back into this game.
And I guess the same point could be made for Rush, right? In terms of sort of highlights of his career, and then just a little bit off to the side for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean major winning Rush. He just got a major trophy underneath his belt from Cloud9 in Boston, and he's a pickup that came into this team. A lot of people scratching their head, not thinking he still had some game, and he's much like Config. You're exactly right. He's got to prove himself in this roster.
That actually is a tag through the door there against Device. So Device still lethal, obviously, in this round, but having him down to 26 means it does limit a bit what he can do. He actually falls back from the middle, calls in Dupree instead. Very common setup here for Astralis. Nothing changed. Glaive still not pushing over it long, like we talked about. That is something they have to look for.
Well, I mean, that's the importance of this run from Complexity. Keep Glaive honest. Don't let him cheat in that fashion. You could see he's securely in pit. He's got Zipnik with him as well. Dupree clearing out mid at the moment, but is he aware of Config's position? He has no idea. Config's gonna take him down. Opening kill.
He was waiting for that. It looked like he was looking straight into the wall, but obviously all of his attention was just at the little corner of his screen, and he gets a follow-up on Device, and there's the power of that earlier shot through the door. Device goes down, and Magisk alone, and he's very good, but this is way too much to handle. They're coming in at every single side, and he's going to get shut down by Obo. And Glaive, I think he almost lost all his health to Rush earlier.
Yeah.
So they can't even do anything.
Even Device got tagged up by Poison. That's a nice cleanup from Config. 2 entries coming out mid, and that's a 5th round. We're all tied up for Complexity on the T side of Dust 2.
Yeah, this is very encouraging. I was actually very scared because we were weaving that story of the first game of Astralis, the new year. Maybe they're going to be a little bit cold. And then they take 5 rounds in a row and you think, okay, well, now if they were, that's gone. Now they feel great. And yet Complexity managed to turn this into something that looks competitive. So that's a good sign, I think.
Well, now they have the economic control as well. They're flush with cash. They've got plenty of money across all of their players. Meanwhile, Astralis is really hurting. These 2 M4s are critical. They're going to have the full losing bonus as each team trades 5-0 runs.
There we go. 5 in a row, you're right.
And I think Glaive and Zip likely drop M4s over to teammates. And I think we'll get another buy from Astralis.
Fun to see if they're going to be feeling pressured now to try and do something else, Astralis. You know, do they need to sort of try and come up with something a little bit different?
I'm curious about that. Like, when does Zonic call the timeout? Does he want to let his guys try and play through the difficulty, kind of play through the obstacles, or does he want to have some input? Does he notice something yet? Blame F out towards long. Doesn't want to stick around for the fight. But actually, look at Astralis. They're a little bit more scared. In the beginning, in their 5-0 run, they were swinging and taking that fight immediately. This time, huddled back and using the utility. But no one is out for Complexity.
Wow, and they're giving up all of long. They just wanted to see if anyone was there to fight. Then they would have had 3 people ready, but instead they all go back, and now they've got a pretty strong setup here at the catwalk and Poison. That probably should have been a kill. The bomb even leading, that's dangerous, and the follow-up, they just keep getting baited into this fight, and Astralis have all the players here they need. That Molotov nearly takes down Blameth. He's on 8 health at the end of it. They get the bomb, but that's almost like some sort of staggered defense coming in from Astralis. There's more and more people around the corner ready to fight.
Oh, that's a big push to the smoke for Device. If he'd gone a little bit further, Obo is watching at barrels. But Device just able to catch the bomb carrier, and a 1 versus 5. Astralis back on the board in convincing fashion.
Yeah, that was a huge round, and it looks so different, and Poison gets that kill, but
yes,
that's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, but you're exactly right. I mean, this is exactly what Astralis wanted. They clear out long, they say, okay, there's no one here. We'll just rotate all 3 players back. We're gonna have a utility stack on catwalk, double nade, Molotov slows everything down. They get 2 kills from it. And Complexity just get lured into continuing to attack. That part of that, great shot. A timing, a lucky guess, they'll take it.
Config pushing long in the meantime. He's looking to the ground. He just wants to get down in that pit. Can he find the angle? They know he's there. And he actually almost predicting that through. He nearly could have taken down Glaive. Can they punish Sip for being here? Shooting through the smoke, but no one can catch him. That would have been a great trade if they could have got that. Now there's still 5 versus 4 here from getting that kill in middle. And Astralis, they're just pushing everywhere right now. They need to know for sure what's coming.
Well, I mentioned this earlier. This is Magus pushing into upper dark. They're going to clear that out. Glaive and Device pushing up mid. They, despite being a man down, they have complete control of the situation. They know exactly where everyone is. They know exactly what's coming next. The question is, can they get their players in the right position? Glaive is going to go for a flank. Zip and Device just have to delay. They don't have to commit to anything.
So much time on the clock. That Molotov maybe going to put a little bit of pressure on them, but Complexity have committed to it. The bomb is still not actually crossed, but Rush will get another kill, and now Astralis need to really think, because if they lose these guns, it's going to be a big issue. Config with a wide swing to take down Magus. Again, that assertive playstyle is just so powerful. And Sip and Glaive now waiting. 2-on-4 as the bomb goes down, and Config lands another headshot. He's definitely feeling it right now, and they're going to get the final one. Blameth will be taking down the remaining player in Magus, and that's now 6-6 with all of the rifles gone for Astralis.
Config had some phenomenal entries earlier coming out mid towards the B bomb site. This is another great and impressive round from him, but leading the way are the 2 Americans. Obo at 12-7, Rush at 12-9.
The eye roll, not happy about the situation.
He got another one.
Oh,
that's 2 in a row, Poison.
Well, that's a great way to get a round started. Why aren't people doing that more, Jason?
They should just try and do it every round. Another Bulgarian joining the fray. Config and Blameth in lower tunnels, and this is a really awkward situation. Again, the defense just gets thinned out. Glaive starts to cheat towards CT spawn in middle. There's a heavy lean towards this B bomb site, and that's leaving Device at long A all alone.
And because that kill happens in the first seconds of the round, they have so much time, Complexity, to try and figure out what to do, to sort of feel out where that defense might be.
I'm wondering if Magus is going to push into upper dark again with this AWP. Sees the utility. That's going to force him to step into the action, and he might be able to catch Poison. This is going to be awkward. Obo turns the corner. Poison's up next. Magus standing his ground. He's going to lose the fight. Zip still here, still blind, and still shooting headshots.
Yeah, he's still in there. Poison trying to push through, but if Sip stays alive, oh, the flick comes in, and Poison will take him down. That was lightning fast now. Device is alone, and yeah, they should get that bomb plant down. How do you get back into this? He's found an M4, and that's obviously going to be a slightly better tool in this scenario, but How do you get through here? He has a Molotov and a couple of flashbangs, but they have another Molotov on Blamef, and they could buy a lot of time. It's a triple kill instead. Actually, a quad kill for Poison in this round, putting Complexity in the lead at 7-6, and also crushing the Astralis economy. What a turnaround.
Yes, 6 of the last 7 going to Complexity, and they've got 4 entry kills in that run as well. That was something they struggled with to start this game in the first 6 rounds. They only had the 1. Now they're starting to click, and you can see, I mean, these guys, listen, not a lot of experience together. A couple of these players, not a lot of experience in the pro scene. But when you're able to get those opening kills and you create some spaces in the defense, that young talent is going to shine.
What a turnaround. Round number 14, and it's a oh, no. Right through the smoke, and the grenade of the follow-up. Config goes down. Not what anyone was expecting. That even looked like they were winning that fight in the beginning, and somehow it just turns. So Complexity, you said momentum, that's the thing you just want to ride all the way to victory, and this could absolutely break it.
Well, it's so fitting for Astralis that perhaps breaking the momentum is utility usage. The flashbang to blind the first 2 players that are coming out of long and trying to take control of that for Complexity, the nade follow-up as well. And at this point, if you're Complexity, feels like it is kind of the only option you have. Hit the pause button. See what's going to happen, see what's going to happen across the map, who's going to push where, and maybe you get lucky and you catch one.
Surely there's no way Device will check for this.
Device is about to be so mad. Cameras on him, Death Slam incoming. Knife.
Oh, thinking about it. Got to be careful though. Rush, don't want to throw this one away. Yeah, he's going to execute him. The knife is tempting, but not really worth it in this scenario. 40 seconds, and that clock running down is going to be an issue. Magus could get caught here as well. Rush will follow it up with another kill, and they're back in a 2-on-2, and they actually have a real chance of doing this. There's not really a lot to fight back with right now for Astralis, even in spite of all the damage they did early on. Obo avoids the one dig, and he returns in style. Accurate as ever. And Glaive now, USP, halfway across the map, no armor or anything. I can't believe they turned this back in their favor. Just very patient.
If Complexity wins this, they're going to have a lead going into the second half no matter what. They'll be up to 8. This is magnificent out of Complexity. Glaive could have chosen to go towards long to pick up a rifle to save or go for the clutch instead, coming through the smoke. Deagle in hand. 1 at long, 1 in the bomb site.
When he's looking the wrong way, yeah, Rush is in position, and he saved them once again. A triple kill in the round. I mean, it shouldn't have been that close, but the fact that, again, this is just a tiny detail, but as a newish team, you want to be able to prove to yourself that you can fight your way out of some rounds that aren't looking very winnable.
The first round they won was a 3 versus 5.
Yeah.
This is a 2 versus 4 that they win with no real map presence or map knowledge at all. So, yeah, nicely done from Complexity to stay in these rounds and find a way to get the victory. Timeout called and timeout ended.
Just like that. You asked about it, you know, when are Astralis going to start to sort of feel maybe a bit of the weight of this? And I can't really blame them. Rush up at 108 ADR. But everyone is doing a fine job right now on the Complexity side. 8-2. What were the odds? 1 to 26?
1 to 26. I can't imagine it's going to change too much, but I feel like it'll definitely shrink. This is very, very impressive, but still early on in the game.
Oh yeah, we definitely don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Early on in the game, early on in the series. Listen, the life raft at the moment is looking great. It's still inflated.
Yeah.
No holes. They've got plenty of water.
Still have enough food and water for all 5 people on board. So haven't even had to throw anyone out the life raft yet. All good signs.
Got to imagine Blamef's share of the food. Oh God. Config just ate the nade. Obo as well, down very, very low.
Knowing Config, he might have just been beating his chest out there saying, yeah, is that all you got? And actually,
just one, huh?
We've got more. Glaive up close with the M4. Going to be sneaking in, and Rush will find the headshot. That's an impressive kill because he wasn't even flashed in or anything. That could have gone horribly wrong.
That's going to set some panic into the defense because Dupree is all alone with an AWP at the B bomb site. Poison can cause some kind of a distraction. Meanwhile, Zip has rotated away. It's just Device, but this is who you want. The AWP can only get the 1. Good return from Blamef, and now Poison can cut off Dupree as well. He's got that kill.
I think Sip saw, but it doesn't matter. Poison coming through actually might have been saving Blamef there. It looked like Sip had a bit of a read on that one, and Magus gets alone with 16 health. And they're going to get the bomb plant down again. Complexity, that could have been shot all the way down.
That's a beautifully savvy round from Poison, from a young player to just hold in mid, you know, destroy the rotation, be able to peek up ramp, help your teammates. That is really good patience from the young AWPer.
Magus, I don't know. With the M4 especially, You can't just even get the one headshot. Blamef will take him down. He is loving life for them. 9-6 in favor of Complexity at the halftime. That's amazing.
Yeah, that is amazing, but they've got a long way to go still. 7 rounds away from taking this first map from Astralis. We'll see if they can do it when we return from the break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be...
We can take up long.
Listening to them.
Nice shot, man.
Oh, it's much louder than I was expecting.
What's he shouting? Astralis, you're going down. We'll see. They've got a long way to go into this second half. That's we mentioned even before this match got started, even if you come out and have a good half, even if you beat Astralis in the first half, I mean, that doesn't put them down for the count. This is a team that comes back plenty of times. They can grind it away. And I almost think on this map against Astralis, the CT side is going to be more difficult anyways.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. And, you know, again, for a team that's finding out, you know, what they're all about themselves, that I think is almost universally true. Those CT sides can be very tricky, but I like the attitude anyway. You know, you've got to believe in it before you can actually start to make it happen. So let's see what they do in this particular round. They do have actually a couple of flashbangs into the fuse kit there on Blamef, so They could go even into some sort of after plant and be pretty competitive. Astralis, on the other hand, have picked up 2 smokes and a lot of flashbangs, so I don't mind that they're waiting around. They're checking out the map, pretty default kind of setup right now. I'm sure once they figure out where they want to go, once those smokes go down, it's going to be, it's going to be an all-in from that point on. They do also have the P250, so on device.
That's a pretty big commitment from Complexity at the B bomb site. 3 players inside of the site. BlameF just sinking back from middle through the double doors. And it looks to be the right call for the moment because the bomb is still outside of Upper Dark towards no man's land. Just Magisk holding for any kind of a push. 2 smokes, 2 flashbangs for utility for the Astralis side. That's on Glaive and Zipnix. They're both going to be in middle, so you have to imagine they're going to set up for the mid-B split. But Complexity, this is exactly what they want.
And Astralis, they're not even making a big mistake. They've got it all figured out. They know there's no one close to middle. They know they are no one catwalk. They're going to take the fight right away, and Config will land a parting headshot, taking down Device and Megan. And he'll follow it up, taking down Dupree. That's 3. That's a whole arm of the attack gone, and the follow-up is amazing. A quad kill for Config in the pistol round against his own countrymen. That's a strong start.
That's the kind of config we want to see. We saw some evidence of it in the first half. That is a beautiful pistol round. It's been a while since we've seen that smile on that man's face due to what he's done in-game. Very impressive stuff. 3 quick headshots. Listen, it's not going to go that well each and every time, but it looks spectacular when it does.
And that P250 that was, I think, meant to be second in line to sort of to catch that potential for the USP one-shot, just didn't do anything. That was really, really well shot down. Some grenade damage over at long. And a real chance now for Complexity to actually pick up the map. I mean, they're not out of the woods yet. You still need to survive this first round, but they're obviously going to have at least a buy round as well, Astralis. But this is a pretty good lead that they're building right now. See if they can, mentally again stay in the game like they did in the first half and not get carried away by some of the early success. What is it? 4 Deagles and a Scout right now on the Astralis side.
And again, pretty basic for the moment. Scout on catwalk, looking for aggression. Zip waiting back in T-spawn towards long, looking for aggression. 3 players in Upper Dark. They want to attack this B bomb set again. That's Config, that's Oboe to defend. Config out of utility. Oboe has 1 flashbang. There's no Molotovs, no nades, not another smoke to slow it down.
Oh, leg shot coming through the middle. That does actually a fair bit of damage to Config.
He was shooting at BlameF, who was spamming, and he hit Config way far behind, so that's going to be frustrating. Config with the N4 goes to a headshot angle because of the 11 HP. He'll sit in the back of the B bomb site. Oboe will be forced into the supportive rotation.
If this slows down at all coming into B, Rush is going to be there with a really, really quick flank, and they have to go for it now. They've already been red, and there's no way to get through this smoke. The grenade is good long range, but the reload is in there on that MP9, and Oboe will absolutely clean that up. No chance here for any kind of a bomb plant. It'll be a triple kill for the young star, and a lot of money his way. 11-6 now. And Astralis had invested in that round. They needed a lot more than just the odd kill.
They definitely did. Small little detail, the players of the B bomb site on Complexity forgot to recover that M4 in the excitement of taking the round. But again, small detail, they're happy with the victory. 11-6. This is an 11-1 run.
You should put it like that.
Truly juggernaut-like.
Hard to imagine, isn't it? Not many people would have gone so far as to predict this. Did anyone? Was there any crazy person on the talent lineup?
We have a lot of crazy in the talent team, but no one this crazy. Nice shot from Poison, a follow-up tag. What's he, 3 for 3? Make it 4 for 4. Good shooting. He's got another kill, and they are rolling. 12-6.
He was just practicing his aim there, wasn't he? There's no pressure. Ooh, now we're ready.
Listen, just like me, he landed this morning. I think this kind of a game erases all jet lag.
Yeah, it's the cure. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought just destroying the best team in the world? No longer tired.
That'll wake you right up, won't it?
12-6. Here we go. Weapons in hand. Device with the AWP, tapping away his Magisk. A little bit of damage done to Oboe, but no big deal.
Between BlameF and opening kill on Device, that's not at all bad. He was very aggressive.
I like that.
I was going to say, between Jason Lake and BlameF, there's a good amount of shouting on this team. Oh, the backstab is in. He wanted to get out to help in middle. I can't really blame Obo. They've thought that was going to be more of a push there. He got shot in the back instead.
And listen, that might be like the first maybe mistake caused by getting lost or by getting fooled by the attack that we've seen in this half, so fair play. I mean, you'll take that one. 3 players with such a convincing take of the B bomb site. No reason for these guys to risk their utility, risk their money. It's going to be a strong buy in the next round for Complexity again. But Astralis creeping closer, and with 5 players surviving at a victory as well, does wonders for the economy.
It helps out a lot.
And it just stops the streak.
Yeah, the ridiculous.
Good God, it's been 7 in a row.
But here's something. I mean, it's a bit of a shame for Complexity that these aren't AWPs and M4s that they're able to save. But even the fact that they're sort of doing it, because actually Astralis didn't do that many rounds. There are a lot of rounds where Astralis lost that they actually lost more or less everything, which is also uncommon. That is another strength of theirs historically. That even when you do win rounds against them, it's not completely defeating. So could be interesting if Complexity could keep this up economically. Obviously, if they break their own economy here, it's broken by Astralis. That's gonna be an issue. But that's a bit of a power play for Device.
It's good to see Astralis flexing a little bit in the other direction now. You know, Device just kind of taking matters into his own hands, going down middle for the pick, right beneath the smoke. Still a scout in Poison's hands. No reason to spend money when you already have that weapon. He's got 6K built up behind it. And again, fast pace. This is what worked in the previous round with the AWP. Now it's Dupree with an AK-47. Plenty of smokes and players in position to take advantage. Only 2 defenders, Obo and Blame F, and they're not working together.
No, they need a lot of kills. They do line up for Blame F, and he gets a double. That's more than you could have asked for. And now Obo needs to get out. Yeah, and he has to find a way, because if he stays there, again, he could easily get shot in the back, but that's impressive for Blame F. He could have easily just been traded, and that would have been probably the end of the round. Rush now sneaking in. Oh, the timing. Sip is going to be there, and he gets taken down. That seems like he got absolutely cheated out of a sure victory there. And now it's a 3-on-3.
He got robbed, but you could see it coming. That player was slowly just creeping away from his crosshair. Poison, and this is where the trouble is with that scout, or maybe not. A headshot right through the corner of the door, and now he's back to the A bomb site. That's low HP on Glaive. Glaive's a bit scared to do this on his own. Device out in the open, that's a big risk.
Poison's not even scared, he's just running for it. Does get a bit of a flick in, but not quite connecting. He was close, and they gotta be careful again. Glaive is just a bullet away from death, and he's close to the edge. He's gonna be going down, that leaves Device now. 1 versus 3, a jump just to confirm it, and he tries for it. He's really crazy now. Device, he should not be winning this. They gotta be careful right here. 30 seconds, don't let him take the fights. Wait for him to plant. He looks for the shot, but Conflict will take him down. Saving the round, and putting Complexity at 13. That was a moment that they nearly got too hyped in that 1 versus 3.
Yeah, those clutches will clean up as they get some more experience together, but they certainly gave Device every opportunity to win that. Some one-on-one fights on that ramp, and still another buy coming in for Astralis. One more obstacle for Complexity to survive. 6-round lead.
But if they do win this one, that'd be something. Config down to 30 from jumping past the middle. Just a shot through the door.
At a certain point, it was Obo and Rush leading the way for Complexity. This has become a very team-wide effort from Complexity. 3 players on 16, Poison on 14, and Blame F on 12. No one shooting too far up, and no one not doing their share.
It's a positive sign as well. You have to imagine that will help out just the feeling afterwards, even in the game, right? No one is just feeling like they've been dragged through the game. Everyone could be a little bit proud of what's going on. Yeah, 6-round lead. They've got long, though, Astralis, and that's dangerous with Dupree down in the middle. If they have any success at long and Dupree finds the right timing to push through, then it's going to get tricky. Here are the smokes coming in, still 55 seconds on the clock, and Dupree's just waiting in there, and nobody's challenging him at the moment, so let's see how successful they are here, Astralis. I feel like this is a lot of space to give a team like Astralis to work with.
Yeah, but there's so many players here. Oh, a gap in that smoke, a rare mistake. Oh, Poison really needed that shot. Dupree is lurking in middle, Rush in the site. Obo's gonna add 1 kill onto it. He's on catwalk, and still Astralis have not been able to make the cross.
No, they're really slow about this, and Rush will follow it up, taking down Glaive, and it's sort of crumbling right at the precipice of the A-bomb side. It's Rush again, taking down Sip and Dupree. He wanted to be there a little bit later. He wanted that bomb plant, he wanted more of a distraction at the A-bomb side, and he never got it.
That must be the most uncharacteristic Astralis round. I think that is where you see more than anything the Rust coming into play. A very weak, disjointed hit onto the A bomb site. Some missed shots that are normally a lock for kills, and Device gonna try and save this weapon. He knows he's being hunted, but he's been shot from behind, from Catwalk, and everything is taken from Astralis.
You mentioned that gap in the smoke, a lot of little details that you don't really ever see out of Astralis, so that's interesting. Good tracking from Obo.
This is the one where it's interesting. Glaive goes down. Yeah, there's some good flashes from Poison, but you know, another player just left all on his own. Zip has nowhere to go.
You notice something cool as well. When Poison misses that shot, him and another teammate on Catwalk immediately turn to go fight on Catwalk. They're so mentally prepared for the idea that, okay, like rather than shooting through the smoke, let's make sure that we're not getting backstabbed and that we hold that Catwalk control. So just some tiny details that are worth, you know, looking for.
They have some theory down, and obviously they've shown us some very cool things, which is interesting considering BlameF in an interview just said, you know, they didn't have the greatest boot camp. There was still a lot of things that they were fixing, which is going to be true for some time. But reading that interview, it painted a much darker picture in my head. And yeah, we mentioned Astralis might be a little bit rusty coming into this, but not this rusty.
Maybe they were lying. Maybe they were just setting us all up.
Sandbagging.
Sandbagging. Oh no. That's dangerous, Obo, though. He'll save it. If he would have gone down, and he absolutely could have, that would have been 2 rifles, and Poison would have been left alone with an AWP over at long, so it would have been all kinds of bad. He's still got to be careful here, but he's on point with that AWP, and he's got no issues at all. Taking down Device and Dupree. It's about to be 15 rounds for Complexity. I can't even believe I'm saying that.
What's up with Bulgarian just cranking out oppers?
I don't know. They've got something going on.
Yeah, something in the water.
They found a way. Bulgarian talent factory.
14-7. Glaive's got to be scratching his head at this point. They're going to have to go on an 8-0 run to force overtime, or something miraculous here from the in-game leader. I like this. Complexity playing very disciplined. Everyone playing with distance, everyone just sitting back, no one making a mistake, everything's covered for the moment, and everyone can just fall away once they get the information. Nobody has to commit to a fight.
Yeah, they had that one versus... Woo! That's a fantastic headshot.
Get banged out.
Yeah.
Holy hell.
That was the same angle. He just won that fight twice, but this time Glaive a little bit quicker. But yeah, they had the 1 versus 3 against Device that they almost gave away, so I can't blame them for not wanting to do that.
It's a scout, though.
It is a scout. The grenade will help out, and the flashbangs to follow it up, and all the patience paying off here. 15-7, ladies and gentlemen. What a wild start.
This started out 5-0. It has been a 15-2 run to get to this point.
How many people at that point, at the 5-0 point, do you think said, you know what, now's the time for me to get something extra to drink? Like, I'm just going to walk away and it'll be all right. And you come back, you know, 5 minutes later and you think,
like, yeah,
what?
this is about how I expected things. Let's go watch League of Legends or something.
Yeah,
now here we are.
Amazing stuff, isn't it? As you said, they would need an 8-round run, Astralis. They do at least have the money to start that run with, and it is not out of the question. But what a way to get this series started.
Why is everyone looking backwards? Like, Zonic, what do we do? Please help.
Help.
Call the timeout. Pull the cord.
Oh, they're loving it right now. So, some opposite reactions.
Enjoy it while you can. Vertigo's next.
That's a good point. I was about to say as well, it seems unfair if Astralis managed to make Vertigo one of their maps that you sort of have to ban against them. Then they have that and Nuke against almost all teams.
Yeah.
That's too much, you know. That's 2 maps out of the 7 that you just know people probably won't be able to pick. So
yeah, things weren't already unreasonable. BlameF holding the line, and they double up. Poison had the leg on Dupree, and that might seal this first map. Poison going for more, peeking towards top mid. There's the jump, but he's even got that. He's having a pretty special game so far.
Astralis, I think, just trying to set the pace of this round, saying we'll beat you to that corner and then we'll open it up and that's going to be the start of something big. And instead they get absolutely shut down. Poison looking into the middle, a little bit scary, but he's found the right angle. And that's the bomb down on Device. He has really been outside by Poison a number of times. Now it's a 2-on-5. And again, Complexity, if they can just remind themselves to keep it cool, they should be fine. BlameF going down. I think Meg is a little bit further up than they were expecting. And that could result in a bomb plant here. This isn't quite over yet.
No, but what they do have is Rush and Obo out towards long.
Yeah.
Poison and Config going to be coming from CT spawn. This is a powerful retake, especially with the advantage of utility. Zip and Magus have to get aggressive somewhere, and it's towards Cat that Magus is going.
and they might be in a lot of trouble. Config has that one Molotov, so if they go on catwalk, he could block at least one of them out, and that would be an issue. Now they're trying to get in there. Magus will get the kill, the turnaround, and actually he'll follow it up. Magus with the grenade, and now Rush on the other side. This is where they need to close it out. Don't ever give Astralis a chance to get back in a game. He's waiting for it, and Magus will take it down. A quad kill in the round to somehow save Astralis. That is an unbelievable turnaround, a 2-on-5. That Astralis managed to turn.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That's magnificent, and you don't want to give Astralis those chances. That retake might have been a bit quick. I didn't see where all the utility went. Complexity had a lot of nades, and I didn't catch a lot of it coming out in that 4-on-2. Might have gotten a bit over-eager. Poison jumping with the ult for intel, and that's just too many kills given up to Magus.
Oh no. He got slowed down initially and stumbles into the remaining barrage. Magus taking him down, leaving Obo alone, and that causes an instant rotation as well in the middle. BlameF just pushing up. I don't know if they know. Sip is sort of thinking about it, but this could get way out of control. He's very exposed, and in 3 seconds from now, he's about to get shot in the back. I don't even think he realizes he's still ducked down here, and they might not quite be able to see him, so he's maybe got a chance. He's turning for it, and there's Sip. I love the idea, but that does not pay out in the end. Now it's Config somehow with an AWP, not the sight that we're used to seeing. He's going to pick up the 1 kill at least, and we'll fall back a little bit. The bomb is up there, and he tries for the blind shot, but there's nobody else here at A.
Oh, Device is even going to make sure they're punished as they fall away. He's going for 3. He's going to take everything from Complexity, and it's Config to go down finally. 9-15, and no more money for the defense. It's time for a deep breath for this young team. Astralis looking to make a late run. And this is where, yeah, you had a big lead, but as it disappears, the pressure is just going to grow. Complexity has to be very careful how they play these last 6 rounds.
Absolutely agreed. You just heard a Device saying there, you know, it's either their last buy or they're recoing. So they have a pretty good read on the economy, and they're going to be confirmed in that right now. And that's the problem, you know, even if it's going to be 6 rounds, you know that not all of them are going to be fully equipped from the CT side at all. And this crossfire in middle, impossible to break with USPs, some would say.
Yeah, that's about as impossible as things get. And then Device starting to heat up with the ult. Magus doing some work with the Krieg. He's got 21 kills, and this is an easy march into the bomb site. BlameF going to go down last. Double digits for Astralis. Still smiles despite being 5 rounds back.
Finish him is exactly right, isn't it? That's what they need. That's what they've got to aim for, because if you keep them alive into overtime, I just feel like that's not gonna end well.
No, I feel like Complexity have to win this in regulation, or I think overtime is just way too much to ask. 15-10, another timeout being called, and I think it's just because Complexity, I save here if I'm them. I know you feel like you really want to buy, you don't want to be giving up rounds for free this late in the game, but just establish your money, get all the cash you possibly can beneath you, make sure you have everything you need for the last few rounds, as many buy rounds as possible. So they go with deagles and nades.
And the nades especially is what I'm looking forward to, you know? 5 of them all together, just find a way.
That can do some damage.
It would be, you know, a strong sense of irony if they were able to take down Astralis using grenades in the winning round. Just that utility damage. They are stacking up over at long, so they've got at least 3 people there. Device is going to be at the corner with the AWP, but he's already backing out, so they do a fair amount of damage. That's not bad at all. We're obviously hoping that that you would, you know, land a whole stack of them.
Oof. They went for it. Tried to bait a shot out of Device, but it's not going to happen. He holds the trigger for the second peak. He's down to 17 health. 2 nades left on Obo and BlameF, and they are nowhere near each other, so they can't stack those up. And Astralis has got the idea. Look how patient they're being on the map. At least the 3 players, Zip, Device, and Magus, very far back in T-spawn. Glaive being cautious as well, and Dupree sticking away to join up with his teammates. They're looking for the follow-up aggression, and they found it on Catwalk, and now comes the hit. It's just poor, lonely Obo.
With a deagle, tagging away at them, but you see the return. It's unfair, isn't it? Oh. Somehow Poison lands a shot on Glaive. That's absurd. All the way down through the middle, he's able to get that. Device is there covering, making sure he's got a little bit of a count on what's going on in the middle, but the bomb plant is going to be going down, and I think that, even though that's impressive from Poison, should not be enough to get through this.
And Device isn't going to be baited to committing to that fight down mid. You could see him check out towards long in case he was just being frozen in position for a flank to come in. Now he cheats over towards the B bomb site so we can have a better and safer angle. And Complexity just looking to do some damage, to take some guns away right at the end, but Astralis not giving them the opportunity.
Yeah, really playing this one safely as they should. Still, so much time has already passed, and I think the best Complexity could hope for right now. They got the Krieg on Obo, which is actually kind of a big deal. He's playing that B-bomb side alone a lot of the time, so that's what you want. Oh, they steal it. Rush will pick it up, and Blamef will get an AK at the end. So some good recoveries from Complexity. 4 more rounds to go for Astralis, and they will complete the comeback into overtime, which would be quite something.
Yeah, this is nice trigger discipline. Device doesn't... Ooh, he flinches a little bit, but he knows what's coming next. Config not quick enough on the draw. This is a spectacular shot. Doesn't have any impact on the round, really, except it puts an AK-47 on the floor that Blamef would eventually pick up. But now we get right back into it. Guns on both teams, full utility on both teams. And fast-paced Zip is going to get the opening kill. Flashbang is perfect. He's blind in return, and Rush is going to try and hold the line. There's flames everywhere. He's got a triple kill. Poison is going to close things out. It's Glaive again in a 1 versus 4. Map 1 is going to go to Complexity.
What a way to win. That was down to the last second. If Rush goes down in the middle of that, they don't even get close, I think. Astralis just take long and win the entire fight, but instead, he stayed alive, and there it is, 16-11. Complexity do what nobody would have expected, and they take map 1 against Astralis. First game here in 2020 for Astralis, and it is not what we were expecting.
I mean, listen, first LAN game for this very young team, and they've even struggled in some of the online qualifiers that they've played in, which is wild to see them come in here and have that kind of a performance. Remember, at a certain point, they went on a 15-2 run to gain map point. That is incredible. Now, the tough task is calm yourself down, because we've got map 2, we've got Vertigo coming up after the break.
Could be blue. Ingen bomb.
I'm white tunnel.
These bars.
Where's that bomb?
Nice!
Well, there it is. Winning moment for Complexity over Astralis. They did it, boys. 2-1 prediction. Wasn't so far off. But it's a 1-0 lead right now for Complexity.
Now, where have I seen this storyline before?
Okay,
Astralis takes a lot of time off. They come in a bit rusty to a blast event, and suddenly they're losing. Forget about that one.
You've already killed that. You've already killed that series.
This is one of the angles, right, which is the flip side to what Chad was saying about the fact that they had so much time to prep. Because my theory on boot camps is boot camps are for tactics. They're to fix things in the team. They're to swap people's roles around. They're to level up preparation for opposition. The problem is the one thing they don't do, which I do not think you can simulate, is you can't simulate pro play in an official match game on LAN. You can only do that by playing at LANs. That's why usually it's not your first LAN where you hit the ground running in your top form. It's your second or your third when you've got your feet under you. That's when you can make the most use of what you've done. So, like, we definitely can get to Complexity and all the brilliant things that they did in this game and some of the great performances. But I also have to say, like, that's not the Astralis I was watching for the last 6 months. Like, I've never seen them be so poor at adapting. They were getting out fragged. They barely called timeouts. They didn't actually look. In fact, they just looked in disbelief for most of that game.
I think when you start the game up 5-0 and you get the double ops on Dupree and Device, which I think was going to be fantastic for them on their CT side, and then you go and you lose that half. What's happening right now? As soon as I see Astralis going to cross long and they have a gap in their crossover smokes, I'm with Duncan. That's not the team that we all have known to love.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of the rust. Actually, though, I'm being told that we have an interview. It's going to be a spicy one as well. It's with Config. So
Okay.
I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say after that first.
The road less traveled.
I've got Config with me after they take down Astralis on Dust too. And yeah, straight away. I'm going to start with that because it was 5-0 down. You guys came back in a big fashion, but you guys seem super fired up. Is this just the way Cole plays?
I think that's Blame F. He makes everyone hyped, and I really enjoy it. Like it works out for us, and we won a lot of rounds in a row, so it's perfect.
Now, Blame F told me that you guys prepped specifically not just for how the strategic side of Astralis, but also their players. Did you kind of have a good read on the game because of that?
Their CT side, we kind of knew everything they did, and I lurked out many positions where I got some good kills, and they naded Glaive on long, so we know how they play, and they should be scared.
They definitely are scared after this one, but Vertigo's coming up next, and you guys haven't posted an official win on it. Any change during practice?
Oh, well, I can say we're pretty good on it, but I won't promise too much. It's a new map for us, but yeah.
Okay, so you guys are fired up, you guys are looking confident, and everyone expects you guys not to be able to take this. So joining Complexity was definitely the right decision for you now?
Of course.
I'd love to see it, mate. Thank you very much. Good luck going into Vertigo.
Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. At least he kept it reasonable. Like, to be fair, they understand Vertigo is not a map they play. Obviously, Inferno is one of the best maps ever for Astralis. They know the series isn't over. This is best of 3 Blast now, obviously. We're in the Blast Premier era. I actually thought the real banter he should have done is he should have done one of those classic, like, where you get overly hyped for revenge and you're like, bet you guys wish you'd gone with me now, heh, heh. And they're like, well, no, we won 3 majors. Could have been 4. Like, you know, so you can't really say anything, can you? Like, the series is far from over.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, you saw at the end there, that was almost starting to slip away.
Well, like, when we look at, like, stat lines for games, right, we normally look at opening kills as one that you would attribute to the team who's going to win the game to have more. Well, that wasn't the case. Australia had more opening kills. You look at 1vx situations as swing rounds, right? Well, Megas won 2, and there was only 1 on the Complexity side. So when you just look at those metrics alone, you go, well, Australia's probably with those numbers behind them should have been winning this one, but they weren't. And I think here we got to see some of those highlights from the individuals that we got. Because we know that there's firepower in the team, but for them to come out here and do that to Astralis and Astralis to look, you know, that out of sorts, that's the perfect storm. And you heard that from Config in the sense of, we knew what they were doing. Yeah, that's because you have a plethora of demos to be looking at, right? To be being able to look at their tendencies, look at the way they approach the game. Their CT side was exactly the same. Dupree, the secondary AWP, yeah?
You're going to see a lot of this, but every single time you watch Config, whether he sprays or not, it's to the head every time. This guy's aim is crisp. There's a reason why I said this. Even last year, when I went and quizzed ex-teammates of his, every one of them, I talk about ex-teammates that don't even play with him, they all said, no joke, even if I've played with Advice or Dupree or Megas, this guy has the best aim of anyone I've ever played with. So the big problem has never been his skill set. It's how motivated was he, where was his attitude at, what did he think of himself in the game? Did he think he didn't need to practice, whatever? Because you could see, I mean, they weren't wrong. Overall, Blame F is wrong. They don't overall have more firepower if the Astralis players are at their peak level. But that wasn't Astralis at their peak level. Meanwhile, Cole looked great. So let this be yet another millionth chapter in the book book called Don't Judge Teams by Online Results, because online is a different game for me.
Exactly right. There is always that. There is always also the fact that Sponge brought up that point in terms of having so much information to go off of. Astralis is going to be the most studied team in the world. But then you also have, and this is one of those things where Astralis are going into a match where they can only look bad. Right, in a sense that you know, it's like you are expected to win. You are right. You have everything to lose. Complexity have nothing to lose right now in terms of they're just here to take it to them. So Dust 2, super aim heavy map, where stars can shine. You know, the stars have aligned for Complexity. What are we expecting to go into Vertigo here? Vertigo's a bit more structured, and you heard it from Config, not as much experience for Complexity on that map.
Here's what I'll say about this map, is this is also the nature of being a top team in best of threes, because if this Vertigo game starts, and it's clear from the first 3 or 4 rounds that Complexity aren't comfortable and don't really know what they're doing, all the hype that they're winning this series is immediately deflated. Astralis will rampage over the map, and it should be an easy win, and next thing you know, that's what happens when you build the best teams ever. Suddenly it's 1-1, and where was all your big advantage? So I just want to see early that they've got anything on this map, that they've even played the map, they even have any sense for the positions.
Yeah, look, in a 15-round stretch, Astralis were able to get 2 rounds on the board. So that's the snowball of this hype that we were seeing come out of the guys from Complexity. But if they let that get the better of them, then they can just get blown out of the water here. We can live in a world where they can come and be competitive on this Vertigo map, and you know, we can get to the 3rd. But look, I'm thinking it should just be a turn back around from Astralis here, and they should be taking the next 2 maps pretty easily here. But if they're going to play like they did on Dust 2, anything's possible.
Indeed it is. And so real quick, we're going to get a word from our sponsor here as far as Betway is concerned. And these are the odds, and we'll see if they have adjusted. That's what I was looking forward to seeing here. Had the odds adjusted at all or not? 320 for Complexity. What do we think about that?
I'd still say Astralis is very heavily favoured on this one, more so than the other map. I know they thought it was because no one knew the team. Come on, man. They've never played Vertigo in an official game.
All right.
Know nothing about them.
There we go. Well, gentlemen, we're going to have to take a quick break, and then we'll hand it back over to Anders and Moses to cast the game.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second map coming up here between Astralis and Complexity. It's on Vertigo, and I don't know what we were expecting, but Dust 2 was a real revolution, and Complexity showing just a lot of different things, I think, all at once. It was great.
Yeah, I mean, you asked me before that first map started, like, you said this game was interesting, and I kind of said, it's not really. This should be a pretty kind of cut and dry affair. It is now that they've taken the first map. It is now that they've shown that they can go toe-to-toe, at least skill-wise, with this team. Now, the tough part is, Complexity doesn't even have an official map logged on Vertigo. I don't want to be that guy. This is where that life wrap sinks, I think. This is where it's like, this is the map where if you need to go get a drink, if you need to go like cook some food, this might be the one.
This could be it. Well, in the interest of honesty, Jason, I won't lie. I just feel I was trying to do my job as well. You know, I was just trying to say, yeah, you know, it's going to be, you know, you've got to do that. But turned out it ended up being really fun. So if you missed that, you should go back and watch it on a VOD somewhere. But right now, you need to pay attention to this one.
Perhaps at the Blast Premier YouTube channel.
That's exactly it. Check it out. Go catch up on everything. It looks like they're leaning towards that A-bomb side. Complexity going to be starting on the T side and, well, shut down early. You do not want that kind of a beginning. In fact, you want to be the one landing that early kill. They know you're coming. That's a pretty good grenade, but they need a follow-up if they actually want to take down Device. So far, all they've do is damage him.
That is a pretty interesting grenade to just throw as a single nade. They've also lost Oboe now, and they just don't have the manpower to fight at the bomb site and clear sandbags, and it doesn't even matter. Now here's where Disaster is going to strike for Complexity. It's on this ramp at this A bomb site. Once guns are in hand, it's not going to be USPs peeking down. It's going to be the AWP of Device. It's going to be picked up Kriegs. It's going to be M4s. It's going to be a lot of nades, a lot of smokes. It's going to be hectic.
That's a strong start for Astralis, obviously, but I don't know. I sort of feel like it looked like they had a plan that they wanted to follow through to the end that just didn't adapt along the way there. Because it's one thing losing the early fight to just a clean, you know, USP shot like that. But even then, as we said, they sort of kept slowing it down and they were just getting chipped apart, you know, one at a time.
Well, that's what's going to be interesting to see is if they've even played this map enough. They've not logged officials on it, but how much time have they put into it in scrims or in just theory crafting with their practice? Are they going to know the angles to peek over when the smokes come in? Are they going to know the protocols to clear things out when the smokes eventually clear?
More and more teams are starting to get quite good on this map. There was a time when, you know, you could have been the first team to make it your own, I think, not even that long ago. You could have decided, okay, we're going to be the Vertigo team, but I think now, just, you know, so many are starting to really work it out.
Well, I think part of that was there was a bit of a carousel. I know there were like 3 or 4 teams that were vying for it at different points. That's a good kill on the config, an opening frag for Complexity, but low HP. 2 HP on config, 33 on rush. They are not in a good place. I think now that the map has kind of settled down, now that there's not a change every week or every 2 weeks, teams are much more confident to put some time and put some work into this map. And I think that's where you're starting to see the hierarchy of Vertigo kind of settle down.
That's a good setup there, especially with the double stack of Dupree and Sip as Oboe. He wanted to take the swing with the Deagle, and it made perfect sense, but just wasn't ready for 2 of them. And they know where Blameth is as well, so looks like there's not going to be any kind of a bomb plan, and they will only lose Magisk in the round. Astralis excited about that, obviously. Dupree with a triple kill. We were seeing a lot of eye rolls and sighs and just, you know, general annoyance out of Dupree in that Dust 2 map.
I think there was probably, I mean, I saw Device kind of laughing and smiling towards the end despite the fact that they were getting kind of demolished, but I think there had to have been a certain level of stress and frustration throughout that map, although a team of this experience is going to be able to brush it off in the break.
Yeah.
Magisk growing a beard, finally shedding that mantle of Magisk boy.
That's true. Magisk man now.
He's an adult.
Yeah. They grow up so fast, don't they?
They do. Okay, that's a big difference from 1 to 26 to now, this. That's a good change.
Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous. Was that like close to like an 8-fold difference or something? That's a little bit outrageous. But fair enough. I could understand that. If you were watching that Dust 2 map, you could have really changed your mind, I think, in the interim. Magisk set up in a pretty strong position. He's got some backup there as well. Right behind him, Glaive could jump up or get boosted up, I think, by Dupree, but not even needed at the moment. And Astralis, I think, just enjoying the fact that, you know, this is a smooth beginning. Did he tag him through the wall? I think maybe even slightly.
Either way, this round is just going to slowly come to an end. Poison can't complete the kill. Magisk with 4 kills, but he's going to back away from trying to get the ace. Preserve the weaponry. Good shot from Oboe. He had a fantastic Dust 2. We'll see if he can get going here on Vertigo now that the guns will come out in round number 4.
And this is where we're going to start to get some kind of insight into some of the questions you were asking as we're heading into this map. How much do they actually know about this map complexity? Do they have a good style? Do they have some tricks, even just anything to get them into it? They did lose the first 5 rounds on Dust 2, and then they swung right back, so...
The thing that scares me the most is that we just see utility and nades and smokes actually hold the thought. Aggressive. Oh, and Device was not expecting that. Pulled the nade out at the wrong moment, and he gets trucked by Rush.
Yeah, he was fully trusting in that Molotov that was down in front of him, thinking no one is going to be crazy enough to peek that. Dupree getting pre-fired, and Rush continuing and beating Dupree to the punch. He's going to be putting out that Molotov, and Glaive will pick up a kill in the meantime on Poison. That is all the way on the other side. He was down the A ramp, so Magisk now holding the bomb site here for a minute. That's the bomb, so got to be careful. And Config, yeah, I think he's just overexposed a bit there. Rush continuing the charge, and he's getting 3 before he finally goes down. Magisk gets dropped, and now it's on Glaive with 42 health in a 1 versus 2. And if Complexity could turn this around into a win, that would be huge.
I can't believe it's even gotten this close. It was a 5-on-3, and they had the bomb site, and it's now a chance for Glaive. Low HP and Obo is giving up the position. Important, critical trade for Blame F. But that's a costly victory. 4 players go down. Another buy going to come in for Astralis. And Config has left the server, so we're going to get a bit of a tech pause. And yeah, I don't know if Device maybe hit the wrong button, but he definitely thought that Molotov was going to at least keep them at bay for the moment.
Again, Obo, just as a young player, you have to appreciate, because he's been in a couple of situations where he's been sort of set up to get some of the kills here, but this time he's realizing, you know what, I'm low on health, and we need to know where this last player is, so I'll sacrifice myself, you get the return kill. That's amazing. It's a small detail, but again, if you were just trying to get an overall sort of 360 view on him as a player, his aim is obviously there, but those little details just make you happy, don't they?
It also, to be fair, it also could have just been Blame F, being like, listen, rookie, jump out there, let me know where
it could have been.
Find everything out for me.
But even then, there are players whose personalities will, will prevent that kind of stuff.
Speaking of that, it's a perfect talking point, because that's something that Blame F mentioned in the interview that I referenced in the previous map. Talked about, one of the struggles they're having is there's a lot of talent, there's a lot of skill in this team, and there's a lot of players who want to be put in positions to show how good they are and to be able to succeed. And one of the guys who's had to kind of take a back seat, as he did in Cloud9, is Rush.
Yeah.
And he's one of the guys, and this is now a theme for Rush in pretty much every team he's on, without complaint, willing to take up the roles and the jobs that nobody else really wants to do, the roles that are a bit dirty, that don't fall into the stat line, that don't make you look good.
Yeah.
And Rush, again, on this team has been kind of that rock for Blame F as an in-game leader as they've tried to figure things out.
No, it's definitely worth talking about, isn't it? Got to find a way to pack away some of that ego, at least when it's needed. Obviously, the team performance is the big thing, and they're catching Glaive. That's Obo showing up with a Galil. There is a return on Blame F, though. We're back in a 4-on-4.
That's a really weird miscommunication for Glaive. I don't know if he was checking behind him to see if anyone got there quick, but, that's a position where you think he should just be facing forward.
That is dangerous. Against Device, he wants another one, and he's not going to get it.
I think they had to have spotted him. Had to have seen that and just said, nope, no more jumping for me. Although he does come back to it. Device wants this kill. Nothing forcing him back at the moment, so no reason to give up the angle. Good kill for Rush, and again in middle, it's big trades. Complexity break through this defense. It's Device and Dupree, and they are split on different sides of the map, and Dupree's under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, just knowing that, because they know what Device is. He's been there all along, so that's amazing. Smoke goes up, and Dupree just trying to buy time. Device, he's making his way into middle, but he can't even just rush it. They don't know if someone's in there waiting for him with a rifle, so he can't just book it there immediately. Dupree has somehow wrapped around them with the Deagle, and he's tapping away and taking down Poison. And here comes Device with an M4 instead. I can't believe that Astralis are back in this in a 2-on-1 now. Obo alone, he's got 30 seconds, and he's picked up a Galil there. Not really sure that makes a big difference right now. I think that bomb plant is going to be what's really tricky. And he goes straight for it. Dupree almost catching him in the middle of it, but that at least gives him a little bit of space. He gets that headshot immediately. That's very quick. And now does he know? Device pretty much can only be at this angle. He's out in the open, so if he doesn't win this fight immediately, Device will take him down, but Obo will do it! That's a triple kill. A little smile at the end, but Huge victory.
It's creeping up, and we saw how he caught fire in the first map when he got a bit of confidence under his belt. That's got to be a good feeling for Obo. A huge clutch to keep Complexity alive and break the economy. I will say, play of the round. Dupree, that's godlike. Hiding in the smoke, delaying as much as possible, playing to give Device the opportunity to save the round, and it's just nearly there.
Oh man, they love this. This round though, starting very quickly with Glaive getting a kill. It's traded almost immediately by BlameF. A little bit of a flick there, and there's a lot of presence at this A-bomb side in Complexity. These are the rounds you can't give to Astralis. You have to find a way to slow this down now, get back in the lead. It's 4-on-4. You should have all of the advantage.
Yeah, you have control. You have a player over at Sandbags. I think slowing it down, exactly what you said, that's the perfect idea. Xyp9x knows someone is there, but it's such a powerful position to be in because it takes so much attention. Everyone else just waiting for aggression, waiting for a push. That's a great shot. Ooh, an even better one from Magus. And he's going to try and build, but the bomb is on the floor.
Damage on BlameF is still pretty relevant here. Obo, he's gonna stand on his own to take down Dupree, and it's still a 2-on-2. That grenade landed right in the face of Sip, and he's down to 6 health. They've got the bomb and they're walking back in Device. He's here to almost catch them. At least he'll know it. He misses the chance for a kill, but he got the information. That means they can rotate Sip over immediately. And that Scout will probably take down any one of them if they're not quick about it. He's almost getting caught on the open, but he snuck his way into the corner. I don't think they realize that he's here yet. He's here so quickly, they might not check for it. 25 seconds, and yeah, they're gonna go. Oh, the Molotov! That's just almost a random throw, and they pick it up, and now Device, he's low on health, and they take him down. Obo again! Another triple, and another clutch for him. What a way to begin.
That is so wild. Back-to-back rounds and back-to-back clutches for Obo, and that's a hectic, a scrappy round. I can't believe that Molotov caught him. Just barely caught Zip, but he was certainly gonna end that round.
Is he slightly yawning at the end?
I think he did just yawn.
I'm gonna say that was a taunt. He's just, you know, developing his own style a little bit.
Well, they don't know it's a taunt yet. They might see it on the replay.
That's how next level it is. He's setting them up for later.
Oh, Device aggressive, and Device is taken down. Glaive and Xyp9x got aggressive towards a ramp, which has been successful a couple times in the past.
I love this attention to middle that Complexity are putting on Astralis right now. It's really, really worth doing, I think, on a map like this, because...
Oh, God.
Okay. If you can keep punishing them in middle, where they only have, you know, one guy, then you're actually forcing them to make a bunch of defensive choices. Then if you really have the practice and the level on this map, you can start to exploit that on its own. If they start putting 2 people in here and having more of attention to it, you can really find a way to make that work. And they've been winning, I think this is the 3rd round at least, where they win this fight in middle, maybe even the 4th.
Feels like Astralis a little bit uncomfortable at the moment. I mean, yeah, some of these are just pistols, but taking some peeks, some fights that we don't normally see in these situations. But this is really nice for Complexity. 4 in a row now to take a 1-round lead. I mean, we don't have to talk about it just yet, but just an interesting note. Remember, if Complexity, you know, for whatever reason has sold their soul to the devil and they're able to take this 2-0, that would bring Astralis down to play Navi tomorrow in the losers match.
It's a game I would like to see personally. But yeah, I wouldn't even know what to make of it. Dust 2 is wild. Complexity looking good, and that's a headshot with a Scout and Device taking him down. But quick refrag, that seems to be the way that all of these rounds are starting off right now. Glaive moved up very far, and he's alone though. That's the one issue.
They don't clear this, surely. Surely Obo's not going to clear it. He was looking in the direction, but wasn't really prepared for that fight. Glaive gonna get his ankle shot out. He recommits. He's going down. Poison with another Scout headshot.
That grenade, though, will at least put it in the favor of Astralis. Rush sneaking into middle, and this time Dupree was ready for it. That leaves Poison. It's a very, very rough 1 versus 3, and Magus won't even let him get close to the side. Astralis will even out the scoreline and make it 4-4. And they still have the money to buy on the Complexity side, which is that's the good news here.
Yeah, bad news is that this is all they have. They're scraping together everything humanly possible to get as strong of a buy as they can. 2 Kriegs, 2 AKs, and a Galil on Rush. Poison's doing some work with the Scout. That's That's really cool to see. Remember on Dust 2, he had that really cool scout round, and he kept it into the next gun round as well, so not shying away from the weapon.
Let's see. Can they actually beat the Astralis grenades here? A lot of them raining down. They push right through. And you see the flashbangs just coming in everywhere. Rush is taking a lot of damage, and Glaive now lining up for a double kill, and he nearly had it. In fact, the Molotov from Sip will burn it out, and he will then follow up. So that's the problem with getting slowed down on that ramp. It's just more and more keeps showing up, and I think Blame is in a lot of trouble. He just can't hold that many angles. It's one of those things where if you win the first fight and you actually, you get control of that part, that's amazing. But when you get slowed down like they did, it all falls apart.
And Astralis is more than happy if that's the kind of aggression Complexity wants to bring out towards the A bomb site. They'll just dump utility. And even if they trade that first kill, they had 3 more bodies to throw at the problem, all at different angles. So that bottleneck gets even more deadly if you're a Complexity player.
Right at the start of this ramp is where the CT sides have started throwing smokes. So the people who are leading the charge, they just get completely segmented from the people that are supposed to be backing them up that are a little bit further behind. So they can't even really help each other out. It's a really, really big risk. And it works out great for Astralis this time, and that also crushes the Complexity economy. So now there's a chance for the old Danish side to try and get a little bit of peace back in here. You see that smoke that's down there? Half of them, in the start of that fight, they don't even know what they're shooting at.
Well, 1 round lead for Astralis, and a bit of a timeout. 1 AWP on Dupree. The many faces of Jason Lake.
We're gonna have a whole reel at the end, won't we?
Hopefully.
I like it.
We could just play that through every timeout for the rest of the weekend.
We could. I'm sure that kind of footage exists for like 10 years now.
Yeah, you could do like a real juxtaposition back to 2005. Megas, go. He's going to be behind the sandbags. Good shot. He's dinked up. He's got a follow-up kill, and it's just pistols. So he's doing work. I have no idea how he got that 4th kill. Excuse me. That's quickly mopped up.
Dancing and jiving, wasn't he? He got dinked in the first engagement and just continued to take them all down. So job well done.
It sounded pretty bad, and then I kind of noticed that it was all Glocks, and at that point, I mean, he even gets dinked twice.
Yeah, I guess that's the downside, isn't it? 6-4, and Astralis building a bit of a lead here. Magus got 14 and 6, doing a pretty good job all on the zone there.
Story's got to be Obo's clutches. Ooh, good leg shot for Dupree. Blame F down to 15 health. This time, not fast-paced towards A. Zip and Device have complete control of that A ramp, and they see no presence. They hear no presence, so this has surely got to be telegraphed for a team such as Astralis that has experience on this map. They know they have a leg shot. They've seen at least 2 players towards the B bomb site, and they've seen nothing at A. But look at Config. Look at him on the mini-map. Is he on the upper ground?
No, surely not.
No, okay.
I was getting worried for a minute there.
Yeah, I was too.
No, I think what, if nothing else, this is what it gives Astralis, right? It gives them the chance to keep these 3 people at mid and the B bomb site. Because otherwise, I think they'd be favoring pushing someone else into middle or maybe another person over at A, but they can just stay put here. Device, aggressive position that he can't actually escape from. Sip would have loved it if someone would have flanked around to try and take him down. Then maybe he could have been there to get a kill. Now he's at least got some backup in Magisk, who is the heavy hitter right now for Astralis. He wins the first fight and nearly gets the follow-up. Sip will surely be able to close this one out. 40 seconds, and Glaive will find Blame F, so Poison can't even really go anywhere.
Well, keep our eyes. This round got away from Complexity a little bit. They were really relying on some individual plays to sneak into some open space. And if that's going to continue, that's your indication right there that Complexity is not yet tactically well-versed on this map, or well-versed in the theory to play this map to have a deep enough pool or a deep enough playbook to contend with Astralis quite yet. So we'll keep our eye on that. But 3-round lead and starting to look very strong for Astralis. They've got a healthy economy behind these victories. And another quick tech pause coming in.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, I think they had so much success fighting in middle. I realize now it's Magisk who's there, and once he's got that Krieg up and running, or really anything, it won't be easy to break him, but I would still try and go and revisit that. Because I just think once you get the middle of this map on the upper side of the map, it's so effective. You could do so many things from there, and they've already proven it a number of times. So maybe not so much with the Deagles, but I'd love to see Complexity try and hit that maybe just 1 or 2 more times. Because I think that A ramp rushing it, I don't think that works anymore. I think the grenades are too powerful, and it's not really worth it.
Yeah, the different angles. Teams are good enough now to stop that and slow it down. We've already seen Astralis shut it down. I think there's been some success for Complexity. I have to think their next gun round is going to be towards mid. I think they would challenge towards Magisk and Dupree, who at times, they've had some favorable trading going on. It's Deagles to contend against the AWP of Dupree.
They're thinking about it, but Magisk is right there with him, so even if he misses a chance, it's still not going to be easy.
Everyone from Complexity looking for aggression that's not coming, and unfortunately they're even looking for it towards the A-bomb site, and Magisk, a vertical angle on the other side of the smoke, nets him 1 kill and some information. If Obo can get this frag onto Glaive, that'd be massive.
If that was an HE, that would have been the end of config. But he actually just sticks around with the Deagle, and Dupree does not want to challenge it. Glaive showing up for a strong kill there, and he's ready for more, expecting them to come through the window. Standing on his own for a triple. That's really well handled. And I don't know, a bit of danger that round. Maybe could have gone out of control, but Astralis are now starting to edge, or sort of lead the map quite a bit here. 8-4, doubling the round score, in fact. And Complexity are back with rifles. I still think that mid part of it, they did take down Magisk in that particular scenario. He was smoked off, so Dupree fell back from behind the smoke, and then they actually traded him. So more evidence that they can at least fight for middle.
Ooh, flashbangs out. And there's that utility to slow down the fast-paced play that's not coming this time. They want to give Poison a chance with this AWP. A boost up over the smoke, and there's an opportunity here. Glaive, he's got to be careful. How much does he slide over? And still the smoke just keeping him safe, but not for long. Good shot from Poison.
Completely unclear who could see what in that scenario. But Glaive actually, in some sense, surrendering the 3-man advantage that they had over there, because no one could really help him out in that moment. I mean, they'd thrown some grenades, and maybe they were just banking on the fact that they wouldn't be checking it, but they did. Sip will take 1 in return, and he's got to fall back. He knew the Molotovs were coming. No point in sticking around, really.
How aggressive do Complexity want to be to challenge into this bomb site, though? Rush is rotating over. All 4 players are going to be here, and this is where we'll test them. Do they have the smokes? Do they have the nades? And do they have the protocol to watch for device coming from behind this off angle for the flank? It's going to be Rush to challenge and Rush to fall.
They've got him. That's Obo just standing up. Stop crouching for a second, so at least it's a 2-on-3. But again, they're not even really getting close to the bomb site yet. They need to find a way in, and they're almost out of grenades as well. That smoke is going to be fading. Poison has to win the first battle here. It's not going to be working out. It's a headshot on Magisk. That's not an easy shot to hit, ladies and gentlemen. He goes for more. We'll pick up Sip. He's actually cleaving his way into the bomb site. And Dupree now. How do you retake this with an AWP? If you challenge Poison, odds are you're not going to come out on top right now. He is lightning fast at the moment. And with that smoke still up, they can even get back behind cover. If they do, what is he going to be doing?
I think Dupree was looking for Obo after the plant to slide to the right. There was a gap in that smoke. Poison's going to take the fight. He's got a quad kill on the round. Impressive shooting from Complexity's Alper. He's got their 5th. That was just Poison all the way. And you got to love the assertiveness coming down that narrow lane to get a new angle on the bomb site. You're exactly right. This shot is incredible. And even this one, this follow-up. Beautiful entries into the B-bomb, or the A-bomb site, excuse me.
I mean, if he misses that first shot,
it's over.
Yeah, there's almost nothing they could do. Even just in terms of having to find that, if he just ducks and doesn't even move up from the crate again, how did they get the bomb plant down?
Every time the camera comes on Poison or Obo after they do, some kind of a very nice shot or a nice sequence, it's like they have that smile on their face that's just like, oh, I didn't know we could do that either.
It's a surprise to everybody. Well, I mean, what a luxury to have. Talking about Obo and some of the triple kills he's had to clutch it for Complexity on this map, but Poison is a bit of a gem as well. 14th round though. 5 rounds is pretty good for Complexity, but it might not be enough here. As he just got his hair cut, didn't he?
This is a brutal, brutal push for Glaive. Obo never had any idea coming through that smoke, trying to keep control. Glaive remaining hidden behind the box.
They're trying for the same push again. That even suggests that it's something they've been, practicing. They have a feeling that this can work. And so far, I'd say I've not been super impressed by this A hit. I feel like it doesn't actually get to where they want it before they've lost too many players most of the time.
Well, a lot of times, remember, they've been dealing with the aggression of Astralis peeking down this ramp. At least this time they have the kind of space and there's a little bit of calm as they can set up for the hit. We'll see if they have the smokes. They do have 4 still in hand.
They've got to be...
The question is, do all 4 players remember a smoke to this bomb site?
That is... You gotta hope so, because this is their big chance for it. Let's see, Rush is actually over on the left-hand side. Could be flanking around. Sip almost flashed in, but he's falling back through the Molotov, and there's Rush waiting as the smoke fades. He's gonna win the first fight, and they would love to go and do this right now. 25 seconds, the flashbangs are in. Sip can't see anything, but they're not checking for him, and he does get traded. Config coming in with a very, very important kill. Otherwise, I don't think they could have made this work. 15 seconds, they're going to be smoking it off. They need to run across the bomb site, get that bomb picked up and planted right now. 10 seconds on the clock. Config finding one more kill and hiding at the edge. He can't get it done. He goes down, and they're right on top of Poison. He can't make it out. Dupree will drop him. That's a pretty close round, all things considered.
Well, it might have even been a real chance for Complexity. They threw 2 smokes behind those default plant boxes, and both of them left a gap on the left side that made it a very awkward engagement, an awkward cross into the bomb site. Config had to get hyper-aggressive to keep that space for the plant to even go down. Nice round from, I believe, Dupree. He got a couple kills right at the end. And it's 9-5. Last round of this first half, but I would say for a team that doesn't have any official matches logged on Vertigo, this is not the worst showing in the world. This is much better than I expected.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Now they did have the benefit. We haven't seen them like show any kind of tactical prowess. They had the benefit of the clutches from Obo early on to get their first 4 rounds on the board, and then they've just been stonewalled. It's been 6 of the last 7 for Astralis, but that defense is under a lot of pressure, and now it's collapsed.
And somewhat needlessly, I'm not sure why Glaive wanted to sacrifice himself, because Dupree had actually already made it out. I mean, there was a lot of pressure in the beginning, but I felt like Glaive maybe a little bit too aggressive there. Sip going to show up with 1 M4 kill, but the bomb is down. And it should be a 6th round here as Blamer for land.
Oh no!
Oh no!
He's laughing. It's all good. We're all having fun.
Took the ticket right out of that round.
Yeah.
Well,
you don't.
We can find some good memes while we go to a halftime break.
Upload that to Reddit.
Yeah, get on it right now, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back with the second half. Stay tuned. There we go. Oh, it's fantastic, isn't it?
If you don't laugh, you cry.
Sip with a reaction. We're not quite sure what to make of it. Still, 9-6 at the end of the half.
That's the first best player in the world.
That is very true. What did he finish? Third in like 3 years in a row or something like that?
I think he was second last year behind Simple.
Oh yeah, it could have been.
He'll get number 1 eventually.
Their whole theme is to the stars, and he just, you know,
opposite direction. He went the wrong way.
Like, yeah.
He's supposed to go up.
Not really working out so well.
Well, this is an interesting affair. 9-6 in the favor of Astralis here on Vertigo. They're down 1 map. Complexity shockingly took Dust 2. And if Complexity wins this right here, series is over. They take the victory for their first LAN match against the best team in the world.
Yeah, I don't think anyone could even believe it. If you start telling people, then they're probably just gonna straight up not believe you. So very unlikely for them, I would say, to even win one of the maps here. So the fact that they've done a good job, even on this one, which we're completely unsure about their level of preparedness and what they've got planned now on the CT side, and Poison nearly could have had that one, and that was a big kill to open up with. Device will be taking him down. That cleans the way into the bomb site for the bomb plant. Config will find a kill, but still, how do you get through this? It's very, very hard to get in and actually defuse that bomb once it's down. They do have a defuse kit on Rush, but Config, that flank is up, and I don't know what they could do. They don't have a smoke to block anyone out. This is going to be an almost impossible battle here for Complexity. 3 versus 4 to try and get back into it. Glaive gets shot right off of the building, and Device goes down. They've actually made it possible now. They're bodyguarding Rush, still not defusing. He's the one with the kit. They're fighting instead and missing all of the shots, and I think that might have been the one chance. Rush, he'll get a kill chance, but it doesn't matter. Sip should be able to turn the corner. He's a little bit far away, and ducking in, it will be right in the last second. A triple kill for Sip. They nearly had that.
Less than half a second away. One missed shot. It would have been over. Yeah, that was very close. Complexity almost able to steal that round away. Some phenomenal shots on this retake. Zip was under a lot of pressure. But either way, 10th round for Astralis. Yeah, even fluffed a couple of those. Bit sketchy for the Clutch Master.
He needed to go for that matchmaking 100 cents defuse where you're just spinning all over the place. Just have that hot keyed in on your mouse or something.
All right, we have some nade stacks. They're not coming in all at once. Good shot with the Deagle. Blame F taking down Device. Some return spam brings him very low. But progress for Astralis at the moment is blocked.
Grenade even does a little bit. That's pretty helpful. I would say taking a fight through the wall there, not really worth it with a scout though. So I'm glad that Poison gave up on that idea because they have a lot more firepower on the other side. Now, do they have a flashbang to set up Rush? Or no, they don't. That's a little bit unfortunate. He's the one with the flashbang. It's really cool when you can flash that angle.
Problem is, Oboe has a deep angle, Config's in middle, but they don't have the intel to be able to rotate a 4th player to the A bomb site. Config's going to start doing it now anyways, and Oboe is going to start shifting as well. Very soon, Complexity is going to gamble and have 5 players at this site, and even with the utility of Astralis, that can be tough. Still a double nade on Oboe and Config as well.
Yeah, and if they save that for the actual bomb plant, which we've seen before as an actual strategy to be run, I think MIBR did it a couple of times on this map, and if you know how to do that, Blame if goes down though, so a little bit of an issue there, but let's see if they can actually land one of these grenades. It's going to be a bit early, so they're not waiting for oh, it's a double! Oboe will take down Megaskin Glaive, and that surely shocks them. They win the round somehow. What a turnaround. Explosive start here to the second half.
Where did that nade land? And that must have been absolutely perfect. They did just enough chip damage with the previous nades, the scout, the other deagles. And here it comes. Oh, it's so perfect. Can you translate that?
Says, I don't know what's happening. they were not excited. Utility to take down Astralis now. They're going to try and see if they can speed this one up. You can hear that a little bit here. 10-7. Complexity off to a hot start, even after losing the pistol. That's Glaive taking down Poison, who's been on fire this game so far, but he just got absolutely rocked, and now they're following it up. Magisk with a shot, a little bit of a return to calm. Actually, Glaive will hit one more headshot. This is so dangerous here. They can't lose this round, Complexity.
It's so weird. They've had to use their own utility in a defensive fashion that close to the bomb site just so they could, you know, have some kind of safety. Device gonna try and get away. Good prediction from BlameF. The Molotov forcing him into the open.
And I think he saw someone out at, I mean, he could have probably guessed that anyway, but just a little bit of information could be the big difference. That smoke is going to be really annoying for Astralis. They have a deagle and a scout, so spamming through the smoke for a long time, that's not going to be viable if someone starts defusing that bomb. And a good read, BlameF, not even just the force out with the Molotov, but reading that one as well. He's got the right idea. Sip trying to be clever, but BlameF will save his team there. He's got the kit as well and the triple. What a nice round. I mean, it shouldn't have been this awful to begin with, but at least they recover it.
Well, I mean, it's great that we see them recover it because it shouldn't have been, but Glaive hit some very nice shots. You got to give him credit, you're right? That round is not even close if Glaive doesn't nail those shots with the scout earlier on, but this is all BlameF to save the day. Molotov, the prediction, maybe even spotted the legs as the smoke cleared, but a couple very nice kills down the stretch. 10-8, Complexity just 2 rounds back. That plant will help Astralis' money, but they have to kind of sit this round out just a bit. Deagle's picked up P250 on Zipnix.
And this should be where they just have a little bit of an easier time. Obo, in fact, being aggressive. Could be dangerous, but he's got Rush there with him, so now whatever danger there might have been is completely evaporated. Clever angle from Config.
I like that we're still at least seeing the confidence from Complexity.
Yeah.
To just stick around, take fights. Yeah, this is a round against just Deagles, but even in the gun rounds, players are more than happy to sit in the open, take those medium-range duels with the M4s, with the Kriegs.
Do you want me to come and help a little bit?
They're not scared to come take fights against some of the best players in the world. 10-9. AWP on Poison, and he's been phenomenal with both sniper rifles today, the Scout and the AWP. No op yet out on Astralis.
See what the Danes have got planned for us here. Look at the odds have almost completely evened out. Complexity converting a bunch of people into believers at the moment. Glaive will be cruising around that corner, almost not even stopping, taking out Config.
Look at how weird of a position Obo's in with his teammate going down. They have control of mid, they can come from behind, so he's trying to sneak back to the bomb site, but that's what happens. You get caught by just the one player waiting at the bottom of the staircase. Dupree with another frag to add on top of Glaive's. And this defense is spread so thin, and this is a minute and a half they have to play with a 2-man disadvantage with map control loss at critical portions. Device and Glaive gonna be in middle.
Yeah, they're so happy to wait this out, Astralis, right now. They know that any mistake given them right now, that's around 100% won. Running into Poison's AWP could be one of the issues. Oh, BlameF and Rush come back with a couple of kills each. None of them traded so far. That really should not be happening. From Astralis' point of view, and look at Sip, he's down to 33, and now they're kind of being pushed back into that AWP.
And BlameF is re-aggressing. He just got a kill here. Feels no pressure. He's gone back to a position. He can have a fast flank. As long as Poison can get one and survive, that'd be massive. And there's no flashbangs to force him off the angle. It's 2 Molotovs and a smoke for Astralis, so Poison should have at least one chance to get a kill.
Yeah, he should. And look at the time as well. 26 seconds. They want to be really careful at the moment. Dupree, actually, he's got the bomb in middle. The bomb just went down, which that's it. They have to try and jump over the wall, and that's not going to happen. Poison goes down. Astralis, they could have probably done this if the bomb was on the other side, but they get absolutely crushed. Poison with 2 kills, and then the bomb on the other side of the wall. That is very strange.
This is absolutely stunning. 10-10. Complexity, we saw it on Dust 2. They came back from a 3-on-5 situation on Dust 2. They've done it again. These are rounds that Astralis just does not lose with a high percentage.
Yeah, it's very uncommon what you're seeing. You see it in their faces a little bit, slight disbelief, just so what?
Yeah, a bit of shake of the head. What do you say, Magisk? You translated him saying earlier, I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
They're a bit shell-shocked at the moment. This has got to be worrying.
10-10.
I don't know if this is a mistake, but Dupree has bought down to 500, and they're going to go for it. This is a very bold decision with the economy.
This certainly doesn't feel very Astralis-like, does it?
No, they have an AK-47 on Glaive, Glil on Dupree, pistols and a MAC-10 on the others, and let's see how this goes, but this could be the turning point of the entire map, and that's a great opening kill for Poison, and he's gonna back off, and BlameF's got some space for him. He's kept them back for the moment, and Magisk is down very low. That's a lot of powerful weaponry that Astralis invested in that's already taken out of their hands.
Grenade land. Oh, right through the wall. Rush is ready to reply. They're not having any of it in this round, and he's moved into a bit of a position here. Got to be careful about when that goes away, but Dupree's right on the other side, and Rush, he's not going to win the fight. A little bit unfortunate there, but still a 2-on-3, and with Config showing up to get the 1 kill, he's looking for more. Actually, that could have worked. What a madman.
That's a bit of roll the dice for Rush, and I mean, they're still in a 3 versus 1, so it shouldn't be a problem. And there's the shoulder peek from Dupree right into the crosshair. Complexity take the lead. That's 5 in a row. They're on fire at a perfect time. That risky investment from Astralis just doesn't work. In fact, it might just backfire.
Completely backfire, and it's so confusing. I mean, if they're gonna take that risk, I'm not sure why the A rush again would be the thing that they'd be going for. Config, by the way, now taking the lead. He's actually overtaken Obo ever so slightly. He's 20 and 17. Obo at 17 and 12. So we mentioned Config during that Dust 2 map as being, you know, sort of a momentum player and someone with an incredibly high skill ceiling that we just haven't seen for a long time. Now's a good time for him to really show up. Rush pushing in, and there's a lot of people on the other side. I don't want to be giving too much away here.
Yeah, that's not it. That's not the peak you want to take. Forces a smoke out early, but that's a good follow-up nade, and Obo just steps in front of it. He wants one more, and he's found it. Beneath them, Config's got the cover. Glaive tried to peek up, and Config picks him right off through the grate. BlameF in middle, and the danger is swept aside.
Chance for a 1D, but they know where Sip is now, so not going to be too much happening.
Man, he threw that nade about a quarter mile.
He was absolutely ready. Ooh. Poison going to get the kill at the end. Sip at least deciding to stay, you know, on the building. Not like Device.
Yeah, don't follow that one. That's not going to be in any of Device's guides. 6 rounds in a row now for Complexity. And remember, they lost the pistol round in this half. That's the only round they've lost in this half.
It's hard to believe.
Astralis have had their chances to kind of run away with this one. They win pistol, they fail to convert the second. Later on, they lose a 5-on-3 as Complexity comes back on the CT side.
It's the Config being there to help him out is huge.
And I have to imagine, I don't want to, you know, put them on the spot or force their conversation, but you have to imagine, I know this is always a talking point for Duncan, is the idea of, you know, ring rust is coming in. Remember, this Complexity team, while not playing games on LAN, have been playing in qualifiers, have been boot camping, have been, you know, competing to find spots in some of these Tier 1 tournaments for the last month. Astralis has been enjoying a well-earned vacation.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, people probably even can and probably will make the argument that even that kind of vacation is also important in some sense. But if you show up now and you feel like, well, Complexity actually look like they're way more warmed up, and in spite of, as you said, some pre-game interviews that suggested that they weren't really sure about themselves even, that's not what we're seeing in the server at the moment. Everybody's shocked right now. 12-10, double up on that CT side. They've won 5 in a row, and they need to keep going here. Don't let them back in. That's a nice flank Poison again. He is lightning fast with that sniper rifle every single time.
It felt like he had his choice of 2 different targets. He spotted almost 2 heads that he could have taken off. That's a very fast flick. And it's back to the B bomb site we go. Obo is going to have a job. He needs, okay, he's spotted at the perfect moment. No danger. No shots exchanged. His own Molotov extinguished. Oh, he heard that nade hit him. He heard that nade hit Glaive, and he's got the kill through the smoke. Unlucky for Glaive, but a great play from Obo. And now he's flashed in. He's got one more, and he's got the information.
A great tag team they've got on here between Config and Obo. Just the instant timing of that flashbang. He just either Config called it or Obo did himself, but that worked out really well. Now he's sneaking around a little bit scary. He's still going to pick up the kill, and that leaves Dupree. 1 versus 4, and Complexity making this round work. Obo he's a stud in that B bomb side right now. And the grenade that tagged, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting to look very, very good. Listen, the tactics and the strategy might not have been there on the T side that we saw, but this team play, this kind of micro team play that they're having, that pop flash call from Obo, whether it's Config or Obo, making it the commitment from both of those players into that, beautiful teamwork. Beautiful teamwork, 13-10, a 3-round lead. And again, Astralis just don't really have the money to bring out a very strong buy. So again, due to that, economic investment, that economic risk earlier, they have another kind of, question of whether they need to buy here or save one round.
Just when they pull it up and it says age 16, doesn't that just make you feel like, why is he so good? It's outrageous to me.
I mean, it's kind of, listen, we need this in North America. We need those younger players getting started in the professional scene at an earlier age, getting this experience. That's going to be the next step forward, to have more than just Team Liquid, more than just EG fighting at the top echelons of Counter-Strike. You need to start going down and dipping into the younger players the way we're seeing other regions do. Yeah. North America is still one of those regions that's been hesitant to put faith and trust in some of the young, unproven players.
Yeah, I think there was an interview with Yanko in week 1 here in London where he sort of said, well, the fact that is kind of already a proven way of doing this. Actually, those young players can handle themselves really well in big tournaments. I thought that was, more people should pay attention to that, because that's exciting. Obviously, FaZe have one of their own.
And they don't have $500,000 buyouts.
That's a good point as well.
That's always fun. Utility exchange, utility dump from both teams. Astralis on the losing end, and Rush is caught in a corner, but he's keeping composed the way a major champion only can. Eventually goes down, Device to follow up, and it's all on Config. AWP, and they're swarming towards his position.
Yeah. Don't throw away this round of your Complexity, and they might not have a chance at it. Line of sight into the bomb site here for BlameF, and he's scoped up, but they still have a fair few grenades. They could make his life very, very tricky. They're going to smoke off on one side. That Molotov not really doing much of anything, but a free kill, and Omeg is there with a swift return. 40 seconds. I don't think they know that BlameF is here, but they're still going to be running around the other side, and that makes his life really tricky.
I think Megas caught a footstep at the last second. Yeah. Dupree's already coming back. They've committed Device to the A bomb site. Dupree's in the middle, but he's going back towards B. Now they have the information, and BlameF, you've got to take a gamble right now. Which bomb site do you hustle to and commit? He has the right call, but I don't think he can win this, and you might just want to preserve the economy.
Yeah, that's going to be critical, isn't it? Maybe even just...
Maybe just go to take some weapons away, but don't actually commit to the retake unless some kind of gift is given to you.
Yeah, I don't think that's unreasonable. He also, I don't think he can know exactly how low they are. Yeah, not that it necessarily even makes the biggest difference here, but he's checking it all out and not getting that one gift that you were talking about. Would have been finding someone in here looking the wrong way. That is not going to happen. So that was a round that, in some sense, they didn't really need to lose. It's hard to blame them, because they've been successful at being aggressive over there, and this time it's just sort of backfired. But
Rush got caught in an awkward spot, even if he got one kill and remained composed. Obo going down without a kill, which has not been a factor in this half so far.
Yeah.
I think the big one was Config was very committed with that AWP on the railing. He could have played that much more passively. He had his teammate there with the Krieg. I believe it was actually BlameF holding the line. He could have kind of just sunk back into quad behind the boxes and waited for contact on the other end.
And you see even in the replay how Rush and Obo obviously wanted to time, that push together. And I think Astralis were just further up than they were expecting, so timing was off a little bit. Astralis back with the A push. This time they're not going to get... they're still actually... Oh my god, a follow-up! I was about to say, they're not going to face really any kind of an opposition, but 2 grenades. That's an enormous amount of damage.
Yeah, that's well worth the price of admission for Complexity. 2 nades and a Molotov slows things down, nets you a kill and a half. Glaive is down very low. Poison blinded at the last second, but there's the spam through the smoke, and this is where these rounds get scrappy. Astralis not necessarily having the manpower, having to take the risks. Oh, and look at this. You have to admire it from BlameF. Dupree down low.
The grenade running through the window, that almost tagged him and actually did hit him. He just didn't go down. But Dupree, 8 health in a 1 versus 4, and there's not even any point in sticking around, is there? Can't even dream of doing anything but just trying to save this AK. That's 14 rounds for Complexity, and Yeah, that absolutely got shut down. And the money for Astralis, I mean, they can buy this upcoming round, but this is starting to become a huge problem for them.
We talked about this on Dust 2. For an underdog and a young team and a new lineup, Complexity, your biggest ally in this perhaps is momentum.
Yeah.
We saw a massive 15-2 round run on Dust 2. Well, at the moment, they're 8 of the last 9? An 8-1 run for Complexity. To get up to 14 rounds, this has been awesome. And for a team like Astralis that's so good at stealing that momentum away against some of the best teams in the world, they've been stumped here today. They haven't been able to do it in that same fashion.
You see Blameth rushing through the smoke to try and get the guy planting the bomb, and we've seen Obo push through smoke over at the B bomb side. I think one of the things Astralis aren't enjoying in this game is that a lot of teams will have that extra level of respect for them because I mean, for good reason. But sometimes they actually get away with a bit more than they should because, you know, teams second guess themselves. They're a little bit slow. They say, oh, let's not do it. It is Astralis. Maybe it's all a trick. Maybe, you know, we're playing into there. Right now, I feel like Complexity are actually saying, you know what? We're just going to do what feels right, and we're not going to allow you that space to work the map with, and it's really great.
Well, that's most effective when you have such massive man advantages. Dupree, 9 HP. He's got to bow out of the fight already. He wanted to get aggressive.
Wasn't he the one that got shot through the middle a couple of times on Dust 2?
Yes, I believe so.
Now he's feeling the grenades.
But to go back to that point, I mean, coming through the smoke in that fashion, it works when you're in those 4-2s, and a lot of that stems from having the early kills. And I mean, if you look at this config, 2-1 in opening duels. Obo 3-1 in opening duels. Poison is 5-3. Blameth is 2-0. He's never lost an opening duel in this map. So they're finding some of those early kills that give them the manpower to take those risks.
Now they're all vacating the B side of the map, which fair play if you want to go for it. But if you have to do this quickly then, because if anyone pushes that B ramp and if they don't find anyone, they know, actually, only Poison here. Maybe a bit of a risk for Complexities. Hardly anyone at the A bomb side. Just confusing in many ways.
That's a weird timing for Poison to back off as well to throw a smoke. He's going to miss it. He's going to miss any chance to mount a defense. Some good damage with the utility. He's been fantastic with this off, but they are so blocked out, and I don't even mind necessarily the risk being taken. Now we'll put to a test. How much has Complexity? We saw last weekend, some of the teams had some very good setups to retake this with utility in 5-on-5s. We'll see if Complexity has that in their repertoire.
Oh, that's almost a kill for the smoke. Look at how low 3 of the Astralis players are. This could maybe work. Another grenade back there, even softening up Glaive. They're almost out of health on the Astralis side, and now come the smokes on top of the bomb. Can they actually get the defuse in? No one's doing it quite yet. The fight is on, and Obo goes down. Rush holding it from one side, but finally, someone taps the bomb, and the rest of Astralis show up. Device with one more kill, and I think they're out of time. A brave fight coming in for Complexity, doing a lot of damage to Astralis' economy, but they couldn't quite make it work.
I think they had the protocols down. They didn't know where the bomb was planted. They thought the bomb was planted at those default boxes. That's where all their smokes went up. So when they jump in to try and get that diffuse and all the chaos, no one's actually covered. Look where the bomb is planted.
Yeah, you're right.
Looks where the smokes are. They had no chance, but they had the right plan if the bomb was in a different spot. So,
yes. And that's...
Shout out. You get 50%.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean it's hard to know, right? You almost have to make that choice throwing the grenades before you actually get confirmation.
And part of the reason why they probably didn't have the intel is only one player. Poison was playing that so passively, wasn't even close to get the sound cues.
Waiting, hoping that Obo is going to take a step forward so he can cleanly open that bomb side. But again, they're quite leaning towards the B side. Config is right there to make a jump up window if anything happens, and they have Rush there to tell about Obo. So they're kind of expecting Complexity, I guess, that one of these rounds will be a B hit for Astralis, and if they pick the right one...
Well, it at least helps this time that Poison isn't playing so passively on the A bomb side. He's actually peering down the A ramp, so he has the information. He sees nobody down there, which gives all the confidence in the world. The one weak spot of this defense is Config in middle. He's all alone, but it might not matter.
Obo pushing to the edge, finds a kill immediately, but he can't really get back around the corner. Rush, a little bit disjointed here. Now he's slightly fighting on his own. There's going to be a smoke set up behind him. I think there's a bit of a gap there, maybe. But Rush is just biding his time. The fire won't spread to him. Blameth going down, and Rush, he's paranoid now. They could be walking in behind him. He almost spots one of them, but there's the flank coming through, and Megis will take down Rush. And Astralis now really opening it up. That shot does not connect, and the bomb has been planted. 2-on-3. Config sneaking up, and Poison and Config. It's just AWPs, but they find a kill. He flicks through. He tags up the pre, and he's very low on health. They could do this with pistols. I don't know if they know yet, but this AK-47, he's got one chance to pre and one alone, or they will be at a match point. They're right behind him as well, and it's the op to do it. Complexity at 15 rounds on map 2 against Astralis. It's so hard. He's down to 1 health, Config.
I like the aggression. Go at least find out where he is. You're the low HP player. Go hunt him down so your teammate at least has a chance in the 1 versus 1. That is a very difficult round. But again, a man advantage, a 3-on-2 for Astralis, and they are picked apart by the ops. Poison is playing a fantastic game. 18 and 16. It's not the craziest in terms of his score, but he's been so on point with this op.
He actually jumped with the AWP out at just 1 health. Config really is a crazy player. BlameF spraying through. A bad start to this round for Astralis. I mean, they won't even have a chance to fight for this. They need to win the next 3 in a row, which is way more doable than it was on Dust 2. I think they needed to win 8 in a row to get their overtime. But man, they're up against Poison and that AWP, and he doesn't miss many shots. There's a leg shot on Sip, putting him down to 6 health. They'll take that even.
And look at the confidence to leave him on his own. It's like the 3rd time we've seen him in the last 4 rounds playing this bomb site all by himself. That's a lot of faith. And the Bulgarian boosted up now to peer over the smokes if and when they eventually do come in.
There's some decent grenades on Astralis, but the thing that they don't have is enough for an execute and then for the afterplant. So they'd probably be using most of these grenades getting into a bomb site, and the question becomes, can they stop the defuse afterwards?
And that becomes even more painful with the ops in hand if you don't have the utility to block off the lines of the vision from those oppers. We saw just the previous round, they got decimated by them.
Well, Glaive is setting up for that smoke towards the B-bomb site.
Config's playing in CT spawn with flash out. He's just there for support for Obo.
And Obo immediately smokes it. He's just ready to slow them down. Oh, he still got the shot to Pre. Somehow able to win the fight, and Rush not quite sure if he wants to peek into that window. A free kill as Dupree peeks into that one, and a follow-up Config with the AWP. It's a rare sight, but it's working out well. I think that was a dead body he was shooting at. Now he's just trying to no-scope through, and he's playing right at the edge, making the jump on over. It's Poison, the other AWP, leaving Magus can Sip alone. 2-on-3, trying to keep this dream alive for Astralis and get back into overtime. Somehow Sip will find a kill, and BlameF, maybe a rare chance there. They need to get on and defuse that bomb right now. Complexity 2-on-2. They have a slight health advantage, but against these weapons for Astralis, it might not matter. Oh, Magus, he had the health for it, but now he's been taken out, and Sip just trying to buy time, flank it around. BlameF hunting him down, and he turns for it. Immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my God, I can't believe it. 16 and 12. Complexity taking down Astralis 2-0.
What a way to kick off your performance on LAN. Complexity, the very first game, they drew the best team in the world, and they've shocked them coming out of the break. A bit of rust, but forget that. Phenomenal play from these young players, from this young team. That is impressive stuff. Obo delivered in both maps. It was the config we wanted to see. The team play was on point, and that is something special.
That is such a ridiculous high to hit at the start of the year, just showing up and taking down Astralis. It's hard to believe, but I mean, what a fantastic performance. Obo over at the B-bomb site, his teamwork with Config half the time, and then Poison and Config both with orbs.
I think it's crazy that they put some faith in the youngest players on this team. Obo at B, Poison at A, to be the anchors, and both of those guys played alone at various points. That's really, really cool stuff from Complexity. You have to love to see that. Yeah. I'm sure BlameF is hyped. He's down on the stage with James.
Oh, he is definitely hyped. Moses, I've got BlameF with me, and what a win straight away. First of all, how does that feel? Because you guys were the loudest I've seen so far across these 2 weeks.
It honestly feels crazy. I don't know, it's just everyone plays so nice. And yeah, we were really loud. I think my voice is really messed up right now. But I'm so proud of the boys. Everyone played really good. Everyone took initiative. I think we had a slow start in those 2. I think people were a little bit nervous. But as soon as we got going, everyone just started taking initiative and just peeking. And Config had some insane, I was the AWP here in the last round. So just an amazing feeling.
Now, you told me in our interview at the start of the day that you'd prepped not specifically for their tactics, but also the players and how they play. So have they not changed too much?
I mean, they definitely changed a little bit. I could tell on Vertigo they had played a little bit different than what we expected. They only played one map on the new version. And we've been prepping against them quite a lot. So we had some double nades against Levon Long, and I think we gave him 97 damage. So it was really unlucky, but yeah, it was just nice.
Now, you guys seem to have no fear against the Astralis, which many teams struggle with. Where does this confidence come from?
I only think that people just is extremely cold. We joke a lot about it, but we got a 16-year-old guy, Owen, who just he doesn't care. He's just saying I'm gonna peek now. So we just made the meme get slattered because he's called Slatter. His second name, so he's just get slattered. It just means stop going up now and just killing them, and it just works every single time. We got so much firepower that it's if you want to play against us, you need to show your A game because we're gonna rip the heads up quite easy if you don't show up individually.
Well, we definitely saw that. Now, I've got to ask about Vertigo as well, because you guys never played an official game on it prior to this. Was this a kind of bait towards Astralis? Did you expect this to happen?
We've been setting up this bait for quite a while. We already played Vertigo for quite some time, but in the open minor qualifiers and stuff, we decided not to show our new kind of tactics and the new versions of it, and we also decided to keep banning Vertigo just to make sure that they didn't prep for it. And when we did the veto against them, it definitely also seemed like it caught them off guard. So we've been prepping hard for it, and they went straight into the trap, so that was really nice.
They did fall for the trap, and you guys smashed it. My last question to you, mate, is you got Vitality coming up tomorrow. Pretty easy now, considering you got rid of Astralis?
I mean, no match is easy, so we will try to stay humble, and we'll go home immediately, get some sleep, and then prep hard for it. We're already ready for them, and we're prepared for every opponent down here. So it will hopefully also be a W, but they're a really good team, and we definitely need to still show A game to be able to contend with any of those teams.
Well, maybe it's time for some teams to stop underestimating you guys. Congratulations on the win, mate. See you tomorrow.
Well, thank you for that, BlameF, and thank you for the interview, James. Already great answers there we're getting from the game leader. Duncan, you want to jump in?
Listen, in my role as the esports historian,
Okay.
I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be a top 5 upset of all time. Think of the disparity in the ranks between the two teams. I think Astralis had only lost something crazy, 4 best of X series in the last 7 tournaments they played, something crazy. So the idea that they get 2-0'd like this,
yeah,
and as BlameF alluded to there, it was in fact a trap the whole time. They were tricking them. They've basically been banning Vertigo to make it look like they don't play it. Therefore, Astralis does what you're supposed to do when you're the best team with the best map pool. You just punish them on what they don't play. And actually, that's what you were prepping for the whole time, and they had no information on you.
No.
Here's the thing, right?
Everything lines up perfectly here.
Most teams, we're talking about all the other best teams in the world, right? You've got Mousebots, you've got Liquid, you've got EG, you've got all these names you can throw them. Most of the time when they go up against Astralis, they're lucky if they get a map. They're lucky if they make it look competitive, right? I thought if Complexity came in here today and made it look competitive on their one map choice, be that's pretty good.
And it was Dust 2, so it's whatever, who cares?
They were able to come in here and 2-0 Astralis, right? They don't have the same excuse, which I gave that for Liquid last week, that you couldn't practice against European opponents to get ready for, this type of firepower. This is a team that spent a lot of their time in North America practicing, right? They've only come over to Europe recently, Complexity, to be qualifying for these minors right here, and they come on against the world #1, Astralis, and they make it look relatively simple, right? It wasn't like they obviously moments where they were stressed, they needed individuals to step up, and they had that come on through. But I don't think anybody could have expected them to 2-0 Astralis. If somebody thought they were going to win, yeah, okay, well, I don't know how you come to that logic, but not in a 2-0 fashion.
Well, all right, so I have people talking all over the place. Let's actually take a listen in real quick on the winning moment as well, and then we can start getting into the nitty-gritty of how Complexity went about winning this series.
Hold the peak. Just play into the cross. Then quad. Nice! Nice! Yeah! Oh! Yeah!
Is this where experience tells the tale? I mean, Rush, he already knew they had it unlocked. Everybody else was holding back just in case, but Rush, he already knew that they had the defuse.
You want to be sure, right? You don't want to get that celebration in there a little bit too early. But look, even that retake right there was a difficult one to do. Sure. I thought that it juked him in that position, still able to win a scenario like that. So look, across the board, they were able to. They had fantastic utility usage, right? They were playing well in the clutches. You had Obo in the early stages winning 2 1v1s almost back to back in the start of this Vertigo game. They were getting it done in all the fields, and Device as an individual went 2 for 7 in terms of opening duels. So
Config was the best Danish player in the server.
There you go.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
No fight here on this side. We're joined at the desk. Welcome, BlameF. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, I mean, we already have a little bit of an interview to go off of here. It seems like you did set the perfect trap here for Astralis. You played to your strengths. You played to their weaknesses, though they don't have many. You still took advantage of it. Everything went according to plan.
I mean, it definitely did. I would also say we prepped like extremely hard for this match, so I would say it's not something we can't prep like this for every match because I made sure that all the set strats we have on Dust 2 and all of those, I made sure that we ran them a lot in official up before this match, and then in this match we made like specific fakes where we went quite the opposite because we were expecting them to prep a lot like hard for us, so we knew that they would be ready for those strats. So we just like everything was just like extremely prep for this match. So it's definitely going to be hard to do again, but I'm just happy that we won this.
Obviously, you guys have never played any LANs with this lineup yet. But everyone was really overreacting to all these online qualifier results. People basically wrote the team off already. So is it something different when you play on LAN from these weird online games?
I can tell for sure that this team is a LAN team, especially like the young gun Ovo. He's for sure a LAN player. We got a lot of people that maybe don't have the same focus they have when we just sit online or play 5 or 6 or 7 matches in a row online. But LAN, they always show up. He did the same when we played with the like the former lineup with Complexity. We went to Pro League. He also played extremely well. Like people have no fear, and I think that's going to benefit us. I do think that we did, as I said, we showed some nerves in the beginning of Dust 2. I could tell that we definitely didn't do what we were supposed to in the first couple of rounds, but people like picked it up, and then it just was awesome after that.
So obviously you've got like a star AWPer in Poison, right? I think we've got some highlights of him to kind of run here. How much freedom are you giving him as an individual to make decisions in game, right? Because he's hitting some absolute bangers of shots.
I mean, Poison definitely is a guy that knows a lot of stuff, like how he wants to play and what he likes to peek, so you need to be able to give that to him. So I'm for sure trying to give him as much space as possible, but I think also the thing that Poison lacks the most isn't firepower or peaks. It's like more like knowing when to take a step back, and I think like that's like the biggest way where me and him like kind of clash, because I'm thinking a lot about the strategics, and he's thinking a lot about like how to get kills. So we have to kind of find like a mixture of that. But I try to give him a lot of freedom, like more freedom than I have ever given any AWPer, and he just performs really well.
Okay, as you can see in the highlights here, like he was absolutely destroying. He was ready for all of the angles here. I think we also have Obo after this that we can show some of his clutches from. When you get to play with this kid in practice, is clutching something which is his forte? Is that something he does a lot of, or is he just, you know, run around headshot everybody?
No, definitely not. He's not a clutcher at all.
Okay.
He's definitely like a hard entry fragger when we practice, but like he can do anything. But I think for sure that he stepped a lot up in these clutches, and it just goes back to the thing where like he has no fear. Like if he needs to clutch something, he's just like gonna wide swing on you, and he always hit the one shot. So if people are like just a little bit off individual, he will always win that duel. I think it's just like very scary to play against. We also talked to some of the teams we play against in practice, and they just said like it's extremely uncomfortable playing against this team because we are so on point individually.
Okay.
Right, we said it was something 58 days or something since Astralis has played on LAN. Did you feel as though, like, did they underestimate you? Did they come not in top form? What would you say about Astralis' performance?
I would definitely say that they probably didn't come in top form. I don't think they underestimated us. I don't think they're that team that would make that mistake. But they probably, not underestimated, they probably didn't play to the A level because they haven't been playing a lane a lot of times. But the same thing can be said about us. We also didn't play lane for a long time. So, so I mean, like, it's kind of the same for both teams. I think we kind of caught them off guard with a lot of stuff we prepped for, and I think that was probably the biggest thing. And then people also showed up individually.
Obviously, people also memed Jason Lake Hirona because of that Juggernaut comment he made months and months ago when he was originally trying to get the big names. Does this kind of like, is he vindicated because you beat the best team in the world 2-0?
No, our goals is way higher than just like beating a single BO3 like one time. So like we're very happy with this because now I think we proved to everyone that we actually can play some decent Counter-Strike. But this is like hopefully just the beginning. Like we're gonna go home and we're gonna stay focused and stay training and keep like prepping for all the matches. This is like we're happy with this win, but this is not gonna like determine how we like approach the next couple matches.
What do you think about Vitality coming up tomorrow?
I was actually more expecting NaVi, but I think it's totally fine. We prep for every team in this tournament, so yeah. I honestly haven't focused on them at all. Like my coach got all the anti-strat for that team, so I don't have any like specific insights on that.
That's a good one there. The coach, and if we've got time for one more, because it's a pretty unknown team. Most people wouldn't know Keita, your coach as well. What can you say about him as an individual and helping you boys out?
I would say, first of all, he's definitely a hard worker. I think he sometimes is put in a hard spot because we have got so many different people and so many high, like, top individual good players. So he's trying to like adapt a lot of his work towards what we need.
Okay.
So like some people will need way more like server time, and some people like me will need like way more like new stuff from him. So he's like approaching each individual in a different way, and he's doing a really good job of that. But like the best thing I can say about him is like he's working hard. So if I tell him to get something ready, he will have it ready, and it's just perfect.
All right. Well, thank you very much for taking the time, Blamif. Congratulations on the win. Great start here at the league.
Thank you.
And we will be hearing from you soon. I think what we're going to do, actually, and if you want to stick around to listen to this, it is going to be an interview with Zonic real quick. So speaking of coaches, let's hear what the Astralis coach had to say after that match.
I've got Zonic with me after that tough loss against Complexity, and I don't have to do many loser interviews with you, mate, so this is one of these new experiences for us. It did not look like the same old Astralis we saw, but from your perspective, what you saw, what went wrong?
Oh, there was a lot of things that went wrong. The communication was off, and we got off to a good start on those two, but then they catch back and won some rounds, and then it was suddenly even. Then we started to miscommunicate. People were not communicating enough, and were not hitting their shots. And Complexity, they did their homework. They studied us pretty well, and were. You can see that their game plan was to just go without no fear, like to go aggressive on us, and that caught us off guard. So it was a poor performance, let's be honest, but also props to them. They did their homework and played really well.
Now, you said about their fear, and that's going to lead me nicely onto this, because I see some of the best teams in the world scared to face you guys, and we see it over and over again. These guys had mad amounts of confidence. How do you even deal with that? Because to see them out-frag you like that, we were all sat there shocked and stunned.
I think that we, at the whole match, I felt that it wouldn't take much of us to just like get back to some of our own game, for us to get back into the game and then maybe win the map. And then I think that everybody was feeling, okay, if we just get the next couple of rounds, then we are back into it. So we felt close to being able to be at a level where we could beat them, but it was not good enough, and we have to go back, but it's still early in the season, so no need to raise any alarms or anything. It was not good enough.
Now, I've called you guys this many times. From the games we've seen, you guys are normally the comeback kings, right? You can bring these games back. So what's the plan tonight? How are you going to look at this, and what are you going to do for ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, I think that we need to talk about the whole mental aspect of this game. The preparation has been good. We know our tactics has been good, but it's just that things didn't click today, and we have to talk about people stepping up with the communication. It was way too quiet on TeamSpeak today, and when you're too quiet, you get nervous and you don't know where your teammates are, and then you start questioning yourself and the game plan. And I think that was what happened today. So we have to go back and obviously review the game and then prepare for it's going to be NaVi. And then just play our own game. We know how we play and we know what we are capable of. So yeah.
Well, I appreciate the honest answers always, Danny. Thank you very much. I know these are not easy to do. We'll see you tomorrow.
There we go. I mean, do we have any insight listening in there? Zonic, your opponent's coach?
No, I would honestly just say I agree with him. I don't think anyone should overthink that they lost a single BO3 against a completely new team that they probably didn't have much info on. I think like they're probably a bit off, as he said, like with communication stuff, but I don't think that should be taken like too loudly or anything. I think they're still a great team and they're still the #1 in the world.
Well, what you guys did though, regardless, right? We came here as the analysts and we didn't see any way for you to win this one. What you guys did is still a historic achievement, right? To come in here, regardless of the fact that they haven't played in such a long period of time, that's still the #1 team in the world.
They don't lose to teams that are not ranked in the top X or whatever. It doesn't happen.
Especially in a 2-0 fashion, right? So no matter how you got that victory done, like regardless of that, it's still something which is insane. Like that is an absolutely insane achievement to be able to pull off this early on LAN, right? If you can even continue half of that level of performance as you guys continue, you've already blown most people's expectations out the water for where this team was expected to go. So this here is stunning for everybody, right?
Thank you.
And I would say going into tomorrow as well, the other team who was loving this result, as much as you might come last, I think it's NaVi, because think about how many times you've tried to beat Astralis and failed. Right now, if you watch that game there, you've got to think you've got a chance. Yeah. You come with a big frag, everything's possible.
Yeah, it's all about simple and electronic, I think, still for NaVi, getting that confidence. Let's take a look at the bracket. I mean, we are already talking about it, essentially, so we might as well bring it up. The bracket for tomorrow, how it's going to play out. A Vitality versus Complexity in the winner bracket final, and we will have NaVi versus Astralis in the lower bracket final. Keep in mind, none of these teams are going to be eliminated.
Yes.
The way that this works is that the top 2 from the group move on to the finals, and the bottom 2 will go down to the showdown, another tournament where there's another opportunity to qualify for those finals, but it's not a done deal. Only 2 teams will advance from that one. So still cutthroat, still everything on the line, but I'm sure tomorrow you're going to be hoping to get one of those top 2 spots.
Oh, for sure. We're definitely going to go for the 2 again.
All right, well, Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me at the desk. And Blame, thank you very much for joining us here as well and sticking around. Appreciate it. But that's going to be it from us here tonight at Blast Premiere. So be sure to tune in tomorrow, 3 p.m. GMT. We will be back live on the stream with the pre-show, and we'll be hopping into the match directly. So we will see you then.
Wow, what a fantastic day of matches that we've had at Blast. And today we've got something very special, a winner's interview with none other than Config, another deep dive into that match versus Astralis. Then we have Connor to talk about everybody's skins, a nice skin inventory deep dive, and we'll find out who's up to bat. And then finally, a segment that we haven't featured yet that you'll have to stay tuned to find out more about here on Blast Overtime. Well, yes. Thank you so much for waiting around, guys. We have a very special evening here. One of the biggest upsets that I've ever been in the same building of, a win over Astralis. Thank you so much for being here, Config, and thank you so much for being here as well, Connor.
You're welcome.
Config, how the hell did you do it, man?
We finally played as a team. We've been playing really bad online and from home, so we just came here and we did our best, and it finally worked out.
This team packed that beat you online in the minor online qualification. I mean, that was enough evidence for everyone to say, well, there's no chance, right? I mean, do you think it was fair for people to be roasting you as much as they did about the match that you had versus Astralis before it happened? You think that was fair?
I think it's fair, honestly. Like, we've been playing so bad and we lost against a team we should never lose against. So it was kind of like, I just felt sad going into the tournament because I was like, we were just expecting to win one map and we kicked their ass.
Yeah, you did it. I mean, you won that map. Yeah,
Loud and proud.
You absolutely did kick their ass. You did it in 2 maps, and you were our man of the match. You were the guy that we wanted to talk to, and we have some fantastic stuff to show on both Dust 2 and Vertigo. Were you feeling it today? Like, did you personally just feel more comfortable than you expected? Did you know how well you were about to play?
I had no clue. Like, I went into the match, like, I've put a lot of pressure on myself, but on the previous matches and the previous tournaments I've played, and also online, and I just came into the match and I just said to the boys, I just want to be happy. And then I just kind of played and did my own thing.
Yeah, you guys have, it seems like you've got like a great mental attitude going on. You know, we are listening into comms as the games are playing. If you watch back the VOD, you can hear Blame F losing his voice every single round. Is the attitude and mood really good? Is it the lane environment?
The lane environment is definitely working good for us, and everything is just perfect right now. Like the team chemistry and all that stuff, it just feels nice to play. Finally, again, I've missed it.
Is it a bit frustrating when you play against a team like Astralis and you guys put in tons of preparation like Blame said on the desk, but then you can go up and play against a random team who have great individual skill but then just lose because it's online and you couldn't prepare enough for them?
I feel like it's different when we play LAN and when we play online. Like, we kind of went into the matches online like we were just expecting to win everything, but here we finally went in and expected to not do as much damage as we thought we would do. Like, there was no pressure on us and we played way better than expected. So I feel like if we just go into a match and we just play like we have nothing to lose and we have nothing to win, then it's going to be better for us as a team.
Well, cheers, Config. Congrats on the win,
to that.
man.
Thanks,
Let's celebrate with alcohol.
This is needed.
Right? Take a quick sip.
Nice and cold.
New team, new jerseys, new config, and new ink.
Yes.
Let's take some time to show that off. What are we working with here? Is that an all-time favorite Greek philosopher?
This is Zeus. This is not Peltron or what he's called, the Greek philosopher.
Yeah.
So, yeah, well, I need some new ink. I need some pain in my life, and I regained some strength. That's what I needed.
Yeah, I saw you tweeting out that you didn't know what you were getting into. Is there anything that you should know about what it means to get a tattoo? What was the experience like?
It's definitely the worst experience of my entire life.
Yeah, it was bad. Well, did it hurt more than you thought it would?
I was like, I almost passed out at one time, and then he just kind of popped the Oreo cookie in my mouth, and I was back on track.
A little sugar.
Yeah,
Right?
a little
actually
sugar.
helps with the pain. Yeah, that's a big thing. You drink like a can of Coke, or you have some. You have
This man's covered in them, you know, and I've been
Yeah.
thinking about it. I don't have one yet either.
worth it,
But hearing your story, bro, yeah,
it's worth it. It's worth it.
It
You
is,
should
yeah.
do it. If
Maybe,
you like a little bit of pain in life, then you should definitely do it.
Well, listen. Now the rest of you looks boring, so you got to.
I'm gonna get both arms and one leg.
Oh wow! So you're there for the pain, man. That's awesome.
And for the long ride.
Yeah, you endure, and it pays off just like it has for you today. So the rest of your group, how are you feeling? It's not like you beat Astralis and it's over. You have to win one more match, but you have to do it versus Vitality, and no one in this group is easy to beat.
No, of course not.
No one in the group is easy to beat. Now people are scared of you too, but every single team in this group, it's unclear who's actually going to make it.
I don't feel like people should be scared of us yet. Like, we've done one good thing now. We played against Astralis. We played really well. If we do the same tomorrow, then I think people should be scared.
Vitality, that's what you guys have up next tomorrow, right? Between them and NaVi, is that more comfortable for you? I mean, no match is going to be comfortable this weekend, right? You know that you guys are punching upwards.
Yeah.
But does Vitality sit well with you?
I think Vitality is a good team to play against for us, like individual skill. The only person we are scared on that team is Saiwu. He's the best player in the world. That's kind of scary in my opinion. But if we just go in and do the exact same thing as we did today, had the perfect entry strat, followed the game plan, and we had some individual skill, then we're going to win.
Now let's talk about something else. You've got your team is now comprised of a few players that have a little bit more, that are a bit more tenured. You've played on North, Rush has played on Cloud9. You know, you've all achieved different things in different organizations, and in some sense, you guys have only played 30-odd games together with this lineup, but you have Obo, who's very inexperienced, and then you have Poison as well. Can we talk about Poison for a second? He had such an amazing series. When you watch the VODs, you're going to find out. We can take a look at this clip and just see like how fantastic it was. What can you tell us about Poison that people don't know?
I think Poison is the kind of player that when he's happy, he plays the best CS that he's ever played. And I feel like today he was happy when he walked into the games. He has had a bit of a rough time because he's trying to play within the system, but when he lets loose, you see Poison doing his thing.
Yeah.
And then you kind of know like this guy can out-op no matter who picks him. If it's Device or if it's Saiwu, he don't care. Like he has so much confidence that it's almost scary for us as a team sometimes because Poison just like boom, 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 and then he's just somewhere.
Yeah.
And then you kind of have to follow him. But I think it's crazy. Like he's probably the best Obo I played with.
Well, listen, you're a guy whose balls hang on the floor all the time. I remember one time that you knifed Schneider in the OT at a major in a round that if you lost you would have got eliminated. So you want to talk about balls, you've got him as well. How do you reel in a player like that? That's just so like just teaming with confidence, and it hasn't seen what it's like to kind of dip down or just like have a tough time on a team yet.
Well, like we have to unleash the beast when we need to, and we have to stay focused when we need to. Like we need to find a good mix in between the individual skill and the team play. And I think like Benjamin, he's probably the best IGL I've ever played with. So I even said to the team, I said to the team that like if we follow Benjamin's game plan and we do our individual skill on the side and we kind of work from that, then we're going to be the best team in the world. Like I can definitely feel that this team has something special. I even wrote it on Twitter a few days ago.
Yeah.
I was like, this team we got what it takes. We just need that 10 to 15% extra, and we showed that we have it.
And maybe 10 to 15 more matches. Who knows where you go from here,
Yeah,
right?
of course.
But yeah, just quickly before you move on to our next segment, what do you have to say about Blame F? You're calling him the best IGL you've ever played with. He's not a world-renowned IGL.
No,
where does that come from? Where does that praise come from?
If you inside in our games, if you're inside in our practice, you'll see it. You'll 100% see it. I told him like one of the first days that we played together, like this guy knows his shit. Like he's so hardworking. He's such a good individual player. He's such a good like at like controlling people all the time and telling people what to do. Like he can focus on everything at the same time. It's actually he's insane.
Yeah, just a polymath. Huh? And this is a round where I think you Blame F comes through with the clutch kills and
the
you
3 kills in the post plant. This one was big. It was just him and Obo left over.
Yeah.
I think he goes for the 2 guys over at the top of ramp and then doubles back for the short player too. And I think this one, I was listening in the green room. Again, we can listen to your guys' communication. And he had this on lockdown. Don't worry, it's all, we cut out that stuff.
You guys aren't worse than us, okay? Don't worry about it. And then I think we have another round where you end up like it's like near the end of the game and you're flying around a corner on Vertigo, and then I think you no-scope.
1 HP.
Yeah, 1 HP.
The 1 HP jumping up off of top B side.
Yeah, I need to kill him.
When you know you're going to win, do you get any more nervous?
No. I don't like. I want to win. It doesn't really matter how, but like
this one.
This is how it has.
High
This
flying
is how it looks.
acrobatics and confidence.
Yeah, try to hide.
Well, I think like we had a lot of everyone on the team had really like good rounds, and this team it's crazy that we can win so many rounds. Where before in North, if we play like this or in Dignitas, it would be like if we lost like 2 players, we would never win that 5v3. Like it feels insane playing on this team. It's so much individual skill and there's so much team play right now.
Yeah.
That it's just I can't even explain it honestly.
Man, there's so much insight there, and I'm glad that this week we actually will keep you on for the whole show before we were switching out for guests. But first we're going to take a look at the Skimventory deep dive with Connor, a shot style segment here where we take a look at a couple of inventories from your team.
That's very true. Very true indeed. I think we've actually got a quick little shocker video into the beginning of this one, Mohan.
Oh.
Yeah. So let's go and head.
That was
shot
sick.
style. I made it. We said last week that I wasn't on the title page of that one, you know, so it was kind of tough. But clearly, I did a good enough job to get in there. So you're going to be back with us in a second, right? We're gonna let
You're gonna let me go? Can I
real
take
quick.
my beer?
Yeah, we'll see in a second.
Yeah,
So
you
you
bring
put
your beer, but you have to.
Oh my God! Wired to the ground over
Yeah,
there.
dude.
It's okay. You can take the beer, but you have to finish it.
So let's do the CS Money segment. All right. First and foremost, we should be looking at the inventory of Poison.
Okay.
Now, Poison, dude. Okay. Not only is he one of the craziest operators so far, I'd say, in this weekend, but we're also talking scout plays. His scout plays were out of this world. It's not included in his inventory, but you know what we're going to talk about here, dude? It's the green element, okay? He's got those Hydra Emerald gloves. We touched on the Bloodhound gloves. It's the ones with the metal, metal pieces on the back of the hands.
Yeah.
The studs are the detail. And he chooses Emerald. Green's my favorite color.
Green's your favorite color?
You knew that?
And it's in the name, right?
It
Poison
is, man.
is
Exactly.
typically green.
Exactly. He has this neo-noir op, but I'm pretty sure he also has an even sicker one that matches. What's important is the Gamma Doppler, all right? We see Ruby Dopplers, we see Sapphire Dopplers, but Gamma Dopplers, that lime green, you know it pops, goes right with the alligator on the see you later. And that's basically what he said to Astralis all night long.
Yeah.
He was unstoppable.
Can you put this together on a budget, or are we talking about expensive skins here? Like, how accessible is this to the average Poison fan?
The average Poison fan is probably from Bulgaria. So I don't know. The average Poison fan in North America, also a tough one. These are freaking expensive skins in terms of the Gamma Doppler and gloves, all right?
Yeah, good point.
I couldn't afford these. That's why we built mine on the budget, Mo. But yeah, so all things considered, Poison, nice inventory. I think, however, it is not as good as our next member of Complexity.
Yeah.
And that's going to be Oboe.
Let's take a look at Oboe. Oboe, he's got a lot of red going on, a lot of fire going on, a lot of heat.
He does, right? So he's got that classic knife slaughter. I don't even know if he was born when the classic knife was out. Okay.
Yeah.
but he's
Younger
throwing
than
homage
some
back to
skins.
where Counter-Strike came from. And then, of course, we're talking the Doppler, the classic butterfly, the ADD knife, we call it, right? He's spinning, he's fragging, and he's looking good while he does it. Howl M4, Wildfire Op, and that Blaze, the Schlattered. I like this. Kid's got style when it comes to the name tags. In fact, we're going to throw out something fresh, and that fresh piece is, of course, an in-game inspection of his AK-47.
Okay.
I believe we've got it. We should have the piece, and I want to see it now.
Joey, play the clip.
Ooh, so he calls this, okay, the AK-47 Robo Mode.
Robo Mode.
Robo Mode, baby.
A little too young for RoboCop, too.
Obviously, the gold Berlin stickers, the very first major that he played in, the only major that he's played in, and it looks great. So this one's nice. This is a nice touch, I think. You know, we're gonna try and throw some more of the in-game inspections when we come back to the CS Money skin segment. But that's it. That's all we've got for the CS Money.
Cool.
So we move along.
All right.
We move along into the more important segment, Mo.
The more important segment, I think that was of the utmost importance. But either way, we've got 3 segments that are all great. This next one is a brand new segment, one that we really didn't work too hard on. But we've got another player involved and a telescopic teacher pointer. Here we go. Config is going to be, wow, you look a little bit ridiculous, don't you? Here we go. We got a telescopic pointer config. And let's explain this. Explain this for a second. This segment is called Fraggingstein, okay? You're gonna use this pointer and you're gonna point to a player in each of these different sections that you feel would put together the best teammate, the perfect player, okay? And we're gonna go with the week 2 players. They're all color-coded here. So you've got your team for comms because you don't know anyone else's comms. We've got Astralis. You can take your pick of the litter. Positioning, that's what POS is short for here in this situation. We've got all of NaVi and the clutch factor, that clutch gene, the guy who's you want to put in a 1v1. That's what we're going with for Vitality. So we'll start with your team config. If you're going to point to a player on your team that has the best comms, who is it?
It's BlameF.
Ooh, BlameF.
It's BlameF. Okay, we need to unpack that. You had a piece to speak about him. What is it about BlameF that makes his comm so damn good?
He can control anyone. Like he tells everyone what to do in every single tactic we have. Like if you have a question for him, boom, he just remembers it. Like you can do this, and he tells everyone. It's actually insane. If I was in his position, I had to tell people what to do, I'd probably have a meltdown.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, high praise for BlameF. We thought that You've got high self-esteem. You might pick yourself. BlameF is taking the cake here.
I got a question with this one though. When it comes to comms, right? We kind of praise Oboe as somebody who's obviously less experienced than everyone else on this team. But I want to know more about his comms. Is it clear? Is it panicked? Like, there's got to be a weakness here, right?
Yeah. Well, Oboe's comms is actually pretty bad.
Okay, nice. I had a feeling, man.
And Poison's is pretty bad too. Mine is like decent and Rush's is good. So I picked Blame because he's the best.
Yeah, he's got it going on. Okay, perfect. All right, well, we've got 1/4 of the player. That's BlameF on the communication. He's going to be the mouthpiece for this single player. Now, if we look at aim, we've got all of Astralis here. All these guys hit shots. Don't tell me any different. Zipix, I know sometimes his stats don't show up, but the clutches make you wonder. If you're going to give it somebody here the prize for best aim or the player you want to have the aim compartment in your player, in your perfect player, who's it going to be?
If I was over there, I would pick myself. But I guess like Magisk is the best aimer they have right now. He's insane with the Krieg and with the Orc, so that's the guy I'll pick.
Is aim, that's an interesting thing. Is aim weapon specific for you? Is aim just something that you're good at as a player in general, no matter what you pick up?
I think like when you peak Magisk, you know, like he will probably kill you. Like the chance is pretty big for him to like hit his shot. So Dupree, he was there before, but right now I would pick Magisk.
You're going to pick Magisk. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. And you get a different perspective, just a little bit more on that. You get a different perspective.
I get the feel, you know.
You get the feel. You get to see him peek you at 100 miles an hour, right? Okay, cool. All right, so that's Magisk for aim. Now we're going to move on to positioning. Who's, in some sense, who's the smartest player here? Who's the guy who's always standing in the right spot, who's got that angle a little bit deeper than you expected, the one who stabs you in the back, the one who's shooting you from behind?
I'm actually like, I'm a bit torn apart here because I would want to pick Electronic, but I also want to pick Simple.
Okay.
Simple is so good, but he's also baiting a little bit.
Okay.
So I'm going with Electronic because I don't feel like Blame is also, he can also bait a little bit, so I'm picking
He's a little
Electronic.
bit of a baiter too?
Yeah, he could bait a little bit.
Okay, all right.
At least he admits it, right? He admits
I was expecting Simple. I was expecting someone to say Simple.
Yeah.
Electronic, he's not getting a lot of flowers. He's on a team with a very good player.
Have you seen him like Ice Challenge? He was
his first MVP, man.
Yeah.
First MVP. I was actually expecting you to maybe, I think the argument can be made, in terms of positioning, pick a guy like Flamey. You know, I think like Flamey B-site barrels on an overpass. I'm thinking Flamey on ramp, like, you know, those big 3K mowdowns because of positioning kills. What do you think of Flamey in terms of positioning?
Flamey could also be a better pick, but I'm looking at Electronic and Simple. Those are insane players. Flamey has been dropped a little bit from it. Like he was pretty good for a few years back, but these two players, they are still pretty fucking sick.
Are those goggles getting hot, bro?
Yeah, likely.
Yeah, a little bit steamy. You can put them up. You can put them up top if you like. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'll put them
that's
like
also
this.
a good look. I like that.
Yeah, that one look. That's
okay,
nice.
so we've got 3/4 of our guy right here. We've got the comms of BlameF, the aim of Magisk,
the arms of
positioning,
blame.
the arms of blame, and the
fucking
positioning of Electronic. Right, we've got all of the neurons firing off, and now, to top it all off, we need the clutch gene, the guy who you know you want in a 1v1 at all times, the guy who's going to win the round for you, the guy who you've never seen lose a 1v2. Who's your guy? ZywOo is done.
If you didn't pick ZywOo, you're actually stupid.
You're
like
stupid. You can't even be a pro if you didn't pick ZywOo.
ZywOo is the best clutcher in the game. Like you've seen him win 1v5 with a Glock against USPs. You've seen him win 1v3s, 1v4s. Like if Siblings was over there, then I could probably have picked between those two. But there isn't any on the team that I would pick rather from ZywOo.
Is there anything? Who's got the silver medal on this team?
It's
it
pretty
could be
rough,
far
honestly.
behind, but who's got the silver
I
medal?
think Shux is also a pretty good clutcher. He's a pretty smart player in the situations.
Yeah.
So it was between ZywOo and Shux, but I definitely think like ZywOo right now is the better player. If you make a player out of this brain, then you have a fucking complete player.
Yeah. Could you have 5 players on a team that all had this? If they all had this, then you'd win every major?
Probably not, because then there's going to be a huge ego as well.
Better than 4 configs or no?
No. 4 configs would have been insane. I promise you. It would have been the master team.
That's awesome, man. Well, thank you so much. I mean, you look amazing. I said a bit ridiculous, but I could get used to this. I think that's awesome. Would you ever play a match in this?
Probably not with the gloves on, but I'll take the apron and the glasses. Like, if there was a little bit more vented, then it would have been a little bit better. They get a little bit foggy sometimes.
Oh, yeah, maybe we'll poke some holes in there, get something going, make it an esports goggle. Okay. All right, cool, man. Well, thank you so much for the interview. I'd like to shake your hands.
Shake the gloves.
The rubbery hand, yes.
Cheers,
that's beautiful.
Cook some crystal meth over here.
Okay, Heisenberg, let's make it happen. All right, dope. Okay, thank you so much, guys. That wraps up this show. We gave it a new spin on it. We kept the player on the whole time. 3 total segments. Let us know what you guys thought about that. That has been Blast Overtime. Connor, any closing thoughts?
Man, that went way better than I hoped.
Yeah, we really didn't spend that much time on this presentation, but you will see more of it next week. Okay, thank you so much for sticking around, and take care, everyone. Good night.